their papers. We have a great lineup today of presenters. We will start with Dr. Koinrad Els today, and Deepa Adurai Swamiji will introduce him. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you, Manishji. A very warm welcome to everybody. It is my great pleasure to introduce, as the first speaker of this conference, Dr. Koinrad Els today. Someone who needs no introduction. Dr. Els distinguished himself early on as eager to learn and to dissent. After a few hippie years, as he says himself, he obtained MA degrees in Sinology, Indology, Philosophy. And after a research stay at Banaras Hindu University, where we just had our offline edition of the Shaivism conference, he did original fieldwork for a doctorate on Hindu nationalism in '98. And of course, he earned laurels and ostracism with his findings on hot items like Islam, multiculturalism, and the secular state, the roots of Indo-European Ayodhya temple dispute, and Gandhi's legacy, and so on. He has published widely and deeply on the interface of religion and politics, correlative cosmologies, the dark side of Buddhism, the reinvention of Hinduism, various language policy issues, and so on. He combines human sympathy with substantive skepticism, in his own words. Today, it is our great pleasure to listen to the respected Prof. On the topic, Adi Yogi for export, Rudra becomes Woden and Poseidon. Welcome, sir. Could you please unmute yourself, sir?
Okay, screen. And then my first page, yes. Okay, so far so good. So we're going to talk about Shiva, the Adi Yogi, the original yogi, and how he is transformed, but still very recognizable in the figures of Poseidon in Greece and Woden among the Germanic people. And so it starts with
Sir, can you please put it in slideshow mode?
Oh, isn't it?
No.
Oh my God.
Then
okay.
you please do the same steps, sir.
Yeah, okay. Let's try again.
Stop.
Here we are. No.
Sir, please try now, sir. Just take the first option. After share screen, on the pop-up window, you please take the option called screen. That is the first one.
Yes, screen, that's it.
Yeah, then please share.
Okay.
Now please open your PPT, sir. Now we are able to see the browser. See your window. So please open that. Yeah. So you. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we are going to talk about the Indo-European language family within which these evolutions have taken place. The original unified Indo-European was spoken about 6,000 years ago, very probably, but that's not our topic, but as a background information, I'll say it anyway, probably in North India. Now, this language has been the conduit of a number of cultural knowledge held in common, like a number of poetic motives and even expressions like the most famous one is undying fame. That's the job of poets, to furnish to their employers. Undying fame, which is Shravas Akshitam in Sanskrit, or Kleos Aftiton in Greek. We know of many cases of a transmission of cultural contents between Asia and Europe, but most of that took place much after this common origin. Like in Greek philosophy, we find a number of elements that are clearly in common with India, but that do not show a cognate influence between India and Greece, for example, going back 6,000 years. No, that means that something like 2,500 years ago, there were people from Greece going to India, or from India going to Greece, or at any rate transmitting the cultural influence. And so that's hardly what we are talking about here. Like, for instance, Pythagoras, the Greek philosopher, lived in some kind of ashram with a number of rules that are extremely similar to what in India we know as Jainism, like a rule that to become a member, you had to be silent for 5 years. They were vegetarian, they believed in reincarnation and so on. So most likely that is a late influence from India upon Greece. It's not a common inheritance going back 6,000 years. Similarly here with the Gundestrup cauldron, it's a famous archaeological object found in Denmark. Now it shows a very famous picture, which you see here above, of Cernunnos, who is very similar to Pashupati, to the famous seal from Harappa, where the god is sitting and surrounded by animals. And even more specifically, more undoubtedly pointing towards India, is the picture of Gaja Lakshmi, of Lakshmi surrounded by 2 elephants giving her water. So that can hardly be found in Europe. That absolutely points to India, because it's the westernmost places where elephants are found. Now, what interests us here is elements that have the same source, that go back to 6,500 years, 600 years ago, 6,000 years ago, in a common origin. We have a famous example developed by Georges Dumézil in the mid-20th century, where he sees in Roman society, Germanic society, and so on, a division into 3 layers that can be summarized as the priestly class, the martial class, and the productive class, in which we can see social or societal applications of the famous 3-color scheme that in India is known as Triguna, with the white pole, the red pole, and the black pole. And so he gives examples of the same scheme in Rome, especially in Scandinavia. So that is something that is in common, and in fact it's a very important theme. I think it's in India also very, very old. It's a central motive in Sankhya philosophy, which goes back very far, which is the main contents of the Shanti Parva in the Mahabharata, where you can see that the Sankhya is the oldest philosophy that has its roots in a dim, distant past, whereas the better known Vedanta philosophy is a later development. It's a bit more artificial, or it's a bit more sophisticated, but it is therefore also younger. It is a more advanced stage of culture. Whereas this Sankhya philosophy with its division into three is age-old, and you find many traces of it in the Indo-European world, or even earlier. There are a number of myths here, which I have briefly mentioned, and I'm going to go through them even more briefly. But you can all get the copy of my PowerPoint presentation after this. This will all be sent to you. So I'll go over it here. You have the famous myth of the dragon slayer. And so you find that everywhere. You find that even outside the Indo-European world, though probably transmitted from the Indo-European world. By contrast, here you have a myth, a mythic motive that is far older and that goes very much beyond the Indo-European world. There are versions of it in China, even among the Mayas in Mexico. And so it's about the myth of the creation of the world by twins, one of whom does the actual creating, the other one also starts, but he gets killed in the process. And in fact, his death is essential to the process of creation, because the survivor, called Mano, or Manu in India, sacrifices Yemo, or in Sanskrit Yama, which means the twin, in order to use the elements of his body in order to create the elements of the universe. So like you have the version in Germanic concerning Ymir. Ymir is Yemo, is Yama. He gets killed and his body is divided. The skull becomes the heavenly vault. The feet become the earth. The eyes become the sun and moon, and so on. Then another mythic motive that is in common is about the thunder god, which is in India mostly Indra, who has the power to mask himself. And so this very mythic motive later is developed in Indian philosophy into the theme of Maya, that is to say, in how the divine masks itself through the world, so that the world is some kind of face covering of the divine. Yeah, there are many examples, even very funny ones. You can read it here, but we are moving on to another motive, the near invulnerability of the hero. You have the story of Duryodhana, who is rendered invulnerable by his mother Gandhari. You see, she's wearing this blindfold all the time. And through that, her eyes have become very strong. And so when she once looks at him, he becomes immortal, or not immortal, but invulnerable. However, he has been convinced to wear a loincloth. And so there, you know, at that place, there's no invulnerability, and that's where he ends up getting killed. Similarly, Siegfried, who is the son of the thunder god, and so who has a similar character. He takes a bath in the blood of the dragon that he has just killed. This makes him invulnerable, but a leaf falls on his shoulder, and later on an arrow pierces him at that spot and he dies. And you have the famous heel of Achilles. His mother puts him in a magic potion, but she holds him by his foot. And so there he's not immortal or not invulnerable, and there he gets killed, and so on. So this is a very clear common motive, which is present in the myths of many of these branches of the Indo-European family. There are many more. Take, for example, Homer, the Greek poet, is described as blind, which is rather unlikely. It's even more unlikely in the case of the Vedic seer Dirghatamas, who writes a lot about the observation of the sky, which is hard to do if you're blind. So clearly here the reference is to the seer closing his eyes. Now that's what you do in meditation. And so this seems to be a reference to the wisdom that they have acquired through meditation. So there are many more elements in common, but we go on. So we're going to talk about yoga. And so one of the early elements, one of the pre-Vedic elements is yoga. And yoga is, in my opinion, and I will say something that perhaps is not going to be liked by everyone, but I say that yoga is pre-Vedic, which means that there was a pre-Vedic age for those who believe that the Vedas were uncreated and are with us for millions of years ever since the universe was made. It will not be acceptable to say that there is a pre-Vedic period. Well, you see, I will say that there was a pre-Vedic period, and I will also shock your secularist adversaries who, on the contrary, say that yoga and any profound contents in Hinduism are quite recent, because the ancient Hindus were simplistic and silly, and they were not capable of something as profound as yoga. There also I disagree. I say that the yogic contents is pre-Vedic. It shines through the Vedas, even though I agree with Western scholars that the Vedas are not about yoga. It's not true that the science of yoga is revealed to us through the Vedas. No, I think yoga was older than the Vedas, but already known to some extent to the Vedic poets. And so it shines through, even though yoga is not the subject matter of the Vedas. Right. So I'm not the first one to say that much, because that was the thesis of, in my opinion, historic paper by Nick Allen, a scholar from Oxford who died recently. It's called The Indo-European Roots of Yoga. So that's where he says that yoga dates back to the common period of Proto-Indo-European some 6,000 years ago. So he stumbled upon this insight by comparing a famous episode from the Odyssey, the Greek poem by Homer, and the Mahabharata, where he sees a number of parallels. He gives 23 of them. I've found a few more. It's about a journey that Arjuna undertakes and that Odysseus undertakes. And so there's a lot of parallels between the two stories. But as Nick Allen shows, there is also a difference, namely the trip that Arjuna makes is a yogic project in which he develops himself in terms of yoga, whereas yoga is completely absent as a theme in the journey by Odysseus. So both have to prove themselves and have to struggle a lot, have to go through some tests for a god, a deity known by wearing or by using a trident, a trishul, namely Shiva, respectively Poseidon in Greece. Arjuna's test is very yogic. He has to perform a number of yogic exercises, like for a month or so. He has to stand in a tree pose, in Vrikshasana. Whereas Odysseus has no such profundities to do. He merely has to hold his own. He has to struggle against Poseidon, because Poseidon is vengeful, because his son Polyphemus, he had one eye here, and that was poked out by Odysseus. So that's a bit of a jocular reference to the third eye. You see here, the third eye is not some mystical yogic idea. No, it's just some cartoon thing that you see Polyphemus is depicted with. And so Odysseus makes fun of that by poking the eye out. So nevertheless, you see in mythology, family relation always signifies likeness. So Poseidon and his son Polyphemus have a lot in common. They're both similar to Shiva, and so they are marked by a third eye. In fact, Poseidon and his brother Zeus are sometimes depicted with a third eye. The knowledge of that idea of the third eye was still that serious, that important in Greece, that there are still depictions of it, even though the Greeks didn't understand anymore what the third eye is for. So even Nick Allen himself says that the yogic element in the story of Arjuna is original, was there from the beginning, whereas in the Greek version, it has been lost. You see, you might also think that the other way is possible, that neither had this yogic dimension and the Indians discovered it in India. That's what you get in the famous Aryan invasion theory, where the Indo-Europeans are barbarians, and then they enter India, and there they learn everything at the feet of the Aboriginals, including yoga. Now, that's not what Allen argues for. He says, no, the Sanskrit yogic version is the original one, and the Greeks lost it. What he doesn't say, and what I add, is that there is an explanation for why the Greeks lost it. Namely, in the rough and tumble of their migration westwards. Well, it's not a very comfortable situation where you can preserve the most sophisticated parts of your tradition. Whereas in India, everything was normal. And so this knowledge was stable and was developed further. Okay, now in the Vedic Pantheon, there are traditionally 33 gods, and of these there are 12 heavenly gods, the Adityas, then 11 atmospheric gods or Rudras, and then, well, no separate slide for that, but there are also 8 Vasus or earthly gods. Now among the Rudras, there is one, of course, called Rudra. It's him that we're talking about. There is also Vayu, which is the Dutch word waaien, which is to blow, which is what the wind does. There's also the word Vata, which actually is the word wind. It's related to the word wind. Indra is sometimes classed among these gods, sometimes not, but he clearly belongs here because the thunder and lightning are an atmospheric phenomenon rather than a heavenly one. So those are these 11. 11 is a very typical word for the atmospheric gods because 11 is very unseizable, is a mysterious number. 8 and 12 clearly represent the earth and the heaven, and they can easily be constructed. An octagon and a dodecagon can be constructed with a compass and ruler, whereas 11 you cannot construct. And so it represents very well the effect of the winds that are unpredictable. One of them is Indra. And you see, Indra was depicted on an elephant, which is normal because it's very, very certain that as soon as mankind entered India and encountered elephants, that elephants were deified. They're such impressive animals. Now I mentioned Indra simply to contrast him with Rudra. They are roughly the same. They're both thunder gods, storm gods, but Indra is the good storm. At the end of the hot season, you suddenly get a rainstorm that opens the monsoon season. Now that's welcomed by the people because of very suffering, it's very hard to come through the hot season. Whereas Rudra is the dangerous storm in the mountains, which is very unpredictable. Okay, and because it's so unpredictable and dangerous, this Rudra is approached euphemistically. He's being flattered by the nickname Shiva, which means the good one, the beneficial one. That's a normal thing for people who are dangerous. There are many poems in favor of Joseph Stalin, and also in Hindi for Hindi Urdu for Aurangzeb. You see, the more dangerous a dictator, the more he's being flattered. And so that, in a sense, is what has happened to Shiva. The atmospheric gods are the logical rulers of the process of breathing, because breathing has to do with the air, is related to, is akin to the wind. And the art of breathing, of course, is central to control of consciousness, which is what yoga is about. So Rudra becomes the Adi yogi, the original yogi, already often represented in Harappa 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. So again, a sign that recent stories that yoga is only as old as the Buddha, this is what many Western scholars nowadays say, is absolutely untrue. Okay, Rudra has a band of young warriors around him. These are the Maruts. Interestingly, their number varies, as it is mentioned by poets in different places, but it's always a manifold of the number 9. We have to keep that number 9 in mind, as we will see. Now, in the Germanic world, we have Woden, or also known as Odin. He's surrounded by 4 animals, 2 raven and 2 wolves. So in a way, he's also a lord of the animals, a Pashupati. He's always depicted with a spear. That seems to be what has remained of the trident. At any rate, he has this object in his hand, just as Shiva has the trident. The name comes from Vodanas, which means the Lord of Frenzy. So he's into excitement, is the Indo-European root Vat, where from the Sanskrit word Vata. And so it means to be excited like the wind is, but psychologically it means the frenzy of poets in which they are inspired. He is depicted riding on an 8-footed horse through the sky, called Sleipnir, which means the sleepy one. that he has 8 legs can mean, just like in comic strips, where someone moves very fast, you see his legs being doubled. And so that's what it might mean, but it means something more precise if you look at it from the perspective of comparative mythology. In Sanskrit, you have a figure called Sharabha. And so one version of it is that he is an 8-legged deer. That's also how he appears in the Jatakas, the Buddhist stories of the previous incarnations of the Buddha, where he is a previous incarnation of the Buddha, of the Bodhisattva training himself in positive virtue. So he's a very nice animal.
So 2 more minutes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting there. He is depicted with these triangles that you see on top here. This is called the Valknood, the knot of the fallen. It's related to the eternal knot, which you find in the Celtic world, but of course also in the Indian world, also in Tibet nowadays, the Srivatsa. So the third eye is very much there. Though the Germanic people didn't understand the symbolism anymore, so they reduce it to 1 eye. And then the story becomes that he sacrifices 1 eye in order to gain wisdom, the way that this third eye in India signifies some kind of wisdom. So it seems that the people outside India lost the rationale for the third eye, but still had that image with them. You know, during the rough and tumble of the migration, it is the most precious contents that are lost. Just like in a corpse, the brain starts decomposing immediately, whereas the bones can last for centuries. Woden also, he becomes literate. The Germanic people became literate only about 2,200 years ago. So it was a very big thing for them. And so it was identified with wisdom, which Woden acquires through a sacrifice. He hangs in a tree upside down in bat pose, which is an ancient Indian yogic exercise. And he sacrifices his 1 eye in order to obtain wisdom. And he himself uses the very Upanishadic expression, he sacrificed himself to himself. Then the Maruts in India here become the Wild Horde, the soldiers or berserkers around Woden. They can very well be compared to the Naga sadhus in India. So they have a strong element of fighting, wrestling. At the same time, they take drugs in order to become strong and fearless. Like if you eat these mushrooms that they still have in Europe, you have a feeling of being very tall and of looking down on everything. So you become fearless. More subtly, psychologically, the war becomes a metaphor for the inner battle of sadhana. But so initially it means a physical battle. It means martial training and so on. It's only in India that you have this metaphoric meaning of the sadhana. So to conclude, Shiva symbolizes the man who explores the spirit world. First, anciently as a shaman, which is an institution that exists in most cultures. People who do vision quests, often with the help of drugs. Like when I first stayed in Benares University during Mahashivaratri, much to my surprise, all these serious professors that I had gotten to know took some kind of preparation from cannabis and were strongly under the influence of drugs. So that is part of the tradition of Shiva, and that goes back very, very anciently. Like Shiva is depicted with a drum, the damaru, and so that's a typical element of shamanism. It is in order to whip yourself up into a frenzy. This shamanism is all very nice, but yoga, which according to Mircea Eliade is an evolute starting from shamanism, is much more refined. And so it doesn't seek visions. No, it seeks, what Swami Aghehananda Bharati has called the zero experience, or what is called in the Katha Upanishad, the Paramagati, the highest state, or in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it's defined as stilling the motions of the mind. So, which is quite the opposite of shamanism, which excites the mind, which seeks colorful, impressive visions. Here you seek silence. So that development that took place in India, that was there in the beginning in the related branches of Indo-European, but there it got lost. And so there they were stuck with the image of Wodan as a sort of archetypal shaman, but it never reached the level of sophistication that Shiva symbolized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or remarks or objections?
I think we have time. We are already above time, but we have time for maybe one question. Or if anybody has any questions, they can send it to us and we can forward it to Dr. Elst. But maybe one more question if anybody has.
There is one in the question answer box from Rahul Srivastav, which says, is there any connection between yoga and Shiva? Which I think was answered later in the...
Yeah.
Well, I haven't gone into that simply because I thought that was understood by everyone, at least in India. So of course, Shiva is the archetypal yoga, the Adi yogi. And so that is not some insight that I have come to offer. I thought that was generally well known. And so in the symbolism, in the iconography of Shiva, you have these different stages of this, primitive shamanism. You see, sometimes Shiva is depicted as smoking a chillum, and you still find chillum smoking sadhus in India. So that continuity between the more advanced practices of today's Hinduism with this ancient shamanism that is still there, you have something very similar in Japanese Shintoism or in Chinese Taoism, where this pretty universal shamanism has been refined, has evolved to something more subtle, more advanced. But then Shiva also means precisely that more advanced stage. And so there Shiva is depicted as an ascetic living in a cave in the mountains, not as a wild man, but simply as somebody who isolates himself in order to concentrate on this sadhana. So, so that you don't find in the case of Woden. He is still stuck in that shamanic stage, though the elements in his symbolism are present of the yogic stage, but it has not fully developed, at least not as far as we know, because what we do know is that those spiritual leaders of the people in Europe shunned writing. They didn't write their traditions down. And so once Christianity came, these traditions were lost. So we don't know exactly what they stood for. But at any rate, I think that the primitive element is predominant. Like, for instance, people brought human sacrifices to the gods, and that was only gradually abolished, like the Romans abolished it in 200 BC thereabouts. And so they still knew in themselves that they had just exorcised it from their own culture. And when they encountered it in Gaul or in Germany, they were, appalled by the primitiveness, by the barbarity of my ancestors. So you see, in India too, that had been known. And in the Vedas, the theoretical possibility of human sacrifice is still entertained, is still known, but they didn't do it anymore. They had outgrown it. So that's part of a process of civilization, of which more direct part, the one that concerns us here, is the evolution from seeking sensation to seeking mental silence.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for that fascinating talk. And we're very grateful. That was the first guest lecture. We are moving on in the interest of time, and request everyone to send us questions which we can share later with the professor. From that to a tradition which considers yoga as a pathway to Shiva Jnana, inviting a speaker for the first session on Shaiva rituals and pilgrimage. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. T.S. Shanmukha Shivacharya, who is the chief priest and hereditary acharya of Sri Kalikambal Temple in Chennai. Dr. Shivacharya is a Shiromani from Madras Sanskrit College. He holds a master's degree in Sanskrit from the Department of Sanskrit, University of Madras, and a PhD for his thesis on Utsavas in Kamika Agama. He writes extensively in many publications. He seeks to bring ancient wisdom to the modern world. I would add, he's also the consulting acharya at the Sri Sri Gurukulam, Veda Agama Samskrita Mahapatashala in Bangalore, run by Sri Sri, and also the founder of Swami Sadashivam Shivagama Jnana Kendra. He is going to talk to us today about the role of Adi Shaiva. Who is an Adi Shaiva? Exploring the role of Shaivacharyas in the temple ecosystem. Dr. Shivacharya.
Om Vande Gurum Shivam Sambam Dakshina Murtimabhyayam Yatvandanena Mando Vivindet Guru Samanatam Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Buddhi Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Kadalagi Kasind Kannir Malgi Oduvar Tammai Nannerikkavi Padam Vedam Nanginum Meipurullavad Nathan Namam Namashivayave Namasabhayi Sabhavatibhyascha. My humble pranams to the satsang. It's 10:16. I will try to I'll complete by 10:30. I thank the INDICA Academy for this opportunity. So I would like to present my experience and the knowledge that I had acquired from my gurus on who is an Adi Shaiva. As an Adi Shaiva, I know what exactly my part is and what I'd learned from the Shastras. I would like to present on that. My pranams to my acharyas. So, Adi Shaiva, Anadi Shaivasya Shivaha. Lord Shiva, he does not have a beginning. Anadi. Actually, our Dharma Shastras, our Shastras are based on Apta Vakya. Apta Vakyam Shabdaha. Aptastu Yatartha Vakta. As a person who says what has been said, what is real, is an Apta. So Apta is Lord Shiva, and whatever has been said by him is our Shiva Nishvasitam Vedaha, Vagrupas Shivagamaha. And the Apta, the Anadi Shaiva, has specially created this Adi Shaiva to worship him. So the temples, the Alayas, the Agamas, and the Adi Shaivas are, they are connected. And Sekidar in his Vedic Pantheon says, for Adi Shaiva, Yepodum Iniyapiran in Arulal, Adigarithu, Mei Poda Nerivanda, Vidimurai Vazhuvame, Appodai Kapodum, Arvamigum Anbinarai, Muppodum Archipar, Mudar Shaivaram Munivar. Here he says Muppodum. Muppodum means, three times. It's 3 times, not morning, afternoon, or in the evening. The paramparas, it's paramparagatam. It's like that the lineage, their duty is to only worship Lord Shiva and follow the Agamas for the benefit of the universe. So Mudar Shaivaram, he says, Sri Sekidar says, Mudar Shaivaram, Adi Shaiva. And Tasmat Acharya Varyena, Panchagochara Vartina, the 5 Gotras are there, and especially the Shaivacharya is known as Shaivacharya, Shiva Brahmana, Shiva Vipra, Deshika. He shows the Moksha Desha. Hence, is also known as Deshika. Nagora Shivacharya, he says, Gurum Adhishtaya Pare Pade Yojayati. Through the Guru, through the Diksha, the Pashu is able to reach Lord Shiva. So he's also known as Deshika. Dharma of an Adi Shaiva. Dharma to bestow grace. Archakasya Shivaha. Acharyasya Shivaha. Just as a magnet becomes a magnetized iron, here the Acharya, who may look like just a human being, but not so, as per the Shastras and as per the experience also, Lord Shiva comes through the Acharya. Gurum Adhishtaya Pare Pade Yojayati. So it is duty to guide the people. The question is asked, why God cannot come directly? Why he has to come through the Acharya? And Umapati Shivacharya says, just as we catch an animal with an animal, a fish with another fish. So the Guru comes in the form of a human, the Lord Shiva comes in the form of the Guru, like a human being. And the human being are attached to that Guru, because he's also looks the same. And then he is getting into Lord Shiva. So Yaha Paranugrahe Rataha, always is, always he thinks that everyone should be happy. Each and every being should be happy. That is his Sankalpa. Sarvatra Sarvada Soyam Adi Shaivaha Prakirtitaha. Shiva Anugraha is we get through the Adi Shiva. And the knowledge of Shiva. The earlier Acharyas, Chandrasekhar Shivacharya, my Acharya, and here Sambandha Shivacharya, who protected all the manuscripts, the French Institute of Indology, Pondicherry. And knowledge of Shiva as equivalent to Shiva himself. Shiva Rupam Idam Tantram. Prathamam Vachmi Tatvataha. Shiva, the knowledge of Shiva is Shiva. The value of 100 rupees is that 100 rupee note. Likewise, Shiva is the books. Even the Vidyapita Sthapanam, how the books have to be maintained. If the books are not maintained properly, Prayashchitta has been said in the Agamas. So everything is Shiva. So Shiva Rupam Idam Tantram. This Tantra is Shiva Rupa. And Yasya Rashtre Shivajnana Vyakhyanam Vartate Dvijaha Saraja Vardhate Sa Raja Dipaha Urjitaha. And where the Shivajnana is being propagated, is being preserved, there the country and the king flourishes. And Dharma to teach. The teaching is very important. Achinoti, Acharati, Achare Sthapayati is called the Acharya. Adhyaya Adhyayet Shanaihi Shishyaha Shiva Bhaktana Shiva Vidyanusarena Vidyadanam Taduchyate. Adhyapayet Shanaihi Shishyaha. Shanaihi means, according to the how much the Shishya can grasp. The Pakwa, the maturity of the Shishya is very important. Based upon that, the Acharya gives the knowledge to him, Shiva Bhakta. So Shiva Vidyanusarena Vidyadanam Taduchyate. And at temples are very important. Many people, our temple is not the place where the people gather. It's not like other systems. Here it's a system where we perform the prayers for 84 lakhs of species. Human being is just one. Even if you Google now, you can see there are 8.87 lakhs of species as per the Google, but Agama says there are 84 lakhs of species. And the prayers that are done at the temple by the Shivacharya is for these beings. Adikshitanam, Durtanam, Pakshinam, Mrigadarukam, he says, and Sarvesham Samhriti Pradam. So Pratishtantam Karma, Karshanadi, Pratishtantam Karma, Samvatsarotsavam, Pavitra Rohanam, Masarchanam, Ankura Vapanam, Nityarchanadikam, Sarvam, Tantramidam Pratipaditam. By this Tantra, Tanoti Vipulan, Arthan, Tantramitya Vidiyate. Tanoti Vipulan Arthan, which blesses us with all sorts of good things, the best things that we need. The mundane, and the supreme knowledge we get by the Tantra. And it prescribes many types of prayers. The Masarchana, Masa Puja, Nityarchana, all have to be performed by the Acharya. Samalochya videyam syat sakale nishkale shive anenaiva prakarena nyayena anpiksha deshikaha. So different, like during the Kumbhabhishekam, the Acharya, they perform the Vishesha Sandhi and Agnikarya, and Nyasa, Nyas means to place. Just whatever we write in a check leaf, that leaf gets a value of it. When you, give it to a banker, he gives that money. Likewise, whatever mantras are chanted by the Acharya in the Kumbha, that Kumbha becomes that Devata. So it's a very interesting process called Nyasa, a different type of prayers. And Diksha, Diyate, Kshiyate, Diyate, we get the Shiva Jnana. Diksha for everyone leads society towards Shiva Jnana. Aghora Shivacharya is very specific. He says, every being, the Diksha has to be performed by the Acharya. So that's called Sambhavi Diksha. During the Utsavas, God comes out to bless all the beings. Param Sambhava Diksha Kyam Utsavam Jnana Sambhavam. Because for the trees, for the animals, we believe, in Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says, Abheda Darshanam Panda Atma Vishya Buddhihi Esham Tehi Panditaha. Bhagavad Pada says, to look upon each and every being as equal. That is very important. Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Gaviyastiri Shvanishchaiva Shopakecha Pandita Samadarshinaha. So Shiva Jnana, we all are children of Lord Shiva. So our destination is Liyate Anena. We have to get into Lord Shiva. So for that, Diksha plays a very important role. And in fact, Aghora Shivacharya gives the example of cataract. If a person is affected with a cataract, it has to be removed. So he says special levels of Diksha are also there. Sadhyo Nirvana, at once, like Umapati Shivacharya, he did to a person called Samba. So at once, some are at once, and some will take a little later, depending upon their karmas. Agami and Sanchita karmas are removed. Prarabdha, till the Prarabdha, Prarabdham Deham Evoktam, Deha Prarabdham Evahi, till the Prarabdha karma is there, the person has to remain in the same body. Then dharmas for the community, the services for the individual and the community. And the community, it's not only the Adishiva, he performs prayers at the temple. Not only he is serving the God, through the God, for all the beings, for the people who come to the temple with, they have their own issues, they have their own problems. So he speaks to them. So it's type of counseling is being done there. He gives them the strength, and the energy that is there at the temple makes changes in their mind and in their physical structure also. It is only experience. These things can only be experienced by when we go through the books. Yes, there is a level is there, but more we practice it. Once we enter a temple, I always say, when we sit at our home, we are sitting at our home. But when we sit in a plane, we are able to fly a longer distance. Likewise, when you enter a temple, you can feel these, you can have these experiences. So Vyadhinashana Vidhis, how to remove the Vyadhis, diseases, and Graha Yajna and Kamya Puja. A person says he does not have a child, and the Acharya, he prescribes whatever has been said in the Shastras. And Puja, Atmartha Puja, Hinohi, Parartham Nishpalam Bhavet. If you have to take some money, you have to have money in the bank also. When you swipe the card, you have to have in your account. Without there in the account, you cannot swipe the money. Likewise, the Acharya has to perform his Atmartha Puja. So that's why here the Shaivagamas, it gives a limit. Like Atmartha Puja can be done by all the beings who have undergone the Diksha, and Parartha Puja should be done only by the Adi Shaivas. So here Dharma to perform his own Atmartha Puja. It's a must. Atmartha Puja, Hinohi. If there is no Atmartha Puja, Parartha Puja cannot be done. And Dharma to propitiate the highest. Here, Devata Uddeshena Drivya Tyagaha Yagaha. So here the special yajnas are performed for the benefit of the whole world. Loka Kalyana Hetave. Even when we do perform the wedding for Lord Shiva, we say Loka Kalyana Hetave, for the Kalyana of the whole universe. Like watering at the root. Here, the qualifications. What exactly is the qualification to be a Shiva? The parampara, the lineage, he has to be in that lineage, number one. And Dikshas, he has to undergo the Diksha. and he can learn under his father or a guru, and it is not necessary that he has to go to the Patashala exactly, because the child after the Diksha, he goes to the temple along with his father. He learns how to perform the prayers, the pujas, the paddhati, like argya, how to prepare the padya, achamana, argya, everything is practiced. So through the acharya, it's like from they are being with the acharya himself. He sees his father performing the Shiva puja. So it's that lineage. So unique mantra, and that is also more important. Each temple has got its own. Like, you see, we may have our own Gmail account, but each one of us have we have our own password. Likewise, the mantra for the temple comes through the acharya lineage. So the acharya sangraha should not take place. Tantra sankara doshena raja rashtrancha nashyati, the Kamika Agama warns. So if prayers are performed according to one sampradaya, that has to continue at that temple. If they want to do their own paddhati, they can follow it at other places. And importance of the Adi Shaiva. You know who is exactly is Adi Shiva? As I told earlier, he's like the Shiva himself. Trinetram cha chaturbahum avyakto mardha vigraham antargata lalataksham antargata bhujadvayam antargata parashaktim vande deshika vigraham. The lalataksham, the third eye, even the previous speaker was speaking. The third eye is not the physical eye; it is the jnanakshi. It's jnanaksha, and it is beautifully explained in the Agamas how to activate the third eye. It is explained by Tirumular in his Tirumandiram. So Vande Deshika Vigraham, when asked is Shiva, so where exactly is Parashakti? Is Antargata, she is Antargata. Antargata Parashakti. Where exactly the third eye? It is Antargata. Antargata Bhujadvayam. So Vande Deshika Vigraham, the Deshika should be seen as Lord Shiva himself. Because the whole life he spends only at the temple. No Sundays, no holidays. All his time is spending at the temple. Sadhakam pujayet karta santushtasya yatha bhave tushtena guruna sarvam tushtam sthavara jangamam. So by the because agram vrikshasya rajanaha moolam vrikshasya pujakaha, the topmost part of the tree is king, and the moola, the root, is the priest. So once the priest is made happy, the whole society is made happy. Here, how the acharya should be honored. These things are there, and like archaka, pujaka, sadhaka, different traditions are also there. So he plays a very important role in connecting the people. He has to discuss with trustees. At one point, he has to participate with the prayers, and he has to advise with the sadhakas also. And even while traveling, even around the world, there are temples. He has to represent his the tradition at different places also. And preservation Agamas, I thank our Kuwai Adhinam for to have digitized all the Agamas available from the French Institute and other places, and they have digitized and they have given it to us to publish it. All the Agamas are being preserved now, and different traditions, but in the same spirit. Ekam sat vipraha bahuda vadanti. There is no Bheda Bhavana. There should not be Bheda Bhavana. In the Moksha Karika, Satyojyoti Shivacharya clearly explains a real Shivacharya, a real Shaiva will not differentiate any person at all. That is the greatness of our Sanatana Dharma. Yakaivaham Jagatyatra, even Devi says. And here actually now the challenges we have, it's only one family in a village, and we have to balance the multiple stakeholders are there. And now the issues, you can see many issues regarding they don't have the proper understanding, and regarding economic situations. These things are also now what is happening today, and like upcoming Renaissance, the green shoots. Now, like we are fighting against it with Lord Shiva's help, and lots of things also happening. And supporting the Adi Shiva tradition, we are also thankful to His Holiness Shri Guruji for like the modern and the ancient tradition is being preserved. All the adhinams and all the matas have taken care. His Holiness Guruji has connected the modern and the Vedic tradition, and through Sri Gurukulam, many students have been given to the world. So this is what, and through the ages, the pujas are also performed. And I'm thankful. This Adi Shiva is a person who was specially sent by Lord Shiva, Shiva Srishti, to perform prayers for the benefit of the society. I'm thankful to the satsang for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Hara Hara Mahadeva, Vande Mataram, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. In the interest of time, we'll not take questions now, but please send us questions and we'll share it with Dr. Shivacharya. So this is a topic close to my heart, and understanding the Siddhanta will help everybody experience the temple tradition a lot more. I now invite our next speaker, Ms. Neha Nagarkar, who is a visiting faculty at the Department of Archaeology, Center for Extramural Studies, University of Mumbai. Has done her archaeology from Deccan College, Pune, holds diplomas in Sanskrit Museology and Indian Aesthetics from University of Mumbai. She runs her own cultural education forum called Panchajanya Cultural Heritage Initiatives and presented multiple papers at national and international conferences. And she has also conducted many heritage walks in Mumbai and Vrindavan, and her special area of study is the Mathura Vrindavan region. She has her own YouTube channel. And her topic today is Shaivism and the Sthala Mahatmyas of Mathura. Sneha, ma'am.
Thank you so much, madam. I extend my gratitude to the organizers and thank them for this opportunity. Without much ado, I will start with my presentation. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So my topic is Shaivism and the Sthala Mahatmyas of Mathura. Land of Mathura or Vraja, if you see the history of Shaivism, it can be stretched back at least to the 1st century BCE. One colossal Shivalinga from the Kankali Mount and another stone plaque depicting the worship of a Shivalinga by superhuman beings from Bhuteshwara are the most ancient evidences for Shaiva worship in the Mathura region. Both of these date back to the 1st century BCE. From the Kushana period onwards, we have a number of Ekamukha Shivalingas which were worshipped in the region of Mathura. Shaiva worship was not only restricted to the autochthonous population, but was also adopted by communities like the Shakals who had foreign origins. Epigraphical and sculptural evidences indicate the existence of Shaiva sects like Pashupata in Mathura in the Gupta period, and the number of images of Lord Shiva alone or with Parvati as Uma Maheshwara begin to proliferate from the Gupta period onward, and this phenomenon continues right till the early medieval period. From the early medieval period onwards, we find that the Vaishnava sect in general and the Krishnite sect in particular became predominant in the Mathura region, and the Sthala Mahatmyas of Mathura, the earliest of which dates back to the 12th century CE, project Mathura mainly as a Vaishnava center. But in spite of being essentially Vaishnava in character, the Sthala Mahatmyas of Mathura have copious references to the worship of Lord Shiva. In fact, in the Kalpadru of Keshava, this text, Mathura is also called Shivapura. Mathura to Madhu Pagnam, Madhura Shivapuratha. This is a sculpture depicting the worship of a Shivalinga by the Shakals. This is from the Mathura Museum, dated to the 1st, 2nd centuries of the Common Era. This is a list of texts that I have consulted. I have consulted around 21 primary texts for this study, both in Sanskrit and in Braja Bhasha. Now, the belief which is there today in the present times is that there are 4 principal Mahadevas of the greater Mathura region, which is the Mathura district of the present times. So we have Bhuteshwara in Mathura, in the city of Mathura proper, and this Shivalinga is supposed to be the oldest among the 4 Mahadevas of Mathura. Then we have Kameshwara in Kamavan. Kamavan is a part of Braja, but it falls in the state of Rajasthan. Then we have Chakreshwara in the town of Govardhana, and finally we have Gopishwara or Gopeshwara in Vrindavan. Apart from these 4 Mahadevas of Braja region or the Mathura region at large, there are 4 Mahadevas as Kshetrapalas of Mathura, the city of Mathura. So we have Bhuteshwara in the west, Rangeshwara in the south, Pippaladeshwar in the east, and Gokarneshwar in the north. So first I will come to the Mathura Mahatmya in the Varaha Purana. So there in this text, there is a reference to a Shiva Kunda and a Shiva Kshetra situated at a distance of half a krosha from Koti Tirtha is mentioned, and it is described as Dushkaram. And it is told that Tatra Sthito Haro Devo Mathuram Rakshate Sada. So here the Lord who is here, Lord Shiva who is here, eternally protects the city of Mathura. And a person who bathes at this tirtha and consumes water is blessed with all the merit of Mathura. And the one who gives up his life at this kshetra attains the loka of Vishnu. Then we have a sthala called a Pushpa sthala, which is considered to be a Shaiva kshetra, Shiva kshetra. And the one who bathes here attains the honor in the loka of Lord Shiva. Then Varaha tells the earth. The Mathura Mahatmya and the Varaha Purana, it unfolds as a dialogue between the Varaha avatar of Lord Vishnu and Bhudevi, or the earth. And Varaha tells the earth that he has appointed Dikpalas to protect Mathura. And these 4 Lokapalas protect Mathura. So in the east we have Indra, south we have Yama, west we have Varuna, and in the north we have Kubera. And he says, Lord Varaha further says that Lord Umapati Shiva himself protects the central part of the city. So this whole idea about 4 Dikpalas protecting Mathura from 4 sides and Lord Shiva protecting Mathura in the center is quite old, and this was the original, perhaps this was the original belief, rather than the 4 Mahadevas of Mathura city, which is a slightly later development. And then we come to Pippaladeshwara Mahadeva, and we are told in the Mathura Mahatmya that one must have the darshana and worship of Pingaladeshwar. Pingaladeshwar and Pippaladeshwar are the same, who was established by Mahatapasvi Pippalada Rishi. And this Shivalinga was worshipped by Maharishi Pippalada himself. And we are told that Pippalada circumambulated the Shivalinga and rested there. This is the temple of Pippaleshwar Nath Mahadev, which is very close to Vishram Ghat, which is the principal ghat or the Tirtha, Vishranti Tirtha at Mathura. This is the darshan of Pippaleshwara Mahadeva. Then we have a chapter, an adhyaya in the Varaha Purana Mathura Mahatmya about the Kshetrapala, and Dharani asks Lord Varaha about the Kshetrapala of Mathura, who resides in Mathura and protects the city. So Lord Varaha answers her query by stating that there dwells the great Bhutapati Deva. Bhutapati Deva is the same as Bhuteshwara in Mathura, who emancipates people from the great sins and bestows them with boons. So the narrative in the Varaha Purana Mathura Mahatmya about Bhuteshwara is that Lord Shiva prayed to Lord Vishnu or Krishna for 1,000 years. He meditated on him, he performed tapas, and finally Lord Vishnu or Krishna was very pleased with him and asked him to ask for a boon. So Lord Shiva said that I want to permanently, eternally dwell in Mathura. So what Lord Vishnu said is that I am making you the guardian, the Kshetrapala of Mathura, and you will reside here for eternity. However, the narrative which the local priest told me when I visited the shrine of Bhuteshwara is that just as Lord Rama had worshipped the Shivalinga of Rameshwara before defeating Ravana, in the same way Shatrughna worshipped this Bhuteshwara Shivalinga to defeat the Asura, Lavanasura, who had occupied Mathura, and it was then that Shatrughna founded the city of Mathura, or gave it more of an urban kind of character. And it is also said that in the Dwapara Yuga, Lord Vishwanatha, Kashi Vishwanatha, manifested himself as Bhuteshwara in the city of Mathura. And there is a reference in the Hari Vansha where it is said that the Yadavas, they saluted, they prayed to Pinakinam, which is Lord Shiva, and then they left for Dwaraka. So in my opinion, this could be a reference to Bhuteshwara Shiva, who is considered to be the Kshetrapala or the guardian of Mathura. So this is that plaque belonging to the 1st century BC, where we can see some kind of semi-divine beings worshipping the Shivalinga, and this particular sculpture was found from Bhuteshwara. So this is one of the most ancient evidences for the worship of Lord Shiva in Mathura. And as you can see, there is no temple, but the Shivalinga has been placed under a tree. Then there is also a reference to the Lord Gokarneshwara in the Varaha Purana Mathura Mahatmya. And to cut a long story short, a Vaishya couple was blessed with a son through the Krupa of Gokarneshwara Mahadev, and this son was named Gokarna. And ultimately, this Gokarna, after a lot of trials and tribulations, was also blessed with the son through the grace, through the anugraha of Lord Gokarneshwara. And Gokarneshwara is one of the 4 Mahadevas of Mathura. There is also a relatively modern work called Gokarneshwar Ashtakam, which was written around the 19th century. And this this Ashtakam calls Lord Gokarneshwara as the greatest deity, and he is described as Krishna Vallabha. Then I come to the text of Raja Bhakti Vilasa, which was written in 1553 CE by Narayan Bhatta. And here also there is a reference to Bhuteshwara Mahadeva, and as we can see on the screen, Bhuteshwara Mahadeva is supposed to have been consecrated, supposed to have been established by Lord Hari himself. And there is again a reference to Bhuteshwara Shiva, and we are told that this deity was established in the Dwapara Yuga by the Devatas for the protection of the Bhutas. Then Pippaladeshwara Mahadeva is also mentioned, and he is identified with Vishnu and is addressed as Keshava. And we are told that he was established by Vishnu himself. Actually, even as Acharya Shankara Bhagavat Pada has said, there is no difference between Shiva and Vishnu. And Pippaladeshwara Mahadeva is considered to be a manifestation of Vishnu himself. Then we have Lord Chakreshwara Sadashiva, which was established at Chakratirtha on the banks of the Manasi Ganga by all the Devatas for the fulfillment of their wishes. Manasi Ganga is a tank in the town of Govardhana. The mantra of Lord Chakreshwara Mahadev is included in the Rudra Yamala, and Lord Chakreshwara is supposed to have 5 faces. We know that the Sadashiva form of Lord Shiva also has 5 faces, and he's invoked for the protection of the Vraja.
Nehaji, could you start concluding, please?
Okay, fine. I'm already okay. Okay, this is Kameshwara Mahadeva. This is Gopishwara Mahadeva, who is in Vrindavan. He is worshipped in the form of a gopi. Okay, I'll come to my conclusion directly now. So, Shaivism is a very dominant sect in the early historic and early medieval periods in Mathura, and it is attested by archaeological evidences also. And there was a harmonious integration of the Shaiva sect within the Mathura Mandala Parikrama, and this is through associating Lord Shiva with Lord Krishna or Vishnu. Apart from Lord Vishnu and Krishna, Lord Shiva is the most represented deity in the Sthala Mahatmyas of Mathura. Lord Shiva's role as Kshetrapala is the most emphasized aspect in the Sthala Mahatmyas of Mathura, and he dwells eternally in the Mathura region. And he's always associated with Lord Krishna, whether it is as Rangeshwara, Bhuteshwara, Gopishwara, Nandeshwara, Chakreshwara. All these deities have some of the association with Lord Sri Krishna. The Mathura Mahadevas are all benevolent deities. They emancipate the bhaktas from their sins. They give them a lot of boons. They protect the deities. Some of the Mahadevas have been addressed as Vrajarupa. So in a way, the Mahadevas embody the whole region of Vraja, and thus they are very integral to the region of Vraja. And because of the inclusion of the Mahadevas in the Mathura Mandala Parikrama, the sacrality of the Mathura region has greatly increased because of the power and the sacredness associated with these Mahadevas. And lastly, I would like to say that Lord Shiva is omnipresent in Mathura, in the Mathura region, and we can say this from the references in the texts and the archaeological evidence. So right from Bhuteshwara, which is the oldest Shivalinga, up to Keshaveshwara. Keshaveshwara is the Shivalinga in the Bhagavad Bhavana temple at the Sri Krishna Janmasthana. So many temples in the Mathura region, even though they might be Krishnite in their orientations, do have a Shivalinga. So the residence of Lord Shiva in Mathura is eternal, and it is very, very significant. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Snehaji. That was a very interesting peek into another view of Mathura that also testifies to how our traditions are complementary, how they've always coexisted. Thank you. I now invite our guest speaker, Professor Devaye Gupta, who's a leading conservation architect and who heads the Architectural Heritage Division of INTAC. And he's participated in a number of projects across the world, and is an awarded conservationist for his projects in Ladakh. and also an expert on the International Conservation Committee for the World Heritage Site Preah Vihear in Cambodia. He's a member of the National Culture Fund and Advisory Committee to the Government of India on World Heritage Matters, visiting faculty, and member on the Board of Studies of Department of Architecture Conservation at SPA New Delhi. We are very fortunate to have him here today to speak on the topic Sacred Landscape for Shiva Bhakti at Kokar, the ancient Linga Purana of Cambodia. Sir.
Thank you, Deepa ji. And I hope I am audible and visible. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So many thanks to INDICA and especially Professor Ranaji to point me towards this direction. And I'm really humble in this August gathering of real Shiva experts. And I'll just try to add a fraction of a drop in this ocean on Shaivism. Like you already said, that my topic is going to be making you aware of a sacred landscape that was created not in India, but in Cambodia as early as early 10th century, which was called the Linga Purana. And as we perhaps all know, that there was great trade links between Southeast Asia, even Central Asia, between India, through both land, sea, and matrimonial alliances. And that's how the story begins, where a lot of our Indian philosophies, traditions, shastras, including our gods, starts to move from our original land in India to these places. And even when these two sculptures are almost separated by about 1,000 years, you can see the similarities of the iconography, one of Buddha of the Kushana period, of Gandhara period, and another one of Ram from Koke. So it was not only the main gods like the Devi or the Shiva or the Vishnu that went, but even the lesser known gods like the Harihara and the horse-headed Heragrivira were also popular in Cambodia, even from 6th century onwards. And when they're gods, of course, you need their temples and houses. And these were also very much influenced by the kind of temples that were created in India, mainly because they were both created using the Shilp Shastra and the Vastu Shastras that were developed here. This is a temple called Ashram of Maharishi, which is basically the Ashram of Maharishi, with the first temple that was created in Cambodia between the 5th, 6th century. And the plan, as you can see, are very similar to the early temples in India, both in the Gupta and the South India. This is the Lakshmana temple of Sirpur in Chhattisgarh. And you can see there were, from the material used and the decoration, the temples in Sambhor or the temple at Bayang in Takyo from 5th century also look very similar in their decoration architecture. And it was mainly because of the use of Sanskrit or that traveled. In fact, Sanskrit became the official language of Cambodia from almost 7th century, and most of the inscriptions started to emerge in Sanskrit. And this also led to the excess of several Puranas and Shastras going there. And even in the first city of Mahendra Parbat in the 9th century Cambodia, or later cities of Angkor, the more well-known cities of Angkor, clearly shows the influence of Vastu Purusha, the 9 squares that were used in their planning. The arrival of Shiva in Cambodia is considered anywhere between 3rd to the 5th century, as some of these artifacts show the crystal linga on the bronze yoni from the 8th century of the Shiva. This Shiva head from 6th, 7th century. And huge edifices at scale that perhaps even competed with what was existing in India, like this temple dedicated to Chakreshwara, modeled to make the Kailash in Cambodia itself in Previdhir, is a kilometer-long temple on top of the highest mountain in the Khmer region, or the entire riverbeds of Mount Kulen that were carved of millions of Shiva lingas, calling it the river of lingas in the 11th century, where the water once flew over it was sanctified, and once it went into the plains of Angkor, it was considered as the water of Ganga because it flew over Shiva. And one of these sites that I will be talking a little bit more in detail about, or would like to talk in more in detail about, is Koke, or the Linga Purana in Cambodia, which was created by a genius king called Jayavarmana in 921. And this rebel king who sort of left Angkor because some dispute, created his own capital using the Devaraja card in a very, very interesting and unique way, where from God king, he created Shiva as the king, which of course had certain parallels in Pallava and the Jagannath temple in India also, and declared himself as the Shiva Ansha, or the Shiva Padadhuli, as the sand under the grains of the Shiva's feet, and declared himself as the deputy of Shiva, and created this Linga Purana, the abode of Shiva. This particular site spread over close to about 45 square kilometer long, created the largest pyramidical temple ever dedicated to Shiva. And this particular pyramid, called the Prasad Crown, was modeled on Kailash. Also, this is just a reconstructed view that I have borrowed from the École Française d'Orient, where it shows that how this particular group of temple, which itself is also close to about a kilometer long by half a kilometer wide, which is called the Prasad Tomb complex now, look like. And if you look at it in the wider context, it had large water bodies and had unique orientations and linkages with several of its other associated temples, including sort of a Nandi pavilion close to about 1.5 kilometers across the temple, and many other Shiva Linga temples. These 4 temples also had huge Shiva Lingas. This temple also had a very unique orientation and perfect geometrical alignment. If you look at its conception and planning, it also shows influence of both Vastu Purusha and the Chakra concept in the Indian temple planning, and the mathematical precision with which this particular temple was also created also added to the symbolism of it being abode of the Shiva, because that has to be perfect without any imperfections. A very unique aspect of this particular temple is its unique orientation. It's actually oriented not to the cardinal east-west that the other Cambodian temples are generally oriented. It is oriented about 13.7 northeast, about 14 degrees northeast. And this, I feel, is mainly to align it with certain celestial occurrences. In this case, it aligns almost perfectly to the rising sun of the new year. And it almost makes it like the calendar with the other associated temples, also aligning it to either the summer or the winter solstice. And not only the sun rises, but it also aligns itself to certain moon rises and even moon settings. And most of the features of the buildings, of other buildings, including the water bodies, are determined by this particular orientation. As you may, perhaps I do not know, it was very surprising for me to note that even the Kashi Vishwanath temple in Varanasi also aligns almost exactly to that particular degree. And so does the Swamimalai temple of Kumbakonam at Panchakrosha, and so the several other temples in Kanchi and Naganatha temple also in Kumbakonam. To this degree also has certain influences from the Vastu Purusha. As you know that there is a particular method of calculating the real east, which is mainly the Ishan, and not only the cardinal east that is important in the Vastu Purusha. Not only that, with this particular alignment, the Jayavardhana also tried to orient this particular temple towards the other existing Shiva temple in the region, even beyond the boundaries of then Khmer Empire, like the Wat Phu temple of the Shiva in Laos, or the Trevili, the Bandrik mountains, or the Mount Kulen, and earlier Hindu capitals of Ishanpura, or today known as Samrud-Rekur. A very interesting aspect of this particular planning in this is the Trinity, an equilateral triangle that forms between the three important temples, the most important temples on the site. One dedicated to Shiva that I just showed you on Prasad Tom, the temple dedicated to Vishnu, Prasad Chen, and to Brahma, which is Prasad Bante Pirchon. And each of them had very unique iconography to itself. And this was also, again, a concept of creating the heaven on earth where all the gods, all the important gods of Hinduism were present within his capital. And these were not the only temples. He created close to about 180 temples dedicated to various gods. Most of them, almost 100 of them, to Shiva, with huge Shiva lingas, as you can see in one of the Shiva terraces temple, as it is called. Of course, today, the glory of the site has been taken away from the forest because it lied abandoned for close to about 700 years till its rediscovery. And slowly the government of Cambodia, through the NAPV, the national authority, is trying to restore it. Besides the main pyramidical temple of Shiva, the main symbolism of the site is determined by the main temple as Kailash, Jayavarman as the Shiva deputy, and the geometric perfection in the sacred landscape that I just mentioned. They also created a Ganga there by citing a temple, a roofless temple actually, on the highest point, and the water, once it flowed from that, flowed into the various water tank. And in that temple, they were evoking Ganga, that whatever water falls on it may please be sanctified. And it is that water that flowed into the main temple, and from the main temple back into the river. So this particular aspect of sanctification of water is perhaps very, very unique, and this almost became a trend post Koke in the 11th century. I had already shown you the example of Mount Kulen, and it can also be called as Gangaization, where even their main river, Kalmikong, is also called Ma Ganga. And all through wherever this water flowed, they carved these icons of Hindu gods, so that wherever the water touched, the rocks of the water is continued to be sanctified till it reaches the main temple. And the most interesting aspect is the use of Shiva Shakti mandala in the entire planning of the Padmaka uh, shape that is mentioned in the Vastu Purusha. And though there are few examples, even in India, at this scale or at this perfection, I have never seen the use of this symbolic concept in planning for any place dedicated to Shiva. And like I said, there are some examples, even Professor Rana had shown about Vidyanchal, but there are at Bhaktapur and Kumbakonam and Chitrakoot and Braj also is also 12 petaled flower based, symbolically based on that. It was not only at the grand scale, even the minutest of detail were to create this legitimacy of the Jayavarmana as a king, the two cousins fighting, the war between the good and the evil being won by the good. I have not seen any such depiction. This is a reconstruction view, but such Puranic iconographies I have not even seen anywhere in India, where you can see Vishnu and the four Pandavas and even Balarama sitting and Duryodhan and Bhima fighting. And Jayavarmana himself elevates himself as one of the demigods with his presence in the court of Yama with Chitragupta and other associated gods in the court of Yama sitting. Not only that, I think at the almost at the verge of blasphemy of that time, he even modeled some sculptures like this one is Shiva Skanda of himself and his son Harshavardhana too. And this, mind you, is happening in 921. There are few examples in India, but again, not of this scale. This was the largest dancing Shiva that was created, now in huge fragments, again being restored. The sculpture itself is close to about 7 meters high with another 3 meters high platform. And it also has Kali and Skanda and Parvati as smaller sculptures. And this perhaps the largest sculptures created in 921 in monolithic stone. Even when you compare it to a later temple of Brideshwara created by Raja Chola, it still surpasses its scale or its height. And there are several similarities even when the two sides are almost 80 to 90 years apart, Koke being earlier, the five-headed Shiva or the Raja Varna being crowned by Shiva himself to legitimize his rule. And again, the state of the Shiva temples started to emerge on the Indian landscape. The Matangeshwara in Khajuraho, the Bhoja, Temple Kaleju, Lingaraja in India could, I presume, could also be in a way trying to reclaim the status of center of Shiva, Shaivism, which Jayavarmana gave a stiff competition. And this is, I think, where we can learn, because the site had remained in a frozen state in within those 23 years that it remained. And there's much to learn, perhaps, from us also, because many of these sites have also drastically changed in these 1,000 years. But it still remains the largest Shiva temple in the world, the largest pyramidical temple. But very few people know it outside Cambodia, and I doubt how many people even know it in India. But that has not surpassed its glory, significance, and uniqueness, even in Cambodia. the country which is now almost 90% Buddhist, His Royal Excellency, the Royal King of Cambodia, prays at the Pyramidal Temple occasionally. And several Hindu or Indian tourists still bathes or carries a bottle of milk and pours over these Shiva Lingas, making it continued tradition even today. And unlike whatever we want to believe in terms of Shiva being an import to Cambodia, Shiva is very much present, and he has traveled and left his footprints on the mountains and stone pieces in Cambodia. So he's a god that is still very much alive and wanders in the forests and mountains of Cambodia, like these particular Shiva Padas from the 7th century shows. Thank you a lot again for this opportunity. And if there's any opportunity to answer any question, I'll be happy to do so. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. That was such a poetic conclusion, a befitting conclusion to such a fascinating study. In the interest of time, we'll park questions, and actually there are some questions in the panel, and I'd request all the speakers, you could type out your answers there on the panel as well. So you could directly answer those questions in the Q&A panel. Thank you again. I'd now like to invite Professor Nabjeeban Rastogi for our next invited guest lecture. Professor Rastogi is a direct descendant in the lineage of Sri K.C. Pandey, representing the contemporary ingenious Indian scholarship dedicated to unraveling the profound tradition of Abhinavan thought. And he was formerly the head of the Department of Sanskrit and Prakrit Languages and the honorary director of the Abhinava Gupta Institute of Aesthetics and Shaiva Philosophy, University of Lucknow. And he has several important works to his credit, including the Krama Tantricism of Kashmir, Introduction to Tantra Loka, Kashmira Shivadvayavada, Ki Mool Avdharne, and so on. His two books in the press are Abhinava, Perspectives on Abhinav Gupta, and Abhinav Gupta Ke Tantragamiya Darshanika Chintana, Tattva Jnana Itihasa Sanskriti, or Saundarya Vimarsha, and so on. His current engagements comprise the editing of the volume on Kashmir Shaivism of the Encyclopedia of Indian Philosophies with Karl Potter, and the English translation of Somananda's Shiva Drishti for the Indian Council of Philosophical Research. And today he will speak to us on revisiting Abhinav Gupta after 1,000 years. So on that really interesting topic, I invite you, Professor Rastogi, sir. Floor is yours. You have 25 minutes, sir, and we'll park 5 minutes for Q&A. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Deepaji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Right. Maha mantra mayam naumi rupam te swachha shitalam apurva mod subhagam paramrita rasolvanam abhinav rupa shaktis tad gupto yo maheshwaro devaha taduhay yamal rupam abhinav guptam aham vande. Let me thank INDICA Academy for holding this conference on Shaivism, this seminar on Shaivism, because you see, Shaivism has been a great integrating force in India and even outside India. As far as, you see, I'm not having any PowerPoint presentation. I'm simply, so it will be all oral, and those who want, they can, they can put on their videos, so then I can look at the audience and they can interact with. So, but anyway, it's for now. You see, about 1,000 years back, there was a Copernican movement in the intellectual history of India. when one of the most prolific, versatile, and original thinkers penned his last work, and perhaps the most important work, Ishwar Pratyabhigya Vivrati Vimarshini. And he says after writing that work, कि विश्राम्याम्यहम ईश्वरा द्वय katha kanta sakha sampratam. Now I am going to rest in peace in the company of my beloved, which is the Ishvara Dvaya Katha. So, which is a narrative of the being a non-dualism of Ishvara. So this is it. And you see, and he saw a link of his birth to the genesis of creation itself. You see, his first verse of his Tantraloga starts, कि विश्राम, this is अभिनव विमल कलाश्रया अभिनव सृष्टि महा जननी भरित तनुश्रेष्ठ etc. So now Abhinav Srishti. So he is linking his Srishti with the Abhinav Srishti. So that is the, and since he was a epoch-making person, represent, so what happened all along, you say, his birth was celebrated, कि नंदन्ति पितरस्तस्य नंदन्ति च पितामहाः अद्य माहेश्वरो जातः सो अस्मान् संतारयिष्यति. You see, why I am saying, because his birth is a very, very important event of the Indian history as such, in an Agamic history, and at the same time, the history of Shaivism. So, and why we recall him today after 1,000 years? It was exactly, you see, he penned this work in 10,015 AD. I do not use the word CE because this common era sometimes, it's a different issue. Now, why the need for recalling him today? Why the need for revisiting him today? You see, one thing, we know that the whole of India is conversant with many avatars of Abhinav Gupta. He was a dramatist, he was a Natya Shastri, he was a poetician, he wrote on art, music and all that. But unfortunately, our acquaintance with him as a philosopher and a history of Tantra, and historiographer of Tantras and a philosopher of Agamas is very, very less known, little known. He was a Kashmiri, but unfortunately, now he is more or less looked in Kashmir. Whatever we know, in fact, he was, Abhinav was not even on the scene of mainstream Indian philosophy. Of course, we have been seeing him in aesthetics, in poetics, but not in philosophy and in the Agamas. In fact, it's what only a century back when Abhinav was rediscovered. So Jesse Chacharji, my teacher Kantijan Pandey, Gopinath Kaviraj in Varanasi, Lakshmanji in Kashmir, Jaishankar Prasad again in Varanasi, and Dr. Raghavan in South. So these are the scholars who in fact reclaimed and rediscovered Abhinav Gupta for us, and we should be grateful to them. Abhinav Gupta, of course, represents, we know that he's connected with Kashmir Shaivism, and Abhinav Gupta in fact represents the best of Kashmir to India and best of India to the world. So in fact, just like Shankar, Acharya Shankar, Adi Shankar, whose in fact birth anniversary we only celebrated yesterday, Adi Shankaracharya, he is a great integrating force of India. Abhinav was a multi-dimensional author. I'm not going to talk about what his other contributions. So, I mean, you name anything, he was a grammarian, he was a historiographer, he was a musician, he was a performing artist, he was a philosopher, he was a yogi, he was a sadhak, he was a tantric, he was a choreographer. So, I mean, he was an editor, author. So, I mean, you name this thing, and you name the branch of learning, and he was there. And he is very much still there. You see, why Abhinav is so important? I mean, coming to the, Professor Nagaraj asked me to confine myself to Shaivism. Unfortunately, Abhinav is such a personality and he has such a unified vision that whatever he touches, so you cannot isolate his aesthetics from his philosophy from his agamic affiliation, and his agamic affiliation from his forays in tantra. So it is all one. It is in. So it is just in. So I mean, I always say that Abhinav Gupta's personality is not only integral; it is an integrating personality. Whatever it touches, it integrates. So, for example, if you suppose you look at his lochan, naturally, the moment you talk of dhvani, the power of suggestion, so you are immediately reminded of his theory of vak, paravak, and at the same time, again, you are reminded of his ontological theory of swatantravad. So, I mean, it is very, very difficult, but still, I have to confine myself and restrict myself to Shaivism. Now, Abhinav Gupta, you see, himself says he talks of the enormity of the Shaivism, and he says, I'll read him in his Paratrinshika Vivran. He says, "Eta vaditi kastulet prasahyo Shri Shambhavameti manargalita ashchavacha etat tutavad akhilatmani bhati yanme bhatam tatotra sudhiyo naparang mukhasyo." He says, you see, it is very, very difficult to map out Shaivism and say it is only this much. You just simply cannot do this. So whatever little I could grasp of it, I'm trying to put it in my words and present it before the world. And so I beseech the learning audience and the learned people to bear with me. Whatever I have been able to understand, I am presenting. This is Abhinav Gupta says. But look at him. The pen picture of his times, which was drawn by Madhuraji Yogin, who was a mendicant from South and was with Abhinav Gupta at the ripe age of his at 74 years. And he remained there with Abhinav Gupta till his age of 78. Now he says, in fact, it appears the entire tradition was transmitted to Abhinav Gupta, and he personified the entire tradition. Ityev stayyev sankramit ityupalalito bhut adyap pravityesh guru kramogha. The entire preceptorial traditions have been transmitted to you alone. And then, not only this, it was only a transmission. He was hailed as a master preceptor. You name the streams. He says Siddhant, Vam, Bhairav, Yamal, Kaul, Trik, Ek, Veer. In all these systems, he was hailed as the Paramacharya. Siddhant, Vam, Bhairav, Yamal, Kaula, Trikaika, Viranam, Abhinav Gupta, Shriman, Acharya Pade, Sthito Jayati. So, you see, it is this personality or this persona we are going to study in the field of Shaivism. He represents Kashmir Shaivism. Now, you see, Abhinav Gupta himself Abhinav has his own parameters to judge him. he takes him as a person who is on the peak, on the summit. And then at the same time, he's on the summit, not because he is the highest or the tallest person, but because he in fact he subsumes and in fact he incorporates and imbibes the entire tradition within him. That is the reason. And you see his very, very famous statement, which he makes in Abhinav Bharati and Natya Shastra, कि ऊर्ध्वोर्ध्व मारुह्य दर्थ तत्वम श्री पश्यति शांतिम वेदयन्ति फलम तदाद्य परिकल्पितानाम विवेक सोपान परंपराणाम. So he says कि whatever I am going to say, it is the phal of the vivek sopan parampara. You see, it is not one, it is a series of ladders. So vivek sopana parampara, to phalam tadadde, my precursors, whatever has been trodden by my precursors. So it is only this. So, and then it's not only that, I am only following them. He says, in fact, what I am doing, ki mula pratisthapita yojanasu, purva pratisthapita yojanasu, mula pratishtha phalam amananti. What have I implanted by them? I am trying to reap their fruits and present it before the world. So you see, so he says, no, this is the way he looks at him. He takes him as the repository of the entire tradition. And then by imbibing the tradition, he also takes himself as to be the spokesman of the tradition. And for that, not only that he's only a spokesman, he is an authentic person. Because you see, what he says, he begins, you see, his first challenge is, in his Vimarshini, he says, in fact, he told, Atmanu manavhigyaya, yo vivektam anyadicchati, tena bhautena kim vachyam prashnesmin ko bhavaniti. If you have not analyzed yourself, now you see, this question can be understood in two contexts. One in the present context, and in one in the context of the own philosophy. And now you see, Atma Namanvigyaya, if you have not understood your Atma, and another, if you have not discovered your identity, Atma Namanvigyaya, yo vivektyanya dicchati, you want to analyze others, then if suppose somebody comes back and asks and throws back the question on you, who are you? What will be your answer? So you see, and then he says, he goes back to his grand teacher, Utpal Dev, and he says, yes, so we have got a path. Iti prakatito maya sughat esh margo navo. So now here is a path, a new path, and that path is the path of Pratyavijna. That the path of Kashmir Shaivism, which we call is of course Kashmir Shaivism is a misnomer, but it's a common term and everybody understands it. So now you see, I'll talk about Shaivism, which he represented and which he molded, and under two heads. One as an agamic current, and the other as a mainstream philosophy. As a Shaiv philosophy, as a Tantric philosophy, and as a Tantric philosophy, and you can call it the third aspect, the Tantric philosophy as a part of the mainstream Indian philosophy. So that is the thing. Unfortunately now, when I started, Deepaji, when 5 minutes remain, you just let me know.
Yes.
So because I was given to understand that first I was given to understand that I'll be speaking for an hour. Then I was going to interview with 30 minutes. Now you tell me that it will be 25 minutes. So you can just tell me 5 minutes in advance and I'll just manage myself. So, but anyway, so now you see, if you look at, nobody recognizes Abhinav as philosopher. It is, you see, how do we recognize a system or a philosopher? It is only by referring to him. So we refer in two ways. Either we have some works, some other philosophers writing on him, or we have in fact, we take that system or a person as a Purupaksha, as a prima facie position, where we take him as a prima facie standpoint and then we criticize him and we analyze his system. So nowhere in Indian philosophy we have Abhinavagupta as a Purupaksha. And so now you see, in fact, it is only, it is 12th century, 14th century, when we have the Madhvacharya Sarva Darshan Sangraha. There we have the first reference, and that is, there we have this Pratyabhigya Darshan he is discussing. He is discussing other Shaiv Darshan also, and then this Pratyabhigya Darshan is also at a very low level. In fact, out of the 16 systems, Pratyabhigya system is ranked at number 8. So you see, you can say much above Nastika systems, Ramanuj, Madhva, Nakulish, Pashupat, and much below Nyaya Vaisheshik, Panini, Sankhya, and Advait Vedanta. So you see, nowhere. And then again, some scholars have referred that Madhusudan Saraswati in his Vedanta Kalpalatika and Pratipatti Prakasho and his commentary on Mahimni Stotra refers to Shaivism. No, nowhere. It is this Shaivism is Pashuvat Shaivism, and it is not Kashmir Shaivism. So again, we come to see as late as beginning of the 20th century. Then we have another compendium, Darshan Sarvasva by Swami Shankar Chaitanya Bharati. He wrote his commentary on Khandan Khandakadya, Manasaraj. So there he is the first person who is taking Abhinavagupta and Kashmir Shaivism very philosophically seriously. And he is the first person who takes it as a Purupaksha. And there he says, in fact, this is the highest system, in fact, worthy of being a Purupaksha of Advaita Vedanta. And he gives a name and he calls it Prakash Shivad, and takes Sri Putrapara Sampradaya as a sibling of Kashmir, of the Shaivism, Pratyabhigya. So, and he again, and the core concept of this Pratyabhigya system is Swatantra. So Swatantra of consciousness, autonomy of consciousness. So this is this. So you see, am I visible? Am I visible to the audience?
Yes, sir, you're visible.
Okay, right.
And you have about 6 minutes more, sir. Okay,
then I have to, now you see, so I have to cut short. Now you see, Abhinavagupta, as I said, then we can say Abhinavagupta wrote 5 or 6 works. So let us we should know it, because just an introduction, and we can talk later much on it. On Tantras, he wrote in his encyclopedic work, I think a like of which might be difficult to find anywhere in India. He wrote a 12-volume book, that is Tantra Loko, on and with his commentary by Jayarath. It is a formidable book running over more than 4,000 pages. So he wrote Tantra Lok, and then he wrote shorter versions also. Then the shorter versions were this Tantroche, Tantra Vatadhatika, Tantra Sar, and 2 other works he wrote, that was the Paratrinshka Vivaram and the Malini Vijayvartik. Now, Paratrinshka Vivaram was a commentary on the Rudra Tantra, while all these were supposed to be the commentary on the Malini Vijayottar Tantra. Now, what Abhinavagupta does here, nothing short of a miracle. He develops what he called, number one, he explores what is Tantra Tattva while concluding his Tantra Loka. So he says, Tannibandham vidade mahartham yuktya gamo dirit Tantra Tattvam. And this Tantra Tattva he identifies with Anuttartrik. And this Anuttartrik is a very long, very complicated, through a very complicated process he arrives at. You see, the subject matter of entire Tantra Lok is divided into first Tantra Prakriya, then Kul Prakriya. Tantra Prakriya culminates into Kul Prakriya, then Kul Prakriya culminates into Trik Prakriya. Trik Prakriya culminates into Anuttar Prakriya, and Anuttar Prakriya culminates into Anuttar Trik Prakriya. So this is the way he takes. And so, but as this time is short, I can, so this is one thing. And then again, what he does, this is a very important thing, and for some, at some other point of time, we might discuss. He talks of the Upaya doctrine, what he calls Upaya Yojana. So these are the, through the series of fourfold redemptive knowledges, he develops the entire content of Shaivism. So it is Anupaya, Shambhavopaya, Shaktopaya, and Anubhopaya. Now, Anupaya, now what is he integrates this tantric philosophy with Shaivism, with philosophy and with mainstream philosophy. You can say the philosophy proper of Shaivism, and that Pratyabhigya. So this Anupaya is Pratyabhigya. So he relates Pratyabhigya with Anupaya, and of course the Anubhopayas are the yogic practices. Shaktopaya is the Vikalpa, is the process that is devoted to the Vikalpa Sanskar. Now this is in fact Shaktopaya, or what we call in fact Kram system, is the most important system of Kashmir Shaivism. And that's the beauty of it, because you see, the beauty of it lies in the fact that it is not, the Samadhi or the moksha is not nirvikalpa. It is only through the shodhana of vikalpa you reach the moksha. And again, you see, now in developing this notion of Agama Tattva and Tantra Tattva, he says that now this system, this Agama is Dvit-Pravaha. And in Dvit-Pravaha, he takes Lakulish, Pashupad and Shrikant. Lakulish Pashupad represents the Vedic stream, and Shrikant represents the Mantra Marga, or the Shaivism proper. And this is through the fusion of these two, he says, now the Kashmir Shaivism develops. And you see, in developing this Kashmir Shaivism, then there are three types of Shaivism that are obtaining throughout India, and particularly in Kashmir. So one was the dualistic tradition, and the other was the dualistic, non-dualistic tradition, and third was the monistic tradition, non-dualistic tradition. And even within that, in non-dualistic tradition, there were two traditions. One was called Trayambak tradition, the non-dualistic tradition, which was we call it Tantra Prakriya, and the other was the Ardha Trayambaka. So this was the Kula Prakriya. So these were the, so you see, in fact, what Avinav does is nothing until unless we look into what his contribution is. Now, this is the way he develops his Tantra Tattva. Now, coming back, so the mainstream philosophy which he develops it in the Vimarshini, which is a commentary on the Karikas of Utpal. And then he Vivrit Vimarshini, with which I began my lecture. So it is a commentary on the Vivrati of his grand teacher Utpal, which Utpal wrote on his Karikas. So now you see, and in there he develops, you see, his system, what we call philosophy. And in fact, you see, unless we know what sort of system he develops. So it is, if I recall, I can just give a very brief, I can, you see, in 1905, Professor Kalidas Kesi Bhattacharya, in fact, wrote his work and his studies in philosophy, published by his son Gopikanath Bhattacharya. And there he is discussing, you see, he calls his system. So he, in fact, he is discussing the doctrine of trinal absolute. So there are three, so he is talking of three kinds of absolute. And these three absolutes, this he bases on his analysis of the three kinds of consciousness, three types of consciousness. So he divides the one is the feeling consciousness, the other is knowing consciousness, and feeling consciousness, knowing consciousness, and willing consciousness.
I'm sorry, sir.
So
I think that it is time. I'm sorry.
So let me finish. May I take 1 minute? That's all. Not more than that.
Yes.
So he says, no, these forms of consciousness are not mutually exclusive. They constitute, so they emanate from the precise consciousness which we call Aham Paramarsh. It is the I consciousness. And he says the I is the fulcrum of feeling, willing, and knowing everything. So it is this I consciousness which he says. So he says, so on this note, I'll just finish because I don't think there's not. In fact, you see, Abhinavagupta has a very stringent parameters for himself and for others. And he says, no, philosophy is a serious business and we must take it equally seriously. And then it is, and I will just conclude with his shloka of his. He says, "Ki pasham pratibhaktu kashron bho yushman brave jangama." I'm not going to speak to the stones touch. Pasham pratibhaktu brave. Yushman brave jangama. I am going to speak to you, the Chetan, with life. You see. So some and to Yushman Ruve Yungama, Shayo Thaya Manarth Martha Sarane Koyam Rithodyamaha, Samvid Dhamani, Shambhave, Vishathchet, Kali Mekam Lavam, Kim Varna Viravirvita, Satyam Sam. Just spend only a moment of to discover this truth, and you will be blessed. Thank you, Deepaji, so much for bearing with me.
Namaste. Professor Rastavi.
Namaste, Nagaraji. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
We are privileged. Actually, we are privileged. This conference is illuminated by your presence. You
Your presence elevated the status of this conference to such a great height that we have the best figure of the field for this conference. And as you promised during our conversation, you showed how Abhinav Gupta probably is the only one who philosophized the whole gamut of multiple fields, multiple disciplines through the framework of Shaivism, and how nuanced and intricate his connection making within the theory through very nuanced concepts is. You could very well bring out during this brief conversation. For scholars like you, this time is not sufficient. This half an hour time is not sufficient. We are very grateful to you, sir. Are there any questions? There is a question and answer box here. You can put your questions into the question and answer box. We can read them out to the scholar so that he can answer. Or is there any question? You can put those questions into the question chat box also. Since I'm not able to see questions right now, Professor Rastogi, if there are questions that will be coming up, I'll bring them to you after one or two speakers. Now let us move on to Shri Arvind Kaushik.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Yes, you are audible.
And I will just share my PowerPoint presentation. Okay.
Perfect.
So that's it. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arvind Kaushik. I'm a doctoral student in the field of religious studies in the final year of my studies in the University of Pardubice in Czech Republic. So my research is about the intellectual roots of the Dravidian movement, the Tamil nationalism and separatism. Now, all of you might be wondering, why am I talking about Dravidian movement and Tamil nationalism in a conference about Shaivism? Well, in the late 19th century, early 20th century, the intellectuals who began this whole nationalist movement were staunch Shaivites who were followers of the Shaiva Siddhanta tradition. They began claiming that Shaiva Siddhanta is the true Tamil religion, and so this is how this whole movement started. So my research looks at the way in which these Tamil intellectuals linked the concept of Tamil nation to the Shaiva Siddhanta religion and as well as the Tamil language. So the research I'm doing is part of a larger research program called the Comparative Science of Cultures, developed by Professor S.N. Balagangadhara of Ghent University. I'm sure some of you might have heard of him.
Can you just change your camera orientation a little? Only a part of your head is visible. Yeah, now it's perfect.
Is it okay? All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So among these Tamil Shaivite nationalists, the most prominent among them was a man named Maraimalai Adigal, whom my research is focused on. So he is known as the father of the Tamil nationalist movement, as well as the father of the pure Tamil movement. In Tamil, it's called Tani Tamil Iyakkam. He wanted to basically purify Tamil of all Sanskrit loan words and create a pure Tamil. And another important development during the late 19th and early 20th century was that the various Brahmin jadis of Tamil Nadu started being seen as a foreign element among these non-Brahmin intellectuals, even though Brahmins have been part of Tamil Nadu for centuries. And along with the rejection of Brahmins as foreign, also many of the traditions which have been in Tamil Nadu for centuries got rejected. Vaishnava traditions, Ramayana, all of that got rejected as Brahmin and foreign. So my aim of the presentation is to answer these fundamental questions. What was the conceptual structure behind these ideas that forms the foundation of the Tamil nationalist movement? Is there any substance to these claims? That is to say, what is the empirical evidence, if any, to support these claims? And finally, how did the Tamil nationalists conceptualize this link between nation, language, and religion? So, when the European travelers first came into contact with India, they arrived there with certain preconceived ideas. For example, they saw various rituals involving various deities, including Shiva, and they thought this must be, the heathen religion of India. And they also saw various social groupings which they described as castes or tribes. But there are problems confronting this description, as we shall see. So in the course of the 17th century, European travelers and missionaries began describing India as a heathen nation divided into tribes or castes. The Belgian scholar Jacob de Roover, his research points to the fact that the Europeans may be implicitly using the Jewish nation, the 12 tribes of Israel, as a model to understand the Indian people. For example, they saw Brahmins performing certain rituals, making use of certain texts, which they thought were the religious scriptures and laws of the heathens. It was the Brahmins who were thought to inculcate and preserve the heathen religion by interpreting and enforcing these laws. So the Brahmins were basically thought of as equivalent to the Levites, which are the priestly tribe of the Israelites, the Jews. So over the course of time, the Europeans noticed that it was mainly Brahmins who performed certain rituals, and the Sanskrit language that was used by the Brahmins in their rituals wasn't used as a vernacular in Indian society by most people. And they started speculating about how these Brahmins were a foreign tribe and that Sanskrit was the secret language used by these Brahmins to conceal their doctrine from the common masses. The priests are concealing the doctrine. And as most of you all know, at the end of 18th century, Orientalists like William Jones became aware of the connection between Sanskrit, other European languages, and they are part of the same language family. And out of this, the idea of Indo-European or Aryan race came out, and Brahmins were also thought to be the descendants of this race. So at the same time, while this is going on, the Europeans, travelers, missionaries also observed certain jadis in India who were they either saw as downtrodden or certain jadis whom other jadis avoided contact with. These were thought to be the lower caste, outcasts, so-called. And the outcasts were thought to be excommunicated from the religious community of the Hindus for violating the religious laws, similar to how people were excommunicated from the Jewish religion. And around the same time, the missionaries, European missionaries, travelers also discovered texts, Sanskrit texts, such as Purusha Sukta. And as most people are aware, it uses the model of the human body to describe the Varnas, Brahmins emerging from the mouth, Shudras at the feet. And based on their earlier observations about downtrodden castes and outcasts, they thought these texts were describing a religiously sanctioned socio-hierarchical system. And we come to this idea of the caste system. It's everyone who knows even a little bit about India is aware of this. So let me direct you to the picture to the left. the diagram to the left, the black and white diagram. There's something interesting about this diagram. The first three Varnas are labeled as Aryans, while the Shudras are labeled as non-Aryans. So these Shudras were thought to be the indigenous population of India who were excluded from the Aryan community and then later on absorbed into the caste system as servants, outcasts that I mentioned earlier. But there are a number of problems confronting this description. Let me direct all your attention to the diagram to the right, the colored diagram. So this is a diagram of the estate system in the Middle Ages. You have the clergy in the church, and then you have the nobility, and then the third estate, everyone else serves. This is a very simplified diagram. So, but it is worth noting that the Europeans just seem to have mapped the estate system of the Middle Ages onto the Indian society. So this transforms Brahmins into variants of the Catholic clergy and texts such as Vedas and Shastras, religious scriptures. But the scholars who formulated the above theory about Indian society, they failed to answer certain fundamental questions, failed to address certain fundamental questions. What evidence is there of any large-scale invasion of the kind that would be required to subdue the entire indigenous population of India? How did a small group of Brahmins gain control of so many people in such a huge subcontinent like India? How did they do it without any sort of centralized institution like a church? There is no evidence that such centralized institution existed in ancient India, pre-colonial India. So next. So I have mentioned that when Europeans went to India, they went armed with a pre-existing conceptual framework. Whatever facts they observed in India, they fit into this framework. Now I will briefly talk about the origin and development of this framework. So since the Middle Ages, nation has been one of the key concepts in categorizing human groups among Europeans. And this link between nation and language is explicit in the Bible, in the writings of the church fathers like Augustine. So there's a quote from the Genesis chapter of the Old Testament. Of these were the isles of the nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families in their nations. And the Tower of Babel account in the Bible was seen as the beginning of the human nation. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Tower of Babel account, the Bible describes a time in history when the human race lived as one and spoke one universal language. And in their arrogance, humanity began to build a tower that they wanted to reach heaven. And the biblical God, he decided to punish their arrogance by confusing the original language of humanity so that they couldn't understand one another, and then scattered them across the earth. So this confusion of the original language and the scattering of humanity represents one humanity becoming many nations and the fracturing of the common human language into many languages. But this ideational link between language and nation is part of a triangle that includes religion. So this is a quote from Terence Babel, Protestant theologian. So out of the multiplication of languages, moreover, are born the various idolatrous religions and the multiplication of the names of the gods. So to be clear, by religion, what they mean is the revelation of the biblical God. It is not like what we say is dharma. It is a revelation of the biblical God, his laws, which we human beings are supposed to obey. So next. So in the first decade of the 19th century, the British administrator Francis Ellis, through the work of the Indian grammarian Mamadi Venkaya, became aware that the South Indian languages were linguistically related, and at the same time, he thought they were unrelated to Sanskrit. So the notion of South Indian language speakers as a nation unto themselves begins to crystallize. Next, these scholars began to look for a South Indian or Tamil religion. they began identifying practices and deities that had long roots in and were more common to the southern regions of India, especially Tamil Nadu. And at the same time, these deities were absent in or hardly mentioned in the early Sanskrit texts. They found that Shiva was one such deity. They found that Shiva temples, Saivite traditions were more common in South India. They found that in the early Vedic texts, what the deity which is called Rudra, they said this is not Shiva, this is a separate deity, and Shiva is hardly mentioned in the Vedic text. So the Tamil Shaivite intellectuals also picked up on this and started calling Shaiva Siddhanta as the Tamil religion. So the Tamil nationalist, the Maraimale Adigal, he was one of these intellectuals, these Tamil nationalists. He maps the term religion onto a Tamil term called Madam, and it is called also Mata in Sanskrit. In the Tamil Shaivite texts, Madam refers to a cluster of practices or traditions followed by a group of people that revolve around a certain deity, in this case, Shiva. So as I mentioned before, this is completely different from what religion is, what the Christian religion is, which is the revelation of God. So Maraimale Adigal claimed that the Shaiva Siddhanta, as it was being practiced in Tamil Nadu at that time, early 20th century, was corrupted by the Brahminical or Aryan religion. Now this leads us to the question, how does Maraimale Adigal separate the so-called Brahminical religion from Shaiva Siddhanta? So the answer is, language becomes the key criteria. So any Sanskrit texts he regards as Brahminical. Any practices, deities which are central to these texts, he rejects as Brahminical. But he is confronted with a number of problems in trying to draw out a pure Tamil Shaiva Siddhanta, removed of what he saw as Brahmin religion. First, take the case of Adigal designating certain deities and traditions as Aryan because of the prominent role they play in the Vedas and Vedic rituals, like Indra, Varuna, deities like that. But the thing is, many non-Brahmin Jadis in Tamil Nadu venerate these deities in their own manner, without using Sanskrit texts and mantras. And secondly, despite the rich history of Vaishnavism in Tamil Nadu, he rejects Vishnu and his avatars, Rama, Krishna, Aryan deities. And as most of you may be aware of, the Tamil Bhakti poets, the Alvars, staunch Vaishnavites, they have established centuries-old Bhakti traditions in Tamil Nadu. And Adigal's claim of Shaiva Siddhanta being a Tamil non-Brahmin Madam religion is confronted with a number of problems. So Shaiva Siddhanta and Shiva as a deity is not limited to Tamil Nadu. And Brahmins themselves have been part of this Shaiva Siddhanta, Tamil Shaivite tradition for centuries. Two of the founding Samacharyas of Tamil Shaiva Siddhanta were Brahmins. Finally, Adigal's attempt to describe Shaiva Siddhanta as a Tamil religion compels him to shunt aside the important role that the Vedas, Agamas, and the Puranas have played in the Shaiva Siddhanta tradition, dismissing them as Brahminical corruptions. So this brings us to the notion of Shaiva Siddhanta as a Tamil religion. Does it make sense to call it a Tamil religion? I would say no, because one, it is one of many traditions that were practiced in Tamil Nadu. Brahmins were an integral part of this tradition, as I have shown. And finally, you can't separate Sanskrit from Shaiva Siddhanta. Many of the core texts of that tradition are in Sanskrit. So it is important to note that a significant proportion of the Tamil nationalist, Shaivite nationalist ideologues came from the Shaiva Velala Jadi. And this Jadi is known for its Shaivite traditions, and many Velalas were staunch adherents of the Saiva Siddhanta tradition. So Maraimalai refers to Saiva Siddhanta as both the Tamil religion and the Velala religion. He claims that the Velalas were the original inhabitants of Tamil Nadu as well as the originators of the Saiva Siddhanta tradition. So Adigal describes certain practices called Velvis in Tamil. So this involves venerating one's ancestors, rituals towards Shiva, building Shiva temples, the practice of vegetarianism. All of these he considered as Velvis, out of which the Saiva Siddhanta tradition was born. So while this is an interesting theory idea, there is no evidence supporting that the Velalas were the original Tamil people and they gave birth to Saiva Siddhanta. So this leads us to the question, did the South Indian or Tamil language speakers of any Jadi see themselves as a nation prior to British colonialism? So there is no evidence that any of the Jadis in Tamil Nadu, any of the groups in Tamil Nadu or Tamil language speakers saw themselves as one.
You are coming to your conclusion now.
Yes, it is almost. Next slide will conclude. So there's no evidence that they saw themselves as one nation prior to British colonialism. So by nation, I mean a group of people defined by one territory who have sovereign rights to that territory, unified by a set of laws. So, which is the no concept of nation which comes from Europe. So while the Tamil language speakers, they might have seen themselves as sharing one culture. That I don't deny. So people, they share one culture, they may share sampradaya, they may see themselves as sharing a language, but they didn't see themselves as a nation prior to British colonialism. So now I come to the conclusion. What is problematic about the claims of these Tamil Shaivite nationalists? So the problem is these Tamil nationalists seem to be reproducing the European descriptions without being even slightly aware of the presuppositions, the theoretical presuppositions behind how the Europeans described India. So for the European missionaries, these so-called facts about India, like Brahmins being the priestly caste, Aryans, Dravidians, Saiva Siddhanta, Tamil religion, all these were self-evident because there was this Christian theological framework in the background. They came from a Christian culture. They had this theological framework and they filtered whatever they saw through this framework. Now, since the Tamil nationalists are completely unaware of this theological framework and they reproduce these descriptions without the underlying framework, what the end result is a very incoherent, confused ideology, nationalist ideology, whose claims are filled with many problems, holes, contradictions, which I have outlined above. So with this, I conclude my presentation. I hope you all find it interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arvindji. It was a well-structured and well-argued paper. We had Dr. Kanagaraj Ishwaran from Mizoram University, who presented a similar paper during the offline conference at Varanasi also. He gave almost some evidences for some of your arguments of, say, for example, the Sanskrit vocabulary within Tamil Shaiva Siddhanta, or the Sanskrit vocabulary in the lyrics that were used by the Tamil Shaiva Siddhanta saints. Let's not use the word saints, but the respectable figures, we can say, respectable figures of Tamil Shaiva Siddhanta. And he was also showing the methodological flaws and methodological origins, historical methodological origins of this confusion that was created. Though he was more aggressive than you in tone, you were very composed and balanced in your approach of analysis. Are there any questions? There are questions in the question and answer box. Sharda Narayananji, Tamil nationalists today are quite confused. They do not even acknowledge an indigenous religion. Thank you for addressing a very relevant issue, Sharda Narayananji. This is a comment, this is not a question. So, do you want to respond to this comment, Arvindji? Tamil nationalists today are quite confused. They do not even acknowledge an indigenous religion.
Well, yes, they are quite confused, but what they claim is like every other tradition besides Shaiva Siddhanta is not indigenous. Shaiva Siddhanta is only indigenous tradition in India, but of course this runs into so many problems, and rejecting everything as Brahmanical came back to bite them, because then this atheist rationalist E.V.R. Periyar came and he rejected all religion as Nastika. Shaiva Siddhanta is also a Brahmanical invention, and that's it. And this completely, after that, the Shaiva nationalists became irrelevant to this whole Dravidian. So, thank you for the question. And I would like to thank the INDICA organizer, INDICA, Mr. Srinivas, Dr. Srinivas, everybody for inviting me to this conference and allowing me to present.
Shanmuga Shivacharya has a comment or question.
Namaskaram. Thank you very much. It was a very important presentation. Namaskaram, Nagaraj-ji. Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaskar.
The presentation by Arvind Kaushik ji is a very important one. The term Siddhanta Shaiva is itself in Sanskrit. Shaiva is a Sanskrit term. Siddhanta is in Sanskrit term. And the base of Siddhanta Shaiva are Agamas, which are in Sanskrit. And Agamas are based on Vedas. So it is very clear, and he rightly pointed out that it is totally by the phony ones who just come wearing the mask of Shaiva and other things like Jatilo Mundi Lunchita Keshaha Kasha Ayambara Bahukruta Veshaha, as Bhagavad Pada has said. So they have just, but all these things will be brought out through your. It's a very good presentation. Thank you very much. So we are very clear. All the we are Adi Shaivas. We are the true Shaivas are always clear. They don't have any differentiation. Even in Tamil texts, in Tirumandiram, they have clearly pointed out Vedas are the base, and Samskrita and Tamil are two eyes. Or Ten Tamilum, Vadamodiyum. Vadamodi means it's not only the language in Sanskrit. Vada means Uttara. Uttara means which gives answers for all our questions. Vadamodi means not just a language which is spoken in the northern part of India. If so, we can call any language, even Kashmiri, as Vadamodi. But Vadamodi is Sanskrit, which says Vada here Uttara. Uttara means answers. So we believe that all our source of wisdom is in Vedas, and Vedas are presented through Agamas and other texts. Very good presentation, sir. You have the need of the hour. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nagaraj. Namaskar. Sorry.
Dr. Shanmuga Shivacharya ji, I think yours is the next presentation. Who is Adi Shaiva?
I done in the morning, sir.
Okay.
Morning first presentation was mine. Sir.
Okay.
The next is Ms. Pratishtha Mukherjee.
Okay. Pratishtha Mukherjee, a study of Pashupata Shaivism in Gujarat.
Yes. I hope I am audible. Before I start,
change it into slideshow mode.
I hope it is visible now.
Now it is.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pratishtha Mukherjee. And before I start with my presentation, I would like to thank INDICA and organizers, and also Srinivas sir for helping us all the time, be it offline or online. He has been helping us a lot. Thank you to the organizers. So today I will be speaking on a study of Pashupat Shaivism in Gujarat. So before I start with an introduction, I would like to introduce about a small introduction about Gujarat, that is the westernmost part of the country. And Gujarat has been an important center since the historic times, and there is a continuous cultural sequence, what we find during excavation, that from the lower Paleolithic till the modern times, a proper continuation. And during the Indus Valley civilization, it was a great center, it was an important port, because we have Dholavira and Lod. Apart from that, during the historic period, the kings such as the Parmara king, Solanki, the Guptas, under whom Gujarat is a very important center, again as a trade center, and also we see a type of a Brahminical revival, because before that, we see most of the architecture being related to either Buddhism or Jainism, as we have the Maitrakas and the Kshatrapas, who followers of Buddhism. So after the upcoming Guptas, that temples are there, Shiva temples, Vishnu temples are coming existed. How Gujarat became an important center, be it religious one or in the trade form, became important. Now, so there are certain important centers in Gujarat, like we have Somnath, we have Prabhaspatan, Shamlaji, Roda, Bharuch, Karwan. These are some of the very, very important centers of Shaivism or Shiva temple, where Shiva has been worshipped as a main deity. And due to the continuous invasions of the foreign people, it has faced many, many problems, and later the temples were also being reconstructed, but due to the invasions, it was being again destroyed. So today I will be speaking about the Pashupat Shaivism and how Pashupat Shaivism gained importance and slowly it declined, and it only prevails in few parts of, specifically in Gujarat. So Kayavaro, and modernly it is known as Karwan, and it is situated 30 kilometers from Vadodara, and it is considered as the birth of Lakulish during the 2nd century, who was a Shaivite revivalist, reformer, and propounded the Pashupat doctrine. Now, Kayavarohan or modern Karwan has been described variously in the and the Wild Purana, as during the Satyug period it was called as Ichhapuri, Treta Yug it was called as Mayapuri, Dwapar Yug was as Medhavati, and in Kali Yug as Kayavaro. And it is regarded as the Kashi of the West, as per the Puranas and as per the sources or have researched specifically on Karwan. Now the archaeological background. Now Kayavarohan was excavated in 1970, and a habitation and a temple was found excavated, and inscriptions and coins were also found dealing to the period of the Shandraka king and for the Karmara king, and on that basis was come into conclusion that this was an important Shaiva center, and the artifacts date to 2nd century CE. Now the temple here, as you see the ruins here, each temple was destroyed during 11th, 7th century, as I said, to various stations. Now the Lakulish temple of the Karwan was again rebuilt and restored, and the modern temple was restored by Hindu spiritual leader Dipala Vandananta in 20th century. Now, the Pashupat cult in Gujarat. Earliest and the most influential sect in Western India was dedicated to Shiva, and the founder of the sect was Lakulish. Now, as archaeologically, there are certain important references to talk about the Pashupata, how it occurred, and how it sprang in different parts of India, specifically in Rajasthan and some parts of Mathura. So the earliest reference from the Mahendravarman South Indian drama, Matsya Vilasa, which talks about donations to Shaiva followers who were given certain land for building up temples, and the people were following. People were the followers of Lakulisha, and they were staying at Kayavar. So the Kayavar, again, it becomes Kayavarohan modern set. Now the Somnath Pattana Prashasti, it talks about a temple king, Bhava Brihaspati, who is said to be like possessing a body like Lakulisha, which again becomes Lakulisha. Now Lakulish is said to be the propounder, and when I go to the iconography part, then I will be talking more about the. Now the Simpler Prashasti also records some traditions about the origin of this. And the Shendra king, Inam Bhala Shakti, and the 8 Linji stone inscription dated 1971 talks about Kayavarta and Kayavarohan, and people staying here, and people were worshipping Lakulisha as Shiva itself. Now, when you see this is the actual image of the temple at Lakulish, and it is said to be, this is the place, or Kayavarohan is the original place where Lakulisha was actually propagating, and from here it went out of to the other parts. Lakulisha, as per the story in the Linga Purana, it was said that Vasudeva was born in Yadu family, and later, due to some reasons, he died. Then Shiva reincarnated, or he just went into the body of that dead person, and that dead person came into existence. And after that thing, after that scenario, that person was called as Lakulisha. So that is the reason Kaya Avarohan, where the Kaya was again it was again a possessive body. So it became Kaya Avarohan, finally Kaya Varohan, and in the modern context, we understand it as Karma. So the typical depiction of Lakulisha is that the Shiva Linga is there. In front of that, we see Lakulisha is seated in ithiphallic position, and in one hand he holds a danda, and another hand he holds a bijoru. So this is how we identify Lakulisha in the Gujarat region. And this is the main temple, and the rituals include like the normal rituals of pouring water or milk. So this is the difference between a normal Shivalinga and a Shivalinga of the Pashuphat or a Lakulish sect. Now, the Pashuphat have 5 doctrines which follows. That the first is that of Karya, and which says that effect is that which is not independent of 3 types: cognition, Kala, and Pashu. The Karana, that's the cause, the why the problem is there, why the destruction is there. So it is the Karana, which is cause. Then we have Yoga, that is the soul with Pati, and which is attained in 2 ways. First, attained through Japa, Dhyan, and the other karmas, while in the second by strict control over the senses. The fourth is that of Vidhi, that the ritual practices, and specifically known as Upahars. Now, the Vidhi of the Pashuphat includes bathing, a thrice in ashes, lying down on ashes, making sounds or chanting, singing loudly or dancing, curling tongues, and rolling like food. So when I was actually staying at Karwan, I have personally experienced that thing. It was not like what I am reading, and it is not like, it was a very simple thing. People were not screaming, they were shouting, they were chanting loudly. The ghantis, they were blowing the shankhas. It was a very beautiful scenario to be experienced. Last doctrine is that of Khanta, that is the end of the pain or the problem, and there is of 2 types, that is Ananta Manka Moksha and the Satmaka Moksha. The former is described as absolute freedom from pain. Now the deity itself. So the Karwan harbors the Mahidameshwar Jyotishwar Ling, founded by Maharshi Vishwamitra. The Shivalinga is made up of black basalt, and it is regarded as Swayambhu, that is self-manifest. The Linga represents an exceptional iconic form of Shivalinga, the image of Lakulisha, just as I said, in a meditating posture, ithiphallic, holding a danda and a bijor.
Satishtaji, I hope you are coming to your conclusion now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is the temple complex. I will get to the actual thing. So as I was exploring the parts of Kayavarohan, I have found on the basis of the previous researches done by Professor Parekh and Professor R.N. Mehta, who were excavating the sites in 1971, I have re-explored the sites of Salad, Lingasthali, Timbarwa, and Avakhar. So this is the important temple. This is the temple, and the excavation was done somewhere here. And this is the area where this cult is still prevailing, but in the pockets. But another aspect of this thing is that wherever the temple or Shiva temple is there, with the Shiva temple, we see another Jain temple is also there. So even though that is a very modern idea, but just to showcase that how Jainism is also in the race of this religion, so they have started building temples along with the Shiva temples. So different things. So when I was exploring, now each temple were having a symbolic representation or a representation of Lakulisha. Everywhere there was Lakulisha, and behind that there were small other Shivalingas. When I was interviewing the people, I have asked that, do you people know that who is Lakulisha, or why are you worshipping him? So they were not aware about anything about the Pashupata sect. They were just saying that this is Shiv. We are worshipping in the Shiva form. He is in the form of a human being. That's it. So these temples were having certain ancient remains dating to 7th to 8th century. Now this is Sri Raj Rajeshwar Mahadev temple, and it also has some ancient remains from the Pashupata sect.
Pratishtha ji, your paper has invoked many questions, and you have to leave time for questions also. Otherwise,
Sir, I'm just completing. Only I think this is it. Yeah, only one side. So these are certain remains which were found during the near the temple complex, as well as near the modern temples. And after the excavations, whatever was found, it was displayed here. And now even they have a museum, which I have not visited personally, but I have heard of it. And these are some of the memorial stones which were also found from the region, but they were a later addition during the 11th and 12th century. So my concluding remarks is that the recent excavations at Karwan have revealed that Karwahan or Kayavarohan was an important Lakulish center, and certain early images have also been found at Rajasthan and Mathura, which indicates that even though it originated in the parts of here in Karwan, it was further reached to the different regions because of his disciples. We have Gargya, Kushika, Maitreya, and Kaurusha. And the earliest Lakulisha temple is from the post-Gupta period, from 7th century. And there are different ways of depicting Lakulisha, like the 2 hands and 4 hands sometimes. And with the later periods, the Pashupata Sampradaya faced a slight decline because of the 4 disciples I just named, who made their own doctrines, and actually the system was slowly lost. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pratishtha ji. The topic is interesting, is shown by the questions that are coming up. One anonymous attendee wants to say that Lakulish Pashupat were from Pravas. So, anonymous attendee, if you know the answer, please keep your answer to yourself.
Sir, as far as
giving
I
an
have
answer is not the way you seek response. You know, you know the answer, so have it. There is Kamlesh Pathak ji. There is an inscription of 10th century in Bhadrakali temple at Prabhas, Patan, indicating Pashupatacharya Lakulish. This is just a comment. And there is a question. Chandrika Joshi ji wants to ask you, are the old ruins still there, or was the new temple built on the old foundation?
The new temple is not built on the old foundation. The temple is in front of that old foundation. Since the archaeology, we cannot build anything over the ancient ruins. So it is behind it, and there is a lot of vegetation. If you go to the temple, and if you just go behind the temple, you will see that the ruins are still there. You can actually see.
Arvind Kaushik ji has this question. After the Islamic invasions and destruction of the temples, did Pashupata Shaivism in Gujarat continue to produce acharyas? Did the acharyas of Pashupata Shaivism continue to produce texts? How did followers of the Pashupata tradition continue the rituals towards the deity?
I would say that it might be following, but due to this continuous invasions, many things have been lost, and people from here were migrating outside. This is what I understand. People were migrating outside. That is the reason we are getting things, we are getting literature or archaeological remains mostly from the parts of Rajasthan and later in the parts of Mathura. But during this period, 11th to 17th century, it has faced a lot of only ruins left. Only the ruins have left. And on the basis of those ruins, it is quite difficult for archaeologists to understand that, yes, they were following Pashupata very, or it was prevailing or it was propagating in this region or not. But Kaya Bharovan also faced such invasions, but due to certain leaders who were still followers of the sect, they just re-erected the temple. And as I was exploring in the parts, on those parts, Shaivism was there. Shiva temples are there with the Pashupata inside, with the Lakulish image in that. But still, people are lost. That if the I was asking that, do you guys know about Pashupata? Do you know anything about Lakulish? They were absolutely blank on that. It was like, people come here, they worship it. People like you come here, they research, and then they go. They don't tell us anything.
Arvindji, this is one of the biggest problems in a purely textualist methodology. If we are looking at evidence of textual documentation as the only evidence, and if we do not combine the archaeological evidence and then construe the possibility of a textual tradition, even if a text is not available to you, that is what Shushanti was also talking about from the archaeological evidences. Archaeology, actually the sculptures and the architecture are also articulations of a particular ritualistic tradition, a particular theoretical tradition, and all that. So to demand for, I don't say Arvindji is demanding, he is only inquiring, but usually the textualist scholars, they demand for a text to be available to be able to say that there is an agama or a theoretical doctrine that is available behind this structure or behind what was happening there and all that. For anything that happened centuries earlier, such evidences are not possible always. And to say that such a textual evidence is not available to me, so I would say that, okay, it was happening without a textual practice, without a textual tradition is actually, I would call it a textualist flaw in methodology.
No, just to be clear, I didn't only mean text.
I understand. I understand. You are not demanding.
Yeah,
you are not demanding. Manishi, yeah.
I will just make a quick comment based on the architectural material that we have of the Pashupatas. See, in Mumbai region, in Maharashtra region, we have it from 5th century CE, you know. But I think, and from 5th century to the 10th century, we have vast material evidences of Pashupata tradition across northern India. But I think from the 10th century, the architectural evidences of Lakulish declines dramatically. So I'm not sure whether it's invasions only or what is the reason, but something happened after 10th century where the Lakulish traditions declines based on just the architectural evidence that we have. It was just a comment.
Yeah, yes, I would like to answer a bit. Invasions were all one of the reasons, but when the Solankis started ruling the area of Gujarat, even though they were making Brahmanical temples, at that point of time, Jainism was also holding its roots again in Gujarat. Before that, we have Buddhism. Some parts of there we were having Jainism. But during the Solanki period, Jainism got its stronghold again. If you visit the temples, the Jain temples, they follow the same Solanki style. So I would say that, yeah, some certain times Jainism must have had more impact on the people, which slowly led to this decline of the Pashupata cult. And people might have been seeing that Jainism was better in some certain things, or it was easier to follow. So I would say this is what I understand.
No, I mean, I would suggest that, my view is that Shaivism was by far the most predominant religion in Gujarat region, 11th century, 12th century, 13th century. Yes, Jainism was also one of the bigger patrons, people patronized Jainism. But there is that gray area about what happened to Pashupata Shaivism after its massive flourishing. So, but we'll take that offline. Thank you, Pratishtaji.
One of the hypotheses could be that Pratishtaji, you can be a bit balanced and say that one of the hypotheses could be the Jain influence.
Yes, it is a hypothesis. Yeah. Can be that.
Okay. So now I think we are already close to the lunch time, and we'll move on to the next paper. Even if we are crossing lunch time a bit, we'll take lunch a bit later. So now we'll be moving to the next session, which is Shaivism in art, dance, and literature. There is a joint paper by P.L. Bhattacharya ji and Shri Tama Chaudhary ji, a comparative study of Sakala and Nishkala Vadya of the lost tradition of Alapani Veena, one string stick zither, within the scope of Shaiva iconography and metaphysics by Deva, 13th century. Please start the slideshow and share it. Directly share the show itself, then that will come up.
Namaste, Namaste Nagaraja ji. Namaste to all of you, and thanks to give me a chance to present my research and paper in this seminar. Thanks to INDICA Academy. So I will not take much time. My voice is not okay. Okay, last week I wrote to Srinivasan ji that I can't able to speak. So that's why Srinivasan ji told me that your co-writer and my student, Sitama Chaudhary, can read the paper. Okay, so what I am going to present over here, the connection of our art and Shaivism. First of all, I am personally a Rudraveena artist, student. And, here in my parampara, always, Veena is a very, very important Vadya over there. Shall we start?
So, Namaskar, I have your PPT. If you want me to share it, I can.
Yes. Please share. Shritama is sharing.
Is it visible?
Yes. Please make it in the slideshow.
Yes. Sure.
Is it okay?
Yes, yes. Kindly go ahead.
Now it is in slideshow mode. Perfect.
Okay, good. Actually, the detail I have written in my paper, the detail. So here I'm not going to read my paper. So, the help of the slideshow, I will try to explain. So what I will do, my student, another student, Shayok Mitra, he will give the demonstration, the Shakala and Nishkala Vadya, and Sitama will read the paper. But, I will help her to read all the Sanskrit, the quotation. So a comparative study of Shakala and Nishkala Vadya of the lost tradition of Alapini Veena, one string stick zidar, within the scope of Shaiva iconography and metaphysics by Parshadeva, 13th century. Here first I would like to say Parshadeva, he was a Jain scholar. Okay. But when I will come to the conclusion, I will explain, being a Jain, scholar, when he has written the Dvida type of Vadya, Shakala and Nishkala Vadya, he mentioned in his book that Shankara Ukta Vidina. Okay. He mentioned the name of Shankara. So it could be some writer, his pre-writer, or it could be, the lineage coming, the Shaiva Parampara. Because even in the North India till today, though the Rudraveena got under the hand of Muslims, quote unquote, but even I studied under Bahuddin ji, even Bahuddin ji's father, all they by name they are Muslims, but they follow and they worship Shiva and Saraswati. So that's why the name is Rudra Veena is connected to Shiva. And always, they teach us you have to be pure. Your mind has to be pure. Okay. Otherwise, Veena nahi hone wale hai. Isse, if you learn the Veena, if you listen the sound of the Veena, okay, then it is, a journey towards the pure consciousness. आपको ये सीखना है, आपको ये प्रैक्टिस करना है, तो आपका जर्नी शिवलोक में होगा. यही उन लोगों का वाक्य है. I translated. So the next, a brief chronological study of the major scriptures on musicology. First, I'm taking Sarangadeva, 11th-12th century CE. Ekatantram Devatanam Adhishtanam. Sarangadeva spoke about Ekatantri Veena and one string tubes either is the basic Veena or the mother Veena from all the other rest of the Veena. Dandaha Sambhu Ruma Tantri Kakubha Kamalapati Indra Patrika Brahmatumbam Nabhihi Saraswati Dorako Vashuki Jiva Sudhamshu Sarika Ravihi Sarvadevamai Tasmat Veeneyam Swarvamangala. So that's why till today, even to keep Veena in house, we think it's like a Lakshmi for Sri. Okay. And we preserve Veena at our house, just like, it's our puja muri, it's our puja room. We have to maintain this thing. It is absolutely pure. Now, if I go to the next, Someshwara, 12th century, Veenam Adamukhi Kritva Grahya Vadana Hetave Etat Lakshana Yukte Iyam Yekatantri Virajate Darshanat Parshanadavapi Brahmahatyam Vyapahati Dandaha Shambhu Roma Tantri Kakubhasya Janardanaha Patrika Kamala Tumbam Brahma Nabhi Saraswati Dorako Vashuki Prokta Jivayam Tu Shudakaraha Dorikayam Sitaha Suryastam Eshahi Pavani. See the previous sloka and this, though as written to different writers, always Danda Shambhu. Danda, the Danda of the Veena stays Shambhu. If I go to the next, Somnath, 14th century, Ragatattva Vibodha from Andhra Desha. Shambhu Dando Gauri Tantu Yasta Tantu Yasya Ramapati Kakubha Mapatrika Virinchistumbam Bhageshwari Navihi Ahipo Doraka Indu Jivorka Sarikascha Veenasa Api Harate Drishtamatra Devamayatwana Mahapapam. Again, Danda Shambhu. Now, Ahobala, 17th century, Ahobala is talking about Rudra Veena, even Shomanatha also. Dandaha Shambhu Ruma Tantri Kakubha Kamalapatihi Indira Patrika Brahma Tumbo Nabhihi Saraswati Dorako Vashukishchaivu Jiva Tatratu Chandrama Mornika Sugraha Yatra Meru Syad Devata Laya Sarvadevamai Yasmat Veeneyam Swarvamangala. So always Swarvadevamai Veeneyam Swarvamangala. Now next, encoded Shaiva metaphysics in Veena, Dhyana Sloka. I will tell Shitama to read this because for me it's little difficult to speak. Okay, Shitama, could you please take this? I am here.
Pranam. So here we will briefly touch upon the metaphysics of that is encoded within these Dhyana Sloka for Veena. Why is it important? We'll come after that. So first, it's important that constantly the Danda of the Veena is termed as Shambhu. So Shambhu is derived from the concept of Swayambhu. Etymologically, Swayambhu is one of the nomenclatures attributed to Shiva in Amarakosha. So you see, if you travel to the word, if we focus on the word Shambhu, Shambhu is used in Rig Veda also. So in Rig Veda, it meant it is a carrier of blessings or blissfulness. So it is actually equated if we see blissfulness against the backdrop of Shaiva philosophy, it is actually Ananda. So we'll come to that later in the PPT. So this term has its roots in determining the circular shape of the hollow danda of the Veena. Why the circular shape? Now we will go to the elemental nature. So this vacuum is essential for the sound to travel in technical perspective. So it is important for the sound to travel in vacuum. It is important that in its concentrated form. So this is a practical representation of the concepts of Akasha Tattva, space, and Vayu Tattva, air, as a part of the 5 cosmic elements that are required in the physical manifestation of the universe. So you see, the basic physical manifestation of the universe is encoded within the instrument Veena. That is why all the musicologists are have termed the danda as Shambhu. Now, why the circular shape of the danda? The circular shape, if we go back to Tantra philosophy, this circular shape represents Shunya, or it is a graphical representation of Akasha. So what is this Akasha Tattva? To understand that, let's go back to Sangeet Ratnakar. He states that the body obtains sound, the faculty of hearing, porosity, individuation, intelligence, and hollowness from space. To understand Sarangadeva's statement, it is important to investigate the etymological roots. So let's go back to the etymology. Akasha, it means akash. So to shine or to be visible. Kha is derived from khan, that is to dig, or vyom and vyoman. So you see, in for Veena, the hollowness of the danda, why is it called Shambhu? It is because it needs to be hollow. It needs to be dug and cleared off so that it is hollow and the sound travels. So that is why it is very much encoded within the language of the words that is used. So in Indian concepts, space is the first element to emanate from the supreme self. So if we look at the Indic philosophy, the basis, the foundation for Akasha Tattva is that it emanates, the first element emanates from the supreme self, the universal self. So it is the most subtlest form of existence of any element. So from that, the other forms of element comes across, they come out of that element and form the earthly or the physical plane takes place. So this is considered to be the subtlest of all the 5 elements and is signifier of sattva. Its special feature is sound. So the akash is signified as its special feature or its general feature attribute is sound. Hence, in Kashmir Shaivism, the meditation or spiritual practice based on sound or contemplation on sound is a part of Karana method of sadhana. Karanam Nama Bodhapurvaka Abhyasam Prahu. So this is in Tantra Loka by Abhinava Gupta. So he is Panchamannikam. So he is also referring to this concept of Akasha as the contemplation of sound as one of the primary process of sadhana. Now, Shirasa Vamin and Devaraj is of the opinion that the word Akasha may be derived from Nakash, that which is not visible. So you see, space is not visible. For Akasha, unlike Earth, Earth is the most grossified form of the subtlest element. So you see, since Akash is the most subtlest form, it is not visible. So it is beyond comprehension. Why? To come to that, we will first look into Akasha as a free space. In Aitreya Brahman, determines Akasha as a free space, a hole, an opening through which somebody or something may pass. So Brahma Sutra indicates Brahman as the metaphysical metaphor of Akasha, denoting the highest or supreme reality. So you see, it is beyond the comprehension of the human mind or thought, and hence its another feature is invisibility. So in creative artistic worldview, the concept of space is given the place of the first created principle on which artistic creation proceeds. So emptiness is the prerequisite for the existence. And when you, even for us, to comprehend Akash, we in normal layman's term, it is the empty space. So emptiness in creative purpose, emptiness is important. So this Akash is important. The geometric representation of Akash in Tantra circle denotes the totality of creation. So not only circle is Shunya, it is the totality of creation. It encompasses everything that has been created or that requires creation. So next, I will come to Chanda Upanishad, established the concept of micro and macro cosmic reality by identifying the mystic vacuum space in the heart of the physical body as Hridaya Guha. This anatomical vacuum is considered to be the seat of supreme reality or supreme space in many of the Upanishads, namely Katha and Mand. So you see this Hridaya Guha, this cavity is there even in anatomically in human heart or any living heart. There's a cavity. So that cavity is very much important, and that cavity is the signifier or a physical representation of this Hridaya Guha, which is the Akasha Tattva. So this Akasha Tattva is again can be seen in architectural or temple architecture, where Garbha Griha is given that is the signifier of that Akasha Tattva. So that signifier or cave temples are based on this concept of the existence of inner and outer space within the body and outside the body, both physical and transcendental. So you see the Akasha Tattva is both physical and transcendental. When you look from the perspective of terming this Akasha Tattva or the danda of the Veena as Shambhu, it is transcendental. When you look from the perspective of a space which is required for the sound to travel, it is physical. So it is a physical manifestation of the transcendental concept of Akasha Tattva. Next, let's just to sum up this Akasha Tattva. In other words, the state of supreme reality is equated with blissfulness, which in Vedic parlance is Sat Chit Ananda, Satchidananda, and Akasha is its abode. So you see, Akasha is the seat of Satchidananda, and hence that is why it proves that why all these musicologists have termed Danda as Shambhu. So next is Vayu. Let us briefly touch the Vayu. Vayu or Vata, literally means wind or air. It evolves out of the Akasha. That's the second element which evolves out of Vayu. So why Vayu is important, we'll come to that. It is the outer air and the inner air, the same concept of micro and macro. Inner air of the body, namely the breath, breathing, and the vital air. So it is the prana that is required, the activity that is required for any physical manifestation to take place in this physical plane. So hence this Vayu.
In Nati Shastra, Bharata mentioned himself, Vayapyatmako bhavet shabdaha swachapi dividho mataha sarvans chaiva vigyas tatha chaiva abhidhanavat.
So here the Vayu, the functional quality of Vayu is that it is instrumental in the manifestation of sound, which brings varied levels of vitality in the sound of the Veena. The Pratyabhigya philosophy of Shaivagama actually adds this dynamism to the sattva, the absolute reality, known as the concept of Prakasha and Vimarsha, where Prakasha is the light of consciousness or Jnana, and Vimarsha is the active force or the Tirodhana Shakti that adds dynamism. So if we go back to the Dhyana Sloka, there's constantly this term you can find in all the Dhyana Sloka, Uma. Uma is considered to be Patrika. So that is where the activity comes. The concept of activity, the concept of dynamism. And hence, since this dynamism brings the whole foundational philosophy and helps it to manifest externally in this physical plane. So this is the relationship that establishes.
Sritamaji, are you coming to towards conclusion?
Yes. So just to go through this briefly, the semblance with the Pratyabhigya, this okay, just for the iconographical significance. So this is where you see the Ekatantri Veena. This is in Chalukya dynasty, Shaiva Guha. And then This is a line drawing where you can see the Ekatantri Veena as a signifier of or personification of Shaiva philosophy. This can be seen in Nataraja from Khoi. This is in Cambodia. So you see this, the same philosophy is there in the greater India. So the comparative study of the so Parshadeva's understanding of Shakala Vadya, Parshadeva states that rather he specifies two kinds of jawari by the inclusion of lagna and tantrika patrikayang to kinchita lagati no thava. So this small detail implies that the characteristic of the sound changes based on the existence of jawari. So this is what divides Shakala and Nishkala Vadya. In Nishkala Vadya, this is what is missing, the patrika. So you see here, this is also another important thing is that here the kamrika, you can see the small kamrika. So all the Parshvadeva, Sarangadev and Someshwara, they are talking about the use of kamrika while playing, yes, for sarana. So this technique is now has been developed in Rudravina, where the kamrika has been removed, and only the fingering technique is there to to produce sound, Shakalavadya. And so this is the So the Nishkala Vadya, Parshadeva states that where Kamrika, this thin polished bamboo stick, is not used to produce sound is Nishkala Vadya. Similarly, Sharangadeva is of the same opinion. He is also talking about the removal of Kamrika. So also, but interestingly, Someshwara is using the word Kalahina. He describes the sound produced by this type of instrument as Kalahina. This precisely negates the existence of any distinctive characteristic of the sound. So this is where, comes in living tradition, you can see this kind of music, this kind of Nishkala Vadya in Tuhila, which is still practiced by the Orao tribes and the Mundari tribes of Jharkhand and Odisha. So you see with the use of Kamrika is not there, the use of Tarjani is there, where they are trying to produce Nishkala sound. So I am leaving all these and going to the conclusion. So the conclusion here is that Parshvadeva, even though him being a Digambara Jain, he has accepted that Veena produces Nishkala and Shakala sound based on the Shiva's mode of being of Nishkala Shiva and Shakala Shiva. So this external physical manifestation of the concept of Shakala and Nishkala Vadya based on the foundational theory of Shakala and Nishkala Shiva when expressed through the creative mode of sound. This is, you can see how the thread is under the string. This is where the sound is Shakala and Nishkala. A demonstration will show how the difference in sound. So Parshvadeva, being a Digambara Jain, has accepted Shaiva principles as the theory of sound. This is why he has termed the category of sound produced based on Shankara's theoretics. This clearly indicates that the practice of music on Veena forms as an integral part of Shaiva philosophy and sadhana. So Shayat Mitra will now just quickly show a demonstration of Shakala and Nishkala Vadya.
This is the demonstration of Nishkalavadya. It's still surviving in the living tradition of Jharkhand and Orissa in the name of Tuhila. The main thing is here is no patrika, no bridge. Only elephant's nose shaped one part is here. So there is no javari. And it's manifest only Bindu Dhatu. And we are not plucking the thing by nails. We are just plucking by touching like this way. With Chandrakala Mudra. This is called Bindu. So we are not moving this hand. Here is no sarana. We are actually moving this hand. And all the Bindu is the suggestive of Omkar. So now I'm shifting the mic in the Sakalavadya. This is the Patrika made out of deer horn, and these are the frets, Sarana. So here I will fix this hand and I will move this hand exactly opposite like the Nishkalavadya. According to Parshvadeva, the Javari is here open, like it's resonating much. So here, Tantri and the Patrika is alagna. Here is a hair gap, a very subtle hair gap. That's why the resonation is coming. But but here also there is no gap. Here is no gap. And here is no Patrika also. What a sound shona jayeni to. All sounds are piercing. Now I am showing another veena where
Nagaraji, we are running out of time. I would love to have it continue.
I don't know the name of this student of theology. Do we have more Veenas, sir?
This is the last one.
Okay, okay.
And here is in the Patrika and the string.
We are not able to stop you. We are not able to stop you, but time.
Yeah, I just ending up here. This is also Patrika, but this Patrika and string has no hair gap. It's totally damp. So the Jawari is not open. It's not resonation, like much resonation is not happening here. So it's not like that Veena. So here the Veena resonation is different because of this distance of Patrika and the thread or string. This Veena belongs to Dagar Gharana. And that Kandhawala Veena, which I left in the shoulder, that is belongs to Tansen's Parampara, Tansen tradition. So these both are the Sakala Veena, and the Alapini, which I showed first, that is the Nishkala Veena. This is the demonstration. Thank you.
Have any question, then you can.
Oh, wow, amazing. Actually, take my bow, all the three of you, particularly Guruji, PRG, Namaste, my pranams to you for creating this whole presentation and making your students participate in such a wonderful way. Yes, Kalyana Ramanji, such a senior archaeologist, historian and epigraphist, has said, Piyal Bhattacharya's team has made a breathtaking presentation, key concepts to understand the concept of consciousness, Chit in Bharatiya tradition, Dhanyavad.
Thank you.
I share his views completely. Fantastic presentation. Chandrika Joshi ji is saying, I would like to read more. Can you please suggest a book that I can read? Thank you. And personally, in my behalf, I would like to say, Guruji, Piyalji, that I have learned a lot. These aspects were not known to me at all earlier. I would have never imagined Shaivism to have been into musicologists so much, and Shiva itself as a concept. I know many legendary tales about Shiva being involved in Gandharvas and musical notes and swaras and all that, but I never thought that would have such a textual collaboration in the text of musicology itself. That was really amazing. Actually, there was a comment in one of the question and answer box comments that I should not stop speakers while speaking because that would disturb the flow. But what can we do? We have a very unpleasant responsibility of reminding you the time. So one thing I would suggest, if not to Piyalji Guruji, but to the other students, younger participants, you have in PPT app a provision for rehearsal of time. Please do that. Then you would know how long your presentation is going to be. And please keep the time. Then Nagaraj or anyone would not disturb you. If you complete before 15 minutes,
yes,
then you are leaving a lot of time for question and answers. So if I'm fulfilling my responsibility of reminding you the time, I can't help it. But with regard to Piyalji's presentation, though the time has been exceeded a lot, but this was very much required. So we had to actually agree with the exceeding of time because we were learning. All of us were excited and learning so much from the presentation. Thank you very much, Guruji. Namaste. And pranams to both your Sishyas also.
Sorry, Nagaraja-ji, because they are also learning. They did small mistake. I apologize for, for this. Okay. They did lots of mistakes. But if they don't speak, they will not learn. I know. Okay. They don't speak, they will not learn.
That's not a mistake at all, actually. I think if presenters rehearsal the time also along this, then everything will be all right. Or else probably you should have written to us a letter saying that the time will be this much. Then probably we would have planned the schedule also that way. Thank you very much.
No, no, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Namaste. Namaste. Thank you.
So we have come to the lunchtime as per the schedule, but we'll proceed to the next paper so that we can reduce the lunch time, and instead of 1 hour, the lunch time can be made half an hour. Then we can proceed to Subramanian Chidambaranji, the unique tradition of worshipping Shiva through music, reflections on the Tevaram hymns of Samandar, Appar and Sundara.
Namaskaram to all. I hope all of you can hear me and see my screen as well.
Please make it on slideshow. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm going to be speaking about the unique tradition of worshipping Shiva through music. Now, worshipping Shiva through music or through a poetical form begins right from the Vedic Suktas and the mantras. You find the Agamas that worship Shiva. Later on, we find in the Itihasas and Puranas that we have mention of various stotras that speak about Shiva. But then comes the era of the Bhakti literature, of the Shaiva Bhakti literature, and there, this Shaiva Bhakti literature originated or has got its source in the south of the country, which is mainly contributed by the 3 great Mahatmas, Tiruknana Sambandar, Tirunavukarasar or Appar, and Sundaramurti Nayanar. Their contributions in Shaiva Bhakti is unparalleled, and this is what I would be presenting in the next few minutes as to how this Bhakti and what kind of treasure house of information we can gather from their compositions. The compositions of Tiruknana Sambandar are known as Tirukadai Kapu, those of Appar Swamigal are known as Tevaram, and those of Sundaramurti Nayanar are known as Tirupattu. But in general parlance, all the 3 compositions together are also many times referred to as the Tevaram hymns. What they did, the greatest contribution, of course, in their compositions they have poured a treasure house of information and Shaiva Bhakti. But the biggest contribution is that they went from temple to temple and sang these songs on Parameshwara in each of these temples. And thus they revived or rejuvenated Shaiva Bhakti in the south, which then spread towards the north. That is why these temples where they sang these compositions, they have a special status. They are called as the Padal Petrasthalams. There are 275 temples in the modern day Tamil Nadu and Karnataka and Kerala, which are known as Padal Petrasthalams, which literally means those temples that have received the songs from these great Mahatmas. So we shall now, I shall be demonstrating these along with the treasure house of information that we get from these songs. Now, if you were to broadly categorize or classify the kind of information that we get in these songs, you have information on the form of Shiva, the various aspects of the form of Shiva, stories related to Shiva that we find in the Puranas and otherwise, the love of Shiva, as Narada says in the Bhakti Sutra, the definition of Bhakti is Satvasmin Parama Prema Rupa. Satvasmin Parama Prema Rupa. So that Parama Prema is what also that we can find in these compositions of these Mahatmas, of the Tevaram hymns. The festivals related to Shiva, which were celebrated in those periods of time in the temples, the various temples of Shiva, mention of these temples, the natural beauty surrounding these temples, all these find mention in the Tevaram hymns. The rituals and various rites and rituals related to Shiva Bhakti and Shiva Puja, mantras related to Shaiva Bhakti, the plea to cure diseases. There are many of the Tevaram hymns which are specifically sung for curing various kinds of ailments, both mental and physical. Musical contribution. I think I need to speak a minute on this. Now, if you look at the Sangeeta Parampara in Bharata, as most of the scholars would have mentioned and many of us would know, that we trace the origin of Sangeeta, which is also known as Gandharva Veda, to the Samaveda. It is one of the Upavedas of Samaveda. Samaveda is definitely an oral tradition that is still living. Beyond that, after that, if you look at Sangeeta as a Shastra, you find various granthas, beginning from the Natya Shastra of Bharata, the Sangeeta Ratnakara of Sarangadeva, Brihadeshi of Matanga Muni, and so on. So you have various Shastra granthas. But if you look at a living tradition of music, beyond the Samaveda, it is very difficult to trace back a very ancient living oral tradition of music. If you look at the modern day classical Carnatic music of the South, you could trace it to a few generations before the Trinity, which is Muthuswami Dikshidhar, Tyagaraja Swami and Shyama Shastri. But if you were to trace before that, it becomes difficult. But this, the tradition of singing the Tevaram hymns in the temples, in the Shiva temples in Tamil Nadu and Kerala Pradesha, and similarly you also have the singing of the Divya Prabandhams in the Sri Vaishnava Parampara. These have been one of the oldest traditions, oral traditions, live traditions that is still followed till today. So that is one other great significance of these Tevaram hymns, that they are sung even today in the Shiva temples in the original tunes that in which they were composed by these Mahatmas. So even from a musical perspective, the parampara is one of the oldest paramparas, one of the oldest Sangeeta paramparas that we have. That is why my demonstration will involve singing of these Tevaram hymns rather than just reciting them. It speaks about the various devotees of Shiva, the 63 Nayanmar, so the 63 devotees of Shiva that are recognized in the Shaiva parampara in the south. We find mention of those devotees as well in these Tevaram hymns. And experience of Shiva Jnana, or the ultimate liberation or ultimate realization of Shiva in the heart, is also mentioned. So they were all realized beings and expressing their realization through music. So I shall touch upon some of these during my next few minutes. The very first song, or the very first padigam of Tirukஞான Sambandar. தோடுடைய செவியன் விடையேறியோர் தூவெண் மதிசூடி காடுடைய சுடலை பொடி பூசியன் உள்ளம் கவர் கள்வன் ஏடுடைய மலராலுனை நான் பணிந்தேத்த அருள் செய்த வீடுடைய பிரமாபுரம் மேவிய பெம்மானிவனன்றே. This is the form in which it is still recited today in the temples, right? This is the structure and this is the tune. Todudaya Seviyan, the one, the Lord who is wearing the todu. The todu is a ornament, ear ornament worn by the females, but but Parameshwara is wearing it because he is standing there as a form of Ardhanari. So he is wearing the female instrument on one of his ears. Vidayeri, he is sitting on the Nandi, the bull, Viday. Or Tuvan Madisudi, he is having the crescent moon on his head. Kadudaya Sudalai Podi Pusi, he is smearing himself with the bhasma of the smashana. The cremation ground bhasma is what he is smearing his entire body with. This is the form of Parameshwara that is described in the very first Tevaram of Tirukஞான Sambandar. I am not going into the stories of Tirukஞான Sambandar, how he sang this. He is said to have sung this padigam at the age of 3, when he had the vision of Parameshwara and Parvati. So you have the form of Shiva described in the same song. The love for Shiva, the 3-year-old child is singing. En ullam kavar kalvan, the one who's the thief. The very first padigam he is referring to Shiva as thief. What is the thief? What did the thief steal? My heart. The thief who stole my heart. Ullam kavar kalvan. Yedudaya malaral unai naan paninda. I am worshipping you with these beautiful flowers, and I beg you to take me, accept me into your feet. In which temple is it sung? Yedudaya Hiramapuram Neviya Pemman, Brahmapuram or Sirgali. Brahmapuram is the place, and that is what Sambandar refers here. Brahmapuram, when you say in Tamil, it becomes Hiramapuram Neviya Pemman even. Pemman is Peruman, the Parameshwara. the supreme Ishvara. In the same Padigam, the last verse, Paru neriya maraivala muniyagan poikai alarmeya Peruneriya pirama purameniya pemanivan rannai Poruneriya manam vaitunar ஞான சம்பந்தன் உரை செய்த திருநெறிய தமிழ் வல்லவர் தொல்வினை தீர்த்தல் எளிதாமே. The Lord, the Parameshwara, who is Aruneriya Marai, Marai refers to the Vedas, who is expert, who is well versed in the Vedas and who is singing the Vedas. See, this is where they bring all the Vedas, Agamas, everything come to a confluence in these songs, the Tevaram hymns of these Mahatmas. Sambandar also mentions that he has realized that Shivajnanam, Oru Neriya Manam Vaitunar Jnana Sambandhan Urai Seida. Jnana Sambandhan has already realized, with a focused mind, he has realized that Shiva inside himself, and now he is telling that, he is communicating that to the devotees, to the people in front, in the language of Tamil. The Tamil is also very clearly mentioned. What happens because of this? Vallavar tolvinai tirthal elidame. It is easier. Elidam. It's so simple to remove the tolvinai, the sorrows and afflictions of various births. You can remove for anybody by singing these hymns itself. So these, it is a very unique parampara where even singing of the Lord, the singing these hymns of the Lord is enough, say these Mahatmas, to remove all your afflictions, to remove all your karmas and all your sins. Now we come to another Padigam of Jnana Sambandar itself. This is supposed to be one of the last Padigams of Jnana Sambandar, which he sings when he is on the day of his marriage. There he says, Kadalagi Kashinde Kannir Malgi Oduvatamai Nanneri Kuipadu Vedam Nagilum மெய்ப்பொருளாவது நாதல் நாமம் நம சிவாயவே. In this Padigam, every stanza ends with Namah Shivayave. So it is called as Namah Shivaya Padigam. It is a Padigam where the Panchakshari mantra is explicitly mentioned out here. What does he say? Kadalagi Kasindu Kannir Malgi Oduvar Tammai Nanneri Koipadu. Sambandar says, I am in love with this Lord. I am in love with Parameshwara. Kadal. Kadal means intense love. Kadalagi Kasindu. I am so yearning for him. Kannir Malgi. I am crying for him. Nanneri Koipadu. The one who takes me on the right path. On that Shiva, I have so much of love that I am yearning for him and I am crying for him. I am saying this Nama, this name of the Lord. What is this name? What is the significance of this name? Vedam Nangilum Meipurulavad. It is the essence of the four Vedas. The four Vedas, in the Yajurveda, in the Rudra Prashna, in the central Anuvaka, Namassomayacha. That Anuvaka comes Namah Shivayacha. That is referred to by Tirujnana Sambandar in this Padigam. And he says, Nadan Namam Namah Shivayave. It comes as the essence of the four Vedas. In another Padigam of Appar Perumal, this is his first Padigam again. This is the Padigam which Appar sings to cure his intense stomach pain, and this is the episode which transforms him to become a devotee of the Lord, where he was earlier a Jaina. He was a Jaina Guru. He had taken up Jainism, and then an intense chronic stomach pain comes and he is taken by his sister to this temple of Tiruvadigai, and he sings on the Lord here and he is cured miraculously of his stomach pain because on singing of this Padigam. Kuchayinavaru vilakugilir கொடுமை பல செய்தன நானறியேன் கேசாயடிக்கே இரவும் பகலும் பிரியாது வணங்குவன் எப்பொழுதும் தொற்றாதன் வயிற்றினகம் படியே உடரோடு துடகி மூடகிட ஆற்றேனடியேன் அதிகை கெடில விரட்டான துறை அம்மானே. He's describing his chronic stomach pain here, that is the stomach and the intestines are all in a bad situation, and he prays to the Lord to cure him of this. And this is sung in Tiruvadigai. Tiruvadigai is one of the Virattana-sthalams. In beautiful, in Tamil Nadu you have Atta-Virattana-sthalams, which is a modification of Ashta-Virasthana-sthalams, the 8 places which represent Shiva in the 8 heroic deeds. The heroic deeds of him having burnt Kamadeva, of him having destroyed the sacrifice of Daksha, of him having killed the various asuras like Gajasura, Tripurantaka, Andhaka, Jalandhara, having removed the head of Brahma. So all these various heroic deeds, and also killing Yama, Kalantaka Murti. So these 8 heroic deeds are represented or worshipped in 8 temples in Tamil Nadu, which are called as Atta Virattana Sthalams, and in each of the Virattana Sthalams you have Padigams sung by these Mahatmas. And here you find the image given of the Tiruvadigai, which is the Tripurantaka Murti, the one who killed burnt the Tripura, the 3 forts. That is why you see the Lord with the bow and the arrow. That is what you see in this image.
Subramanianji, you are still with the Tirujnana Sambandar. Other Mahatmas have to be covered also.
Yes.
And we are actually approaching the time to conclude. Can you just
sure.
plan
So I will,
in such a way that all the other Mahatmas are also covered within the next 2-3 minutes?
Sure. I'll just directly go to, because we sang about Appar and Jnana Sambandar, I will directly go to Sundaramurti Nayanar. And this is the last Padigam that I will be singing. And the beauty of this Padigam is that in this, Sundaramurti Nayanar records the names of all the 63 Nayanmars. Sundaramurti Nayanar comes much after Tirujnana Sambandar and Appar Peruman, but he records the names of all the 63 Nayanmars, and he says, I am prostrating myself to all these devotees of Parameshwara, not just to Parameshwara. Parameshwara I am already prostrating myself, but even the devotees of Parameshwara are extremely high in my heart, and I prostrate to all of them. This is called as Thirutondar Togai, and this Padigam is very important because this acted as the source for Sekiyar Peruman to write the Periya Purana, which describes the stories of all the 63 Nayanmars. Those names and the details Sekiyar Peruman could get because of this Padigam, where all these names are chronicled or documented, right? தில்லை வாழந்தனத்தம் அடியார்க்கும் மடியேன் திருநீல கண்டத்து உழவனார்கடியேன் என்னாத இயற்பகைக்கும் அடியேன் இளையான்றன் குடிமாறன் அடியார்க்கும் அடியேன். It goes on like this. Adiyarkum adiyen. Adiyar is the servants of Parameshwara. Adiyarkum adiyen. I am the servant of those servants. And he begins with Tillaival Andanar, the 3000 Andanars, or the 3000 the Pandits, or the Brahmins who came with Parameshwara from Kailasa into Tillai, into Chidambaram, right? So those 3000 Pandits, Mahatmas are the starting point. From them I start, because they regard Nataraja as one of the 3000. Nataraja is no different from them. Those 3000 Mahatmas, they regard Nataraja as one among them. So from there I start, and then I go on to all the Mahatmas, all the devotees of Ishvara, and I am prostrating in front of all of them. So he makes this beautiful thing. The last part is, I mentioned about the musical contributions. There are various ragas in today's classical music which you find the source in the Padigams. which did not exist before them, and the first time there is one raga called Madhyamavati, which many of you who know music would be knowing. This the predecessor of Madhyamavati is a pan called Senduruti. They are called as pans, padigams. They are not called ragas, they are called pans. So Senduruti, that was the first time Sundaramurti Nayanar invented this pan, and he sings a padigam called Meela Adimai. He is again prostrating in front of the Lord, and he is surrendering everything to the Lord. So this padigam is in the pan Senduruti, and this becomes a source for the raga Madhyamavati. So this is just a drop in the ocean that I am sharing with all of you. I did not know where to stop, but more of these details I will be providing in the paper that I will be submitting, so all of you can take benefit of that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. These papers, I think, need an audio association also, apart from just the textual material that you are providing. Your singing was highly enriching, and if you can add the audio part also to the paper, I think, because this is INDICA today is going to be an online version, online magazine. Our Yogini ji can provide a link to the audio or video throughout, so that the readers of your paper will be able to understand the way we are able to understand now through your very audio enriched presentation. And it was a learning for me also. Natai Padai or Kausikam or this Kolli and Kolli Kauvanam, all these ragams that you were presenting, and I was also able to understand how Natai got that preeminence. Also, probably that was the most predominant of all the ragams.
Correct.
Most probably of the padais were in Natai. So Aadhi Natai and Antya Surati, that probably the tradition also came from this tradition of preeminence of Natai in that. And actually, is there a book already on connecting the present Carnatic ragams to the traditional singing, either in Shaivism or Vaishnavism, or any of these temple traditions?
Yes, Nagaraji, there are many scholars who have been studying this this particular connection between the pans and the modern day ragas. So actually, there are certain Oduars who typically sing these in temples, right? They themselves are experts in classical music today. And they have also been able to do this very well because they have got this singing from their parampara, and they try to match in terms of saying what of this corresponds to the modern day ragas. So many of these existing researches are there. I can share that with the larger group as well.
Yeah, in the paper, if you can share the
yes.
publications on this, that will be highly helpful. And one doubt any researcher will get is, if the Oduvar is already influenced by Carnatic music, the traditional singing style could be influenced by the contemporary Carnatic music also. So
yes.
the best way is to go to the village Odivars who are not exposed to Carnatic music at all. Then the comparison will be really robust. That comparison will be really more profitable for a researcher.
Absolutely, Nagaraji, you are hitting on a very right point, and that is also the sad state of some of these things, right? That you try to bring it to the ragam that you know, and you try to draw that parallel, which is also why, if you look at in some of these websites, 2 or 3 punts will have the same Carnatic raga mentioned, which is a bit of a problem. So you know that there are 3 punts given 3 different names, but the Carnatic raga is the same. That means you know that there is some problem somewhere. So some people have tried to make it the same. So yeah,
in villages might help us with senior Oduvars
yes.
who are not so much influenced by Carnatic ragas. That
yes.
might help us to understand. But this was really a learning for all of us. Thank you very much for this. And now we will break for lunch. There are wonderful questions for other papers by senior scholars like Professor B.V.K. Shastri, and we have a historian, Ravi Ranjan Sen from West Bengal, who has raised some very good questions, history related comments. It was a comment by Ravi Ranjan Sen. We will take up all these after some of the papers, and we are going to have at 2:40 a very esteemed and distinguished presentation by the Indian ambassador to Ireland, Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji, His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji, at 2:40. And from 2 o'clock to 2:40, we are going to have some papers. And after Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji's presentation also, we'll have 1 or 2 papers that are left because of lack of time. And with that, we'll end today's conference. After 1 or 2 papers, after His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra's presentation. Thank you very much. Let us join back at 2 o'clock.
Nagesh sir.
So we will continue the earlier session on music, art, dance, and literature, and this will now we'll have Sumit Vyas ji, Shaiv in Ramacharitmanas.
Pranam.
You might want to adjust your camera a little more. Only now, yeah, this is all right.
ठीक है.
Yeah. Good. You're sharing a.
जी. दिखाई दे रहा है?
दिखाई दे रहा है. आप स्लाइड शो के मोड में चेंज हो जाइए.
क्या सर?
स्लाइड शो के मोड में चेंज हो जाइए. ये तो ऐप मोड है, सिर्फ स्लाइड दिखता है ना, ऐसा कीजिए.
ओके.
ऐसा नहीं, आप इसमें जाइए, ऊपर आपको स्लाइड शो बोल के एक टैब है, देखिए 1 2 3 4 5 फिफ्थ टैब स्लाइड शो है, वहां जाइए.
स्टॉप वीडियो, पार्टिसिपेंट्स, चैट, क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर, न्यू शेयर.
नहीं, ऐप में आपको इंसर्ट, होम, इंसर्ट, डिजाइन, एनिमेशन, स्लाइड शो दिखता है.
एक सेकंड.
नहीं तो श्रीनिवास जी करेंगे. हाँ, दिख रहा है, स्लाइड शो भी दिख रहा है. आप स्लाइड शो में आ सकते हैं, वहाँ थोड़ा ऐसा टैप कीजिए बस.
अब आया?
हाँ, नहीं. Have you shared your PPT with me?
Sir, no.
Okay, can you please make it slideshow? That case. Okay, this is in PDF or what?
In Microsoft Word.
No, it is PPT only, but you have to make it slideshow.
Okay, sir.
Can you please stop sharing and again try?
एक सेकंड सर, आप नेक्स्ट कीजिए, उस तब तक मैं उनको मेल करके और ये करता हूँ, है ना?
हाँ, ठीक है.
आप कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं, चलिए कंटिन्यू कीजिए.
जी सर, एक्चुअली मेरा वो स्लाइड नहीं दिखेगा ना, प्लीज.
हाँ, स्लाइड तो दिख रहा है, मगर वो अच्छा दिखेगा. एक सिर्फ स्लाइड दिखता है ना, वैसा आप करेंगे तो अच्छा दिखेगा.
सर, मैं उनको मेल करता हूँ, तब तक आप मेरे जो नेक्स्ट है पार्टिसिपेंट्स, आप उनको कॉल कर लीजिए.
नहीं, आप कंटिन्यू कीजिए, हो गया.
ओके सर. मेरी फर्स्ट स्लाइड नहीं आ रही. जी, स्टार्ट कर सकता हूँ?
प्लीज गो अहेड.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी.
स्टार्ट कर सकता हूँ मैं?
कर दीजिए.
कीजिए, स्टार्ट कीजिए.
अच्छा सर. वर्णानाम अर्थ संज्ञानाम रसानाम छंद सानुपी मंगलानाम च कर्तारो वंदे वाणी विनायको. मैं इंडिका एकेडमी के अध्यक्ष श्री हरिकिरण वादला मणि जी, नागराज पातुरी जी जो मेरे समक्ष ही है, निदेशक इंडिका ग्रुप, प्रोफेसर सदाशिव कुमार जी द्विवेदी जी, एसपी पांडे जी, और समस्त भारत अध्ययन केंद्र बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी के गुरुजन, जिनकी कृपा से और जिनकी मेहनत से मैं रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट करने का मैंने प्रयास किया है, उनका मैं स्वागत अभिनंदन करता हूँ। उन्हीं के साथ मैं प्रोफेसर अमित कुमार पांडे जी का भी हार्दिक आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, जिनकी प्रेरणा से ही मैंने शैविज्म पर रिसर्च पेपर प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया है। मेरा आपसे ये निवेदन ये है, और मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि ये मेरे जीवन का पहला रिसर्च पेपर है जो मैं प्रेजेंट करने जा रहा हूँ। मुझे इससे पहले रिसर्च पेपर क्या होता है वो पता भी नहीं था। ये सब प्रोफेसर अमित कुमार जी पांडे जिन्होंने मुझे इसके बारे में बताया, इसलिए मैं उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूँ। साथ ही मैं अपने उन सब सहपाठियों का भी हार्दिक अभिनंदन करना चाहूंगा जिनसे यदा कदा मुझे मार्गदर्शन मिलता रहता है। उसके बाद नेक्स्ट स्लाइड है मेरी। विषय प्रवेश से पहले मैं ये बताना चाहूंगा कि मध्यकाल में जहां एक और भारत विदेशी आतताइयों के आक्रमणों से विखंडित हो रहा था, वहीं दूसरी ओर धार्मिक स्थिति, हालांकि भक्ति काल तो था लेकिन सिचुएशन बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी नहीं थी, क्योंकि तब बहुत से संप्रदाय में आपस में वैमनस्य था। वैमनस्य कहूं तो मनभेद नहीं कहकर मैं मतभेद उनको कहना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेट लक्ष्य सबका एक ही था। तो मनभेद के चलते भगवान शिव की ही कृपा से युग पुरुष तुलसीदास जी का जन्म हुआ, जिन्होंने इन बिखरे हुए मोतियों को, जैसे कि शाक्त संप्रदाय या शैव संप्रदाय, उन सबको पिरोने का कार्य किया। मैं अपना एक निजी अनुभव आपके साथ साझा करूंगा कि मेरे इष्ट देव देवाधिदेव महादेव है, लेकिन हमेशा मेरे मन में एक असमंजस स्थिति बनी रहती थी कि क्या मैं एक शैव होने के नाते मानस या किसी भी ग्रंथ को अगर मैं लूं तो क्या वह शिव से संबंधित है। लेकिन मैं इसके लिए इंडिका टीम को बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने शैविज्म पे ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है वो कंडक्ट करवाई, और तब मैंने इसमें अपना एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म सबमिट किया और मुझे अध्ययन का मौका मिला। तब मुझे ये पता चला कि रामचरितमानस के तो मूल में, रामचरितमानस में शैविज्म भरा पड़ा है। शैव संप्रदाय के लगभग हर सिद्धांत, हर मूल सिद्धांत से मानस सहमत है, और मानस में काफी शैव संप्रदाय के मूल सिद्धांत हैं वो मिलते हैं। तो मैंने अपनी अल्प बुद्धि के अनुसार जितने मुझे मिल पाए उतने मैं आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करूंगा। मेरी आशा ही नहीं, पूर्ण विश्वास है, और मेरा सभी विज्ञ जनों से निवेदन है कि वो मेरी त्रुटियों को माफ करे, मेरी त्रुटियों को माफ करे और मुझे धैर्य पूर्वक सुनने की कृपा करे। उसके बाद मैं अपना विषय प्रवेश करता हूँ। एक शैव होने के नाते मेरे मन में, मेरे जहन में, मेरे हृदय में एक प्रश्न उठा कि क्या मैं मानस में शैविज्म को ढूंढने का प्रयास कर रहा हूँ तो क्या यहाँ कहीं भवानी शंकर की बात है, उनके क्या आराध्य शिव है। तो मैंने जब मानस को खोला तो मानस को खोलते ही शुरुआत में वंदे वाणी विनायको की प्रार्थना की स्तुति के बाद ही भवानी शंकर वंदे श्रद्धा विश्वास रूपिणो याभ्याम विना न पश्यन्ति श्रद्धा स्वांत स्थमीश्वरम। स्वामी गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी भवानी और शंकर को श्रद्धा और विश्वास का रूप मानते हैं। वो कहते हैं कि भवानी तो है श्रद्धा और शंकर है विश्वास। इनकी कृपा से ही सिद्ध जन अपने मन में स्थित, खुद में, स्व में स्थित ईश्वर को प्राप्त करते हैं। यहाँ मैं तुलसीदास जी की इस सूक्ष्मता का बहुत आदर करता हूँ, और मैं पर्सनली बात करें तो इस सूक्ष्मता से बहुत प्रभावित भी हूँ कि उन्होंने सिद्धा स्वांत स्थमीश्वरम, सिद्धा लगा के ये बात बताई कि एक नॉर्मल आदमी नहीं, सिद्ध जन भी भवानी शंकर जो कि श्रद्धा विश्वास के रूप है, उनकी कृपा से ईश्वरत्व को प्राप्त करते, ईश्वर को प्राप्त करते हैं, जिसको अपन श्रद्धावान लपटे ज्ञान भी कह सकते हैं। और पंडित राम कुमार जी को मैं कोट करना चाहूंगा, जिन्होंने तो एक टीकाकार है मानस के, वो भवानी शंकर पर लिखते हैं कि पार्वती तो श्रद्धा का रूप है, जैसे कि या देवी सर्वभूतेषु श्रद्धा रूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्ये 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 नमो नमः। शिव विश्वास का ऐसा रूप है जिसने पार्वती के सभी संदेहों का निवारण किया, और पार्वती जी में थोड़ी सी श्रद्धा की कमी थी, तभी तो सती के बाद पार्वती जी का वापस से जन्म हुआ और उन्होंने राम कथा सुनाई। तो बात यह है कि मेरे प्रश्न उठा कि आराध्य शिव है क्या, मैं शैव संप्रदाय के मूल सिद्धांत यानी कि शिव तो होने चाहिए ना, तभी शैव संप्रदाय हुआ, शिव के बिना तो शैव संप्रदाय हो भी नहीं सकता। तो मैंने ये चीज बालकांड को खोलते प्राप्त की और मेरे अंदर परम हर्ष हो रहा है कि मैं भवानी शंकर में अपने आराध्य देवाधिदेव महादेव की आज चर्चा कर रहा हूँ। और इसका मैं धन्यवाद इंडिका टीम को भी दूंगा, क्योंकि कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से आज मुझे देवाधिदेव महादेव की बात और भगवत चर्चा करने का मौका मिला। उसके बाद मैंने ये प्रश्न उठाया, सोचा कि अगर शैव संप्रदाय को मैं मानता हूँ, शैविज्म को मैं देखता हूँ, तो क्या भवानी शंकर की वंदना करती है तो गुरु के रूप में क्या वे शंकर को मानते हैं? तो मुझे बहुत परम हर्ष और आश्चर्य हुआ अल्प बुद्धि के अनुसार कि अगले श्लोक में तुलसीदास जी कहते हैं, वंदे बोधमयम नित्यम गुरुम शंकर रूपिणम यमाश्रितो ही वक्रोपि चंद्र सर्वत्र वंद्यते। वे तो शंकर को गुरु मानते हैं। कुछ टीकाकार ये भी कहते हैं कि गुरु शंकर है या शंकर ही गुरु है, मतलब कि गुरु वही हो सकता है जो ज्ञान स्वरूप है, नित्य श्री गुरुदेव की वंदना करता है, जिनके आश्रित होने से निश्चय ही टेढ़ा चंद्रमा भी सर्वत्र वंदित होता है। ऐसे में शिव का वंदन करता हूँ, ऐसे में शंकर का वंदन करता हूँ, ऐसे में पार्वती उमानाथ पादार विंद त्रिलोकी के नाथ का वंदन करता हूँ। तो उसके बाद भी मेरे को लगा कि गुरु के रूप में भी शिव को स्वीकार करते हैं गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी। और मुझे एक बात और पता चली कि जो भगवान शिव थे वो तुलसीदास जी के, दरअसल मेरा एकमात्र उद्देश्य ये है कि मैं अल्प बुद्धि से ये बात देखता जाऊं कि रामचरितमानस में शिव, उमा महेश्वर, शिव की बात कहाँ कहाँ है, ये वो मैंने अपनी अल्प बुद्धि के अनुसार आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करने की मैं बार बार कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। आप प्लीज कोऑपरेट कीजिए, ठीक है? तो शंकर जी है वो तुलसीदास जी के दादा गुरु है, ये मुझे इस रिसर्च में पता चला। दादा गुरु ऐसे है क्योंकि शंकर ने रामचरितमानस को नर हरियानंद जी महाराज थे उनको सुनाया था और कहा कि समय आने पर वह तुलसीदास जी को पढ़ा दे। ये बात वेणी माधोदास रचित मूल गोसाई चरित्र से प्राप्त होती है हमें, ठीक है? शिवजी के आश्रित होने से ही ये जो द्वितीय का चंद्रमा है ना, ये पहले इतना निंदनीय होता था लेकिन अब वंदनीय हो गया है। वैसे ही गुरु जी के आश्रित होने से सभी लोग वंदनीय हो जाते हैं। जैसे कि श्वेतर उपनिषद में भी गुरु का हमें एक वर्णन मिलता है, यस्य देवे परा भक्ति यथा देवे तथा गुरु तस्यैता कथिता यार्था प्रकाशन्ते महात्मनः। जो अपने को निरंतर नित्य ज्ञान स्वरूप चेतन अमल सच्चिदानंद स्वरूप मानता है, वास्तव में वही गुरु कहलाने योग्य है। मैं एक बात और बताना चाहूंगा कि पहला श्लोक वंदे वाणी विनायको, दूसरा श्लोक भवानी शंकर वंदे, वंदे बोधमयम नित्यम गुरुम शंकर रूपिणम। पहले में गणेश जी की वंदना कर दी, तो ये बार बार मेरे को शिव ही शिव, शिव ही शिव, शिव ही शिव का दर्शन गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी की रामचरितमानस में होता रहा। अगली बार मुझे मैंने जब देखने का प्रयास किया तब मुझे ये लगा कि क्या जैसे कि शैव संप्रदाय में हम हैं वो माता पिता मानते हैं, मूल सिद्धांत में माता पिता मानते हैं शैव संप्रदाय में उमा महेश्वर को, क्या तुलसीदास जी ऐसा कुछ करते हैं? तो मैं इसको मानूं कि इसमें शैविज्म बार बार जगह जगह पर प्रकट हुआ है। तो मुझे बालकांड शुरू होते ही दुआ नंबर 14 में ये बात मिल गई कि गुरु पितु मात महेश भवानी प्रणव बीन बंधु दिनदानी सेवक स्वामी सखा सिय पी के हित निरूपति सब विधि तुलसी के। वे कहते हैं श्री महेश और पार्वती को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ जो मेरे गुरु और माता पिता है, जो दीन बंधु और नित्य दान करने वाले, और वे मुझ तुलसीदास का सब प्रकार से कपट रहित सच्चा हित करने वाले भी है। उन्होंने उमा महेश्वर को गुरु भी कहा, माता भी कहा और पिता भी कहा। पहले भवानी शंकर वंदे श्रद्धा विश्वास रूपिणों का, जो कालिदास ने भी कहा है, जगत पितरो वंदे पार्वती परमेश्वरो, जगत पितरो वंदे पार्वती परमेश्वरो। यहाँ यह चीज प्रकट होती है कि तुलसीदास जी गुरु पितु मात महेश भवानी भवानी शंकर वंदे श्रद्धा विश्वास रूपिणो, यह बताते बताते यह बात स्पष्ट करते हैं इन बातों से कि वास्तव में राम कथा के जो आदि कवि हैं वे शिव पार्वती है। प्रथम श्रोता है वह पार्वती है और इसके जो आदि वक्ता है वह शिव ही है, और पार्वती इसकी बहुत सहज श्रोता है। और साथ में मैंने ये फोटो भी शेयर किया है, वो शिव पार्वती संवाद कही है। फिर जैसे कि शैविज्म में तंत्र की बात होती है, तो तुलसीदास जी ने ये जो तंत्र का सेक्ट है, शैव संप्रदाय में मैं बहुत सीमित समझ रखता हूँ, लेकिन जितनी रख पा रहा हूँ मैं उतना आपके सामने प्रकट होने का प्रयास करूंगा। कि मैंने ये चीज देखी, क्या तांत्रिक जो मंत्र होते हैं जैसे कि साबर मंत्र है, तो उन्होंने साबर मंत्र का भी उल्लेख है वो अपने मानस में किया है, बहुत ही सूक्ष्म रूप से किया है, लेकिन किया है। वे कहते हैं कली बिलो की जत हित हर गिरिजा साबर मंत्र जाल जिन से रेजा। उनके अनुसार उमा महेश्वर ने साबर मंत्र की रचना की। ठीक है, जो कुछ तंत्र सेक्ट्स हैं उनके अंदर ये कहा जाता है कि कलयुग के अंदर कुछ वैदिक, ऐसा मैं मानस पीयूष जो टीकाएं हैं उनके आधार पर कह रहा हूं कि कलयुग में ज्ञान के अभाव में, श्रद्धा के अभाव में और विद्या के अभाव में वैदिक मंत्रों का उच्चारण सहज भाषा में कहूं तो प्रॉपर नहीं हो पाएगा, तो उनके फलादेश में समस्या हो सकती है। इसीलिए पार्वती परमेश्वर ने साबर मंत्र की रचना की, जिनके शब्द सहज और अधिक फल देने वाले, उनका स्पष्ट कोई मतलब भी नहीं निकलता और उनका जो फल है वो अकल्पनीय है। तो ये जो साबर मंत्र है इसकी भी रचना शिव ने की। तो यह जो फैक्ट है, यह जो तथ्य है या यह जो प्रमाण है, वो भी तुलसीदास जी ने अपनी रामचरितमानस में बहुत अच्छे ढंग से लिया। और मैं थोड़ी सी साबर मंत्र पे बात बताऊं तो साबर मंत्र है वो, सबर का मतलब होता है भील, और उमा महेश्वर ने भील जाति में जन्म लिया और साबर मंत्र की रचना की, जिसे अपन कहते हैं सिद्ध साबर मंत्र। साबर भील को कहते हैं और ग्रंथ का नाम है सिद्ध साबर मंत्र। ऐसा है कि शिव पार्वती ने इसकी रचना की और पार्वती जी ने गणेश जी से ये लिखवाया, डिक्टेट करवाया, तो उस कारण से यहाँ पे साबर मंत्र का भी हमें उल्लेख प्रॉपर मिलता है। साबर मंत्र कह के उसके बाद टीकाकारों ने आगे वर्णन किया है, लेकिन मेरा मेन उद्देश्य ये था कि क्या ये जो तंत्र से संबंधित मंत्र है क्या ये शैविज्म से रिलेटेड है, तो ये क्या मुझे कहीं मिल जाएंगे मानस में, तो मैं मानूं कि इसमें शैव है। तो ये मुझे तुलसीदास जी के अंदर देखने को मिला। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में ये दिखाना चाहूंगा कि कोई भी शैव बिना शिव कृपा के अधूरा है, कोई भी शैव बिना शिव कृपा के अधूरा है, क्योंकि कृपा ईश्वर की जितनी काम करती है उतना आदमी का पुरुषार्थ काम नहीं करता है। तो तुलसीदास जी तो हैंड्सअप करते हैं, वो ये बात कहते हैं कि सब कुछ शिव कृपा से ही संभव हुआ है। वो कहते भी है शंभु प्रसाद सुमति ये हुलसी रामचरित मानस कवि तुलसी। शंभु प्रसाद, वह शिव कृपा को भी मानते हैं। उनके अनुसार शिव की कृपा से ही उनमें एक सुंदर बुद्धि का विकास हुआ, एक सुंदर सोच का विकास हुआ, और उसी से उनकी लेखनी निरंतर अनवरत चलती रही और उसमें सत्य ही चला। और वही आज मानस, जिसका आधार ही शैविज्म, मेरे को तो लगता है कि शैव संप्रदाय देखे ना तो मेरी अल्प बुद्धि है, ये बात सही है, लेकिन शैव संप्रदाय खूब देखने को मिलता है उसके अंदर। तो शिव कृपा का आश्रय लिए हमें तुलसीदास जी स्पष्ट रूप से दिखते हैं। और वेणी माधव जी कृत जो मूल गोसाई चरित्र है उसमें तो ये भी मिलता है कि काशी में प्रहलाद घाट पर सर्वप्रथम तुलसीदास जी ने संस्कृत भाषा में ही स्टार्ट किया था रामचरितमानस लिखना। उसके बाद होता ये था कि रात को जो भी वो रचते रात में वह लुप्त हो जाता। तब शिव ने ही उन्हें स्वप्न में, ऐसा कहते हैं कि मातृभाषा में रचने की आज्ञा दी थी। फिर मानस का लेखन कर्क लग्न में प्रारंभ हुआ। वो अपन देख भी सकते हैं कि बहुत से हो सकता है शास्त्रों का सृजन हुआ और समय के साथ उनका विस्मरण भी हो गया, लेकिन आज रामचरितमानस, क्योंकि इसमें शैव है, मैं ये तुलसीदास जी की बहुत सूक्ष्म दृष्टि मेरे को बहुत पसंद आई कि मतलब वो सब कुछ शिव कृपा का आश्रय लेते हैं। साफ कहते हैं कि शंभु प्रसाद सुमति तुलसी रामचरितमानस कवि तुलसी। उसके बाद बचपन से मेरे को लगता है कि यह इस बात से सभी सहमत है या नहीं, लेकिन मैं हूँ, कभी भी भगवान शिव का अगर नाम आया है, फोटो आया है, तो हमेशा एक ही स्वरूप उनका देखने को मिला है। सीधे बैठे हैं, आंखें बंद है, जिसको थोड़े बड़े हुए तब ये बात समझ आई कि उसको समाधि वाला स्वरूप कहते हैं। तो तुलसीदास जी यहाँ पर भी नहीं चूके, उन्होंने मानस में इसका भी विवरण किया। ये देखिए नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मेरी, इसमें आया शंकर सहज स्वरूप संभारा लागी समाधि अखंड अपारा। ये प्रसंग तब का है जब सती के साथ बातचीत करके वो वापस आते हैं, तब अपने वापस समाधि में लग जाते हैं, शायद ये तब का है। तो शंकर सहज स्वरूप समारा लागे समाधि अखंड अपारा, उन्होंने शंकर की समाधि का भी वर्णन किया है। वो तो कुछ वर्ष भी बताते हैं उसमें कि उतने टाइम के बाद उनकी समाधि खुलती है। शंकर का सहज रूप ही समाधि है उनके अनुसार। और यहाँ उन्होंने कुछ टीकाकार ये भी बताते हैं, और ये भी बात है कि समाधि से अभिप्राय है कि उनका राम में वो राम राम का जप करते हुए, मैं आगे एक दो स्लाइड में और इसको प्रयास करूंगा एलेबोरेट करने की, वो राम राम का जप करते हुए इतनी तदाकार वृत्ति को प्राप्त हो जाते हैं कि उनकी समाधि लग जाती है और वह केवल रामत्व में लग जाती है। तो ये जो प्राय ये देखा जाता है कि भाई शिव का नाम आते तो ज्ञान योग की बात होती है, भक्ति योग की नहीं होती है। तो इस ये मैं आगे बताऊंगा आपको, लेकिन आप अभी ये देखिए कि शंकर सहज स्वरूप समारा लागे समाधि अखंड अपारा, तो उसमें समाधि का जो वेदांत शास्त्र में चित्त की एकाग्रता के परिणाम को समाधि कहा जाता है, चित्तस्य एकाग्रता परिणामः समाधि। तो ये जो शंकर का सहज स्वरूप है, ये भी बहुत अच्छा लगा जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने वर्ड्स की सेटिंग की। मेरे हिसाब से वर्ड्स को एकदम संजोया, शंकर सहज स्वरूप समारा। देखिए तो इसके अंदर अनुप्रास अलंकार लगा हुआ पड़ा है पूरा का पूरा। और शंकर के सहज स्वरूप की बात करी तो सहज स्वरूप का यह अर्थ यही है कि मैं देह नहीं हूँ, मैं चेतन निर्मल सहज सुख राशि हूँ, अविनाशी हूँ, निर्मम एक रस हूँ। जितने भी संबंध स्त्री पुरुष शत्रु मित्र हैं वे देह के संबंध हैं, वो मेरे हैं ही नहीं। और इस हिसाब से उन्होंने समाधि को भी मानस में बताया। मन को स्थिर करके भी श्री रघुनाथ जी का ध्यान करना ही सहज स्वरूप संभालना है। ध्यान करती तदाकार वृत्ति हो गई, यही समाधि लग जाना है। नेक्स्ट, सावधान बनकर पुनि शंकर लागे घन कथा अति सुंदर। यहाँ पे तुलसीदास जी ने भगवान शिव की भक्ति की भी बहुत सराहना की है। उन्होंने शिव में भक्ति तत्व मतलब परिपूर्ण भी क्या कहूँ, शब्द से परे है, अनुभव से परे है, गुणातीत है उनकी भक्ति। वो भक्ति के आचार्य है शिव। तो ये बताया, ये प्रसंग ये है कि सावधान बनकर पुनि शंकर लागे घन कथा अति सुंदर। इसमें भगवान शिव को ये डर लगता है कि उनकी है जो समाधि नहीं लग जाए, क्योंकि वो पार्वती को उस प्रसंग का वर्णन कर रहे होते हैं जब हनुमान जी आते हैं और माँ सीता का संदेशा लेकर, और भगवान शिव भगवान राम है वो हनुमान जी के ऊपर हाथ रखते हैं। तो ये तब का प्रसंग है। तो उसके अंदर उन्होंने भक्ति योग और ज्ञान योग को भी सम्मिश्रित किया है। और ये बताया है कि भले ही शैव संप्रदाय में मतलब वो कहते हैं ना कि प्रथम दृष्टि ऐसा लगे कि केवल ज्ञान योग की बात होगी, लेकिन नहीं, शैव संप्रदाय भक्ति योग से भी अछूता नहीं है। तभी इसके स्वयं आचार्य जो इष्ट देव है वो स्वयं प्रेम में बह नहीं जाए, इसलिए वहां पार्वती को ये बात भी कहते हैं कि मैं अपने मन को सावधान कर रहा हूँ। जी सर, आप कुछ कह रहे हैं?
नहीं सुन जी, आप उपसंहार के ओर बढ़ना पड़ेगा। तो
जी सर, एक स्लाइड और है, बस एक स्लाइड और है।
ओके ठीक,
ओके सॉरी। वो यही बात कहते हैं कि मैं अपने मन को है वो भक्ति में बह नहीं जाए, इसलिए स्वयं शिव सावधान होकर ये बात कहते हैं। और पार्वती को ये बात स्पष्ट कहते हैं कि मैं अपने मन को सावधान करके आपको ये कथा सुना रहा हूँ। तो यहाँ जो शिव की बात करती है, ज्ञान योग की बात आती है, तो ये शैविज्म एक तरीके से भक्ति योग में भी हमें मानस में देखने को मिलता है। शैव सिद्धांत में तत्व की प्राप्ति के लिए या ईश्वरत्व की प्राप्ति के लिए मल की बात की गई है। मल से यानी कि हमारी बैड हैबिट्स। तो मल की अगर बात करें तो इसको भी है वो एडॉप्ट किया है तुलसीदास जी ने, इसका भी वर्णन किया है। विभीषण और रावण संवाद में वो विभीषण के मुख से कहलवाते रावण को, काम क्रोध मत लोभ सबन हाथ न रखे पंथ सब परियरी रघुवीर भजु से संत। तो यह बात भी शैव संप्रदाय की एज इट इज हमें मानस में देखने को मिलती है। शैव संप्रदाय का में लिंगार्चन की विशेष महिमा है, जो तुलसीदास जी ने लंका कांड की शुरुआत में यह बात बताई कि जब भगवान रामेश्वर की स्थापना करते हैं तो भगवान राम स्वयं शिव की आराधना करते हैं। और वे कहते हैं लिंग थाप विधिवत करी पूजा, शिव समान प्रिय मोह नहीं पूजा। तो इससे उस समय का जो वैमनस्य था विभिन्न चीजों के अंदर उसको हटाया। और मैं अब समय वो और एनक्रोच नहीं करना चाहूंगा। मैं ये चाहूंगा कि मैं अब जल्दी से उपसंहार की ओर जाऊं। तो मैं यही बात बताना चाहूंगा कि किस तरीके से जो शैव संप्रदाय है उसकी जो वह थोड़ा समय के साथ उसका जो प्रचलन है वो थोड़ा कम हुआ, लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि तुलसीदास जी ने शैव संप्रदाय को मानस में इंक्लूड करके शैव संप्रदाय को जन जन तक पहुंचाया अवधी भाषा के माध्यम से, ठीक है। और कोई भी नदी अगर वर्ष पर्यंत प्रवाहित रहती है तो उसका कारण एकमात्र यही होता है कि उसका मूल सजल होता है, और यह सौभाग्य रामचरितमानस को प्राप्त हुआ क्योंकि उसका मूल सजल है। मूल सजल से मेरा यहाँ यह अभिप्राय है कि उसकी मूल सजल के अंदर शिव है, क्योंकि शिवत्व है इसलिए वह चल रही है। नहीं तो भारत के इतिहास में तो कई रचनाओं का सृजन हुआ, समय के साथ उनका विस्मरण भी हो गया, परंतु रामचरितमानस के मूल की सजलता यानी कि उसके अंदर जो शिवत्व है, उसका जो शैव है, वह शिव जो अंदर है रामचरितमानस के, वही कारण है। और उसी के कारण से यह मानस है या ये शैव संप्रदाय है जो उसके अंदर तो भारत जो पावन भारतवर्ष को पुनीत करता रहा है, इसलिए वह इस कली काल में मानस शिव, इसलिए वह इस कली काल में आने वाली पीढ़ियों को शिव प्रेम का रसास्वादन करवाती रहेगी। यही मैं आपको कहना चाहता था। अगर मेरे से कोई गलती हुई है तो आप मुझे प्लीज माफ कीजिएगा, और मैं सबका धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे धैर्यपूर्वक सुना।
सुमित जी, बहुत बढ़िया आपका प्रेजेंटेशन था। इसका मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं आपका, और आप बहुत ठीक तरीके से एक एक करके पॉइंट्स को सजाया है, सब एक तरफ logically reasoned out, well structured presentation you made. Thank you very much for this. I have not seen questions in the question and answer box. Once the questions come up, we can take up the questions after the other presentations also. But it was a well reasoned and well argued presentation of the covering of Shiva in Ramcharitmanas in different aspects. Wonderful. There could be other arguments from a Vaishnava point of view also. Now the Ramcharitmanas tradition is mostly in the hands of Vaishnavite traditions. So they might have other arguments with regard to how Shiva has been presented in Ramcharitmanas. But the significance given to Shiva is completely undisputed, Sumit. Now we'll move on to the much awaited dignitary presentation, very distinguished speech by none other than our His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. It is actually very inconvenient for you with the time zone differences to be available for us. And it is our good fortune that we are able to get your presence and speech also. Ambassador, His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji is a 1988 batch IFS Indian Foreign Service officer. He has served in the Ministry of External Affairs in various very important positions. With regard to the academic and other credentials of Ambassador Mishra ji, he holds degrees of Bachelor of Technology and Masters of Technology, both from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, and was the topper and gold medalist in both, securing a record 10 cumulative grade points average in MTech. You may imagine from technology to Sanskrit studies. And Ambassador Mishra speaks Spanish, Italian, and Nepalese, and knows among Indian languages Hindi and Sanskrit besides English. He has the person behind him, Ambassador Mishra's wife, Mrs. Riti Mishra ji, also He is a multiple language speaker. She is also a polyglot, a Spanish and Italian speaker. Both of them are interested in yoga studies, and they have contributed. The couple has contributed to many social service activities, charity initiatives, and yoga research and handicrafts work. Within his own career, he has covered areas of Indian diplomacy, political, security, and geostrategic affairs, economic and commercial, investment and technology issues, education, research and innovation, cultural and software engagements, Indian diaspora, and India's development partnership with other countries. With he is very proud of his origins from Varanasi, the city of Shiva, and he has many contributions towards the significance of Varanasi. Today, he, as a creative person, he comes up with new topics. So today he chose the topic of contemporary relevance of Shaivism for this conference. My request to His Excellency Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji to start his speech. Over to you, Shri Akhilesh Mishra ji. Namaste.
Namaskar. My very warm greetings from Dublin, Ireland. At the outset, I would like to express my very sincere, profuse thanks to very dynamic, visionary leadership of INDICA Academy, and also my friends from Bharat Adhyan Kendra, Banarsi University, which is my very dear alma mater. My special thanks to Nagaraj Paturi ji and Hari Kiran ji, Srinivas ji, and Amit Pandey ji for taking initiative to invite me. Friends,
Manish Maheshwari ji is the main person behind.
Thank you, Mahesh. I'm really grateful. Really grateful for your initiative. And this initiative is particularly significant for us all Indians because we are celebrating Aadhi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So I see this invigorating discussion in the context of Aadhi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So I applaud each one of you. Atita panthanam tavacha mahima vang manasayor ratadvyavritya yam chakitam abhidhatte shrutimapi sakasya stotavyah katividhi gunah kasya vishayah pade tvarvachine patati namanah kasya navachah. It is a very daunting task even for great scholars and sages to describe and talk about Shivji. I am a layman, simply overwhelmed by the emotions just by thinking about the glory of Shiva and his Mahima. So at the outset, I must underline that as a novice, as a just very initial student of Shiva Mata, what I'm going to say is no authority. I'm expressing my very personal, private thoughts, initial thoughts. And it's not representative of the government of India's or Ministry of External Affairs official position. Friends, on the topic of my presentation, why is it important for all of us to study India, study Shaivism and understand Shaivism? What is the contemporary relevance of Shaivism today for contemporary India? Normally, people mention about two things about the contemporary relevance of Shaivism. First is that it is very ancient, one of the oldest thought processes and philosophies in the whole world. But a great poet, Kalidas, warned us that Purana mityeva na sadhu sarvam, na chapi kavyam navamatyavadyam, santah parikshantarad bhajante, Munah parapratyayaneya buddhi. Nothing is excellent just because it is ancient, nor everything which is new is bad. Wise men use their own discretion to judge what is good or bad, but fools blindly follow others. Nothing is valuable or worthless in isolation, in itself. It is important to judge the significance of anything in a specific context, in the specific timeline and in the perspective. For antiquity to have the contemporary relevance and value, it must contain the positivity, something to inspire, something to motivate and nurture and guide us today, give us a strength and hope today. It must possess the nature of timelessness and universality. And it is in this context that I feel that Shaivism is extremely important, indeed central to the India's incredible, unmatched record of continuity in change since prehistoric age to Vedic period, to Indus Valley period, to Upanishads, the Puranic, epic, classical period till today. The Shaivism represents the continuity in the change of Indian philosophical thought, Indian civilization, Indian culture. So that makes Shaivism so critically valuable and important for India. Second aspect is that people say Shaivism is important because there are so many followers of Shaivism, starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from the east to west, that because the number of followers are so many, therefore Shaivism is so important. Again, friends, I believe that importance and value and validity of an idea or a thought is not determined just by the number of followers or number of adherents, but by the thought leader who shows the way by his own example. Yad yad acharati shrestha tattat devetaro janah sa yat pramanam kurute lokah tadanuvartate. That exemplary aspect of leadership that makes an idea, an approach so significant. Even Nazi Germany has a lot of followers of Hitler, and also there is a rapidly growing number of followers of the ideology of Islamic State or Al-Qaeda or Taliban, but it does not make them exalted or praiseworthy or noble. As Gandhiji reminded us, truth remains truth, even when it is in the minority of one. Not the number of followers, but the essential value of the Shaivism philosophy in terms of its benign, beneficial impact and positive influence on the society and the human well-being that makes Shaivism so relevant today. Sarvo midam mai protam sutre mani gana iva. Shiva sustains, weaves together, harmonizes all facets of human life in a very, very magnificent manner. If you look at Maheshwara Sutra, which provides the foundational structure, architecture of Devvani and our language and influences whole gamut of creativity. So Shiva is Vakpati. All sounds are contained in those 14 Maheshwara Sutras. So he is the giver of sound, the secret of sound, the science of sound. He is Vakpati. He is also Nataraja. If you look at Natya Shastra, then he plays a very, very central role in the conception and creation of the glorious treatise of Natya Shastra. Nandi, his Gana, plays a very important role in creation of Kama Sutra. And all forms of creativity, whether it's a poetry, whether it's a drama, whether it's any kind of literature from Valmiki till Amish Tripathi, everyone who has spoken about Indian mythology, all forms of philosophical thoughts in India, including all religions which were established, which grew from India, from Jainism and Buddhism to Sikhism, all of them have been woven together by the Shaivism thought. Also, it's very fascinating that under one benign umbrella protective gauge of Shiva lies both Ramchandra and Ravan. To him go both Devas and Daityas. So that is also very significant in terms of its very categorical rejection of the externally imposed notion of black and white contrasting divide between the Dravidians and Aryans. He is the ultimate harmonizer and unifier of India. That is why, friends, I feel Shaivism is so vital, fundamental, foundational in significance for us, for India, and for the entire humanity. If we conceive India, Indian culture, Indian civilization as a very large, huge tree with countless branches, leaves, and flowers and fruits, then Shaivism in its pre-Samism to me represents the primordial seed of this glorious tree. And it's invisible root which is hidden from the sight. And over time, so many insects, so many creatures, birds, animals, human beings have found shelter under this great tree. They have sought a refuge in it. And also many of them, successive waves of people and creatures who have come under this tree, they have made their homes in its bosom and embellished the tree and the branches and the nests in their own way. There are different kinds of nests and homes built on this tree, enriching and creating beauty, different kinds of diversity in the beauty of that great tree. While we rejoice and enjoy the beauty of the lush green leaves and fragrance of the flowers of that great tree and sweetness of its countless fruits, we must never forget the root which is hidden from the sight. Because chinne mule naiva vriksho na shakha. If we lose sight of that glorious, that divine seed, that root, which we don't see in our normal life with our ordinary vision, that is the point of worship, point of reverence for all of us. Fortunately, friends, for India and for the human society, the root of this divine tree is not below, hidden under the earth, the soil. But it is, the root is above. Urdha moolam adha shakham ashwatham prahuravyayam chandans yasya paranani yastam veda sa vedavit. It is this urdha moolam that has continued to nurture and sustain and hold together India's culture, India's civilization ethos, while the tangible, material, and visible constructs, visible structures of India, as you know, have faced constant, repeated attacks, onslaughts, depredations, and destructions by successive waves of invaders who came to India. And that is why it is the Urdhva Moolam, which is in the domain of thoughts, domain of ideas, that India remains the ethos of like continuity in change, while यूनान, मिस्र, रोमा सब मिट गए, जहां से हमारी जो खास बात है वो वही है. And that is what has given Indian civilization the resilience to cope with constant, most pernicious, assiduous, sustained attacks by hostile elements to the ethos of that intangible spirit of eternal India, Sanatan Dharma. The most serious, vicious attack on India and our Sanatan Dharma has been to undermine and destroy the foundation of that essential unity, which is epitomized by that single root, Urdhva Moolam. What they do is they sow the misperception and confusion about the plurality of the origin. It kind of confusing a child by mentioning that you have multiple parents, multiple parenthood. And therefore, if the seed gets broken into many, the root gets broken into many, then we get divided, and that creates fear, that creates hostility, that creates animosity, that creates tension and conflict. And foreign invaders, particularly the European colonial powers, they worked extremely maliciously, viciously to destroy the self-confidence, the self-pride of Indians in order to subjugate and rule. They had to create inferiority complex in the native population and sense of racial superiority about these Christian whites. So if the Indians rooted in Indian tradition had to be condemned as worthless and primitive, and everything valuable had to be traced back to the Greece, to Italy, to European civilizations. Similarly, if the Abrahamic single book based religions had to be given the credit for creating the notion of one single God of the entire universe, then all prior conceptions of God or the Almighty must be necessarily projected and portrayed as polytheistic. And to do this, the Europeans indulged in every possible tactic of Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, Upeksha, deception, propaganda, and also blatant falsehood, cover up of very evident, glaring truths. It is very clear to us who have seriously even looked at the Vedic texts that Vedas predate Bible, there is no question. Also that Vedas preach monoistic message. And this is unambiguous if you read the most famous mantra, Indram Mitram Varuna Magni Mahuratho Divyah Sa Suparno Garutman Ekam Sad Vipra Bahudha Vadanti Yamam Agnim Yamam Matareshwana Mahuhu. Again, the Devvani Sanskrit has such a fascinating quality that the words in Sanskrit are not arbitrarily picked up because of usage, because of tradition. Like cow, there is no reason why cow, C-O-W, represents that animal. But in Sanskrit, every word has a reason. Every word is based on very sharp observation of the properties. And it's a guna-based shabd, rachana. So on this Ekam Sad Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, if you look at the mantra in its entirety, all lines, then Indram Idi Parameshwarye. Idi root months means have almighty power. Mitram Medyati Snehyati Snehyate Va Mitraha. The root is Mitra because he loves all and he desired by all, loved by all. This is not the Mitra in terms of human friendship, because a friend of mine may be enemy to someone else, may be neutral to someone else, whereas the Almighty is friendly to everyone and has no hostility towards anyone. So that is Indram and Mitram. Varun, the root is Var. Varane, Var Ipsayam Yah Sarvan Shishtan. Var means desire. Varun is one who is desired by and sought after by the learned men. Agni is from Anj Gati Pujanayoha. Agi gatestrayo artha jnanam gamanam. The Agni is name of the God because he is incarnate knowledge, he is omniscient, he is worth knowing, he is worth acquiring, and he is counted very first. Divya Dyusu Shuddheshu Padartheshu Ya Vo Divaha. Some Divya. Divya is one who is most divine and in the most divine, most effulgent of all. Suparno Shobhanani Paranani Palanani Karmani Va Yasya Saha, one who is protector and preserver of the universe. Garutman, Yo Guruvatma Sa Garutman, whose glory, whose Atma, whose innate Sarup is glorious, Mahan. Yam Yah Sarvan Pranino Niyachati Sa Yamaha, one who controls all beings is called Yama. Matarishwa, Yo Matarishwa, Vayuryu Balvan Sa Matarishwa, one who is powerful like wind is Matarishwa. So you can see Indram, Mitram, Varuna, Agni, Divya, Suparno, Garutman, Yam, Matarishwa. These are not different gods. These are attributes, they are features, they are aspects of the same God. So there is no plurality. It's a most candid, most authoritative expression of Ekattwavad, one single divinity, one single Almighty. Also, friends, Vedas have no concept of anthropomorphic gods, as Christianity or Islam teaches us that a human being, God has a form of human being, or human beings are created in the form of the Almighty. This is not the belief of our sages, our rishis. The God in Indian concept is supranatural being, power without physical bodies. Purush, as we know today, is not masculine human being, but a supreme divine being having no physical body. He is formless, he is cosmic, he is pervading entire universe. The Purusha in Vedas is not the Purusha, man, human male of the later Sanskrit. Puri sansare shete sarva mabhivapya vartate sa purusha Parameshwaraha. Vishwataschakshurut Vishwato Mukho Vishwato Bahurut Vishwataspat Sam Bahubhyam Dhamati Sam Patatatrair Dyava Bhumi Janayan Devaye Kaha. Sahasrasirsha Purusha Sahasraksha Sahasrapat Sa Bhumim Sarvatas Pritvatyatishthati Dashangulaha. So it is absurd to describe human form and human emotions, human passions and desires to Purush or Parameshwar, or its infinite manifestations, its infinite names. It is absurd to talk about hierarchy of Vedic gods, Devatas, Indra, Agni, Vayu, Rudra, Shiva, Ganesh, Ashwini, Kumar, Vishnu, and also feminine names. It's childish to describe, to arrange them in a pecking order based on how many mantras are attributed to them. Also, friends, in Vedas, Purush is not masculine, male human being, but without any specific gender. He's often it is often referred to as Tat. Rig Veda has about 30 women rishis, and specific hymns are associated with them. So the India and Shaivism is the only philosophical thought process where the supreme being is not masculine. Tvam Stri, Tvam Pumanasi, Tvam Kumar, Utava Kumari, Tvam Jirno Dandena Vanchasi, Tvam Jato Bhavas Vishwato Mukhaha. Naiva Stri na Pumanasi, na Chaivayam Napunsakaha, Yata Yata Shariram Adatte, Tena Sa Yujyate. Na Tasya Pratima Asti, Yasya Nam Mahad Yashaha. प्रतिमा जिसे पदार्थों का परिमाण किया जाए, नाप किया जाए, तो जो अनंत है उसका परिणाम, उसकी माप कैसे होगी? Anyone who has organs, limbs cannot be all pervasive. Anyone who has eyes and ears and nose must have someone to create them. Therefore, we can't think of a physical form of the ultimate reality. We can't invoke gods through mantras, by chanting mantras. If it was possible to invoke deities by chanting mantras, then the same statue could have also got the consciousness of the Sachidanand. If it is possible to invoke deities in a wood or a clay statue, then it would also have been possible for me to invoke God into my child or my father. So, as Vedas say, Trayo Arthaha Sarva Vedeshu. Vedas have to be seen, they have multiple meanings, because they consider very like illiterate and ignorant to speak very candid, very direct, blunt language. They had that beauty of conveying messages subtly, and the greatness lied in dwelling deep to assess the meaning of the true message. The plurality and perception of the description of the Almighty, the same single supreme being which has in itself no form, has existed because of individuals, our interests, our shortcomings, our interests, our proclivities. Sarvendriya gunabhasam, sarvendriya vivarjitam, sarvasya prabhumishanam, sarvasya sharanam brihat. Nana rupa vidhata tvam bhaktanam dhyana hetave. Yeshu rupeshu yat pritihi tattat rupam vibharshicha. The Almighty does a great favor to us by giving us the perception of a form which we want, we adore, we like. Ananta nama dheyaya sarvakara vidayine samasta mantra vachyaya vishwaika pataye namaha. He has infinite names, assumes all forms, but all hymns, all prayers speak of the same single master and the protector of the entire universe. Sarvo vai rudrastasmai rudraya namostu. Purusho vai rudra sanmaho namo namaha. Vishwam bhutam bhuvanam chitram bahudha jatam jayamanam chayat. Sarvo hesha rudrastasmai rudraya namostu. Na bhumir na chapo na vahnir na vayur na chakasha mastre na tandra na nidra na grishmo na shito na desho na vesho na yasyasti murti trimurtim tamide. Veda hametam purusham mahantam aditya varanam tamasah parastat tameva viditvati mrityumeti nanyah pantha vidyate yanaya. Only by understanding the reality of the same single Brahma, Purush, the ultimate power, the Paramatma, that we can liberate ourselves from all suffering. Realization of the Rudra, Shiva, Ganesh, Vishnu, Uma, Shri, Lakshmi, Parvati, Agni, Indra, Varuna, Yama, Surya, whatever name you might call him or her, dissolves all contradictions and harmonizes all dualities. Anu raniyan mahato mahiyan yasmat param naparamasti kinchit yasman naniyo najayosti kinchit apani pado javano grahita pashyat tachakshu sasrunotya karana tadaijati tannaijati taddure tadvantike tadantarasya sarvasya tadu sarvasyasya bahyatah. If we think about the root, urdhumulam, then we don't fall into this debate of who is greater, my God is greater and your God is inferior. Also, friends, to realize this ultimate reality, our external senses are inadequate. Na chakshusha grahyate napi vacha nanyaiha devaiha tapasa karmanava jnana prasadena vishuddha sattva tatah tutam pashyate nishkalam dhyayamanah. This dhyan, this insight, inner vision through avritta chakshusha, closing your eyes, that presents before us a cosmically unified web of existence. Ritasya tantum vitatam drishekam. Like a web, everything is interconnected and interdependent, and there is one single integrated whole. Vishwam bhavatyeka needam, in which not only the entire humanity, but all creatures, even birds, animals, plants, animate and inanimate bodies, all find that there is one single home for all of them. And Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. So there is no hierarchy among beings created by Almighty, because they are all part of the same single cosmic web. Therefore, there is absolutely no question of dispute or debate about one God being superior or inferior to another. Rama, Krishna, Shiva, or Varuna, Indra, Yama, Radha, Sita, Parvati, Kali, Saraswati, all become equal. It's only our glass which decides what color they appear. Also, friends, the rituals and external modes of worship are merely external visual or hearing aids, kind of. They are not the real upasana which has to happen in our mind through meditation, through contemplation. And again, I mentioned like Trayo Artha Sarva Vedeshu. It depends how deep, like a diver, how deep you plunge into the ocean. That decides what you see. If you are only at the surface, then you see one view of the reality. If you go deeper, then you see a different view of reality. If you still go deeper, then you see a different world. Friends, let me end with my message to the charismatic leadership of INDICA and the young scholars who are connected with this program. Friends, today, as we know that India and the whole world is so deeply polarized, there is so much of toxicity, and therefore it is so important for us to focus on the essence of Shaivism, because that is about harmonizing. Asannaya Suduraya Guptaya Prakatatmane Sulabhayate Durgaya Namaschitraya Shambhave. So if you think of him, then everyone comes under that one umbrella. Second point is, please don't copy others. Even the name of Shaivism, if you think of it, ism itself is hardly 3 centuries old, with Greek and Latin origin. And also ism is a pejorative, depreciative word. You will never hear any devout Christian talking about Christianism or talking about Christism. Muslims will not talk about Islamism or Mohammedism. But they will only talk about Marxism and Maoism and terrorism. So we have to find an Indian proper description of Shaivism. Ism is not good for us. Also, I can mention that there is an ongoing controversy about Hindutva and Hinduism. I'm not referring to the political dimension of Hindutva, but I feel very upset that there is a systematic propaganda campaign against Hindutva, which means the essence of being Hindu. And they say that Hindutva is bad, but Hinduism is good, because Hinduism is a very narrow description. And if Hindutva, which means the core issues, core values, core belief of the Sanatan Dharma, if they are taken out of our existence, then Hinduism will automatically burst and collapse. That is the conspiracy. And we have to guard against it. Third, friends, the expansion of our knowledge, our sight is not looking outside, but looking inwards. So we have to meditate more, think more, and we have to discard all external distractions so that we can contemplate better. We Indians need an indigenous framework to see, study, understand, and interpret India. Not constantly try to squeeze ourselves or wriggle ourselves to fit into some externally imposed framework of Indology that has been created, imposed on us with regard to Indian studies. We should be the masters, and others, external scholars, should come to us to seek validation of their knowledge, not the other way around. Why should we rush to Western scholars and Western newspapers to get our research validated? Lastly, friends, Prime Minister Modi has given us the call of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I believe that Atmanirbhar Bharat will be incomplete without developing that self-dependence in knowledge domains. We must not prematurely rush to outside to seek their validation, or immediately showcase whatever little we do, we showcase, run to showcase to external audience. Let us imbibe those lessons of fruits of our research within India. If India succeeds, then others will follow. The positive state of mind, purity of thought, and determined purposeful action will certainly lead us to glory, make our country Vishwaguru again. Yat pragyanamut cheto dhritischa yat jyotirantaram mritam prajasu yasman narite kinchana karma kriyate tanme manah shiva sankalpamastu. Let our thoughts be noble, and that will pave our way to glory. Thank you so much. And once again, I'm really grateful to INDICA Academy friends who have been visionary and initiating this nationwide campaign to relook our glorious heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Such a scintillating, such a luminous, such a erudite presentation that you have made. Wow. If it would have been a physical presentation, I am sure it would have been a standing ovation from all the panelists and all the audience, sir. This kind of scholarly presentation, usually people don't expect from bureaucrats. Wow, you are such a combination of erudition and administrative efficiency, sir. Let me share as a personal note, Shri Mishra ji, that this argument that you made today was brought by me during the physical conference at Bharatiya Adhyan Kendra, Banaras Hindu University, towards the end during my valedictory address. The Shri Meghji, who is there now as a panelist in the panel, brought in a paper where he was arguing for two issues. One is the prominence of Shiva as supreme or sectarian idea of Shaivism, both these, whether they were older or not. And as a response to that, I brought in this argument that, as you rightly said, through the indigenous framework, both these are absolutely problematic. Supremacism, somebody as supreme, and sectarian. The very word sectarian is their category. Ism, Shaivism, what we have as an insider word is just Shaiva.
Yeah.
Shiva is there. Shiva has been used repeatedly, but no ism. And the whole indigenous framework for this is Ekeshwara and Eka Brahman.
Yes.
So that Brahman and Ishvara being the two main categories, if you read either Shaiva Siddhanta works or Vaishnava works, they used Brahman and Ishvara as the categories, and then they bring Vishnu as Brahman and Ishvara, or Shiva as Brahman and Ishvara on both sides. So that single entity, I am grateful to you today to have reminded me. I made a mistake during my valedictory address by going to Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Niruktas, and by not bringing the mantra itself. But today you made my day by bringing the Rigveda mantra itself, where that Ekeshwaratva through Ekam Sat Vipraha Baudha Vadanti, and by bringing all the names, Mitra, Varuna, etc., and combining them all into an Ekeshwara Tattva by Rigveda itself. While you were speaking, I went to Griffith's translation online, English translation of the same mantra. I wanted to see whether he distorted it, but he correctly translated. I saw that he correctly translated. So, if you are correctly translating, you must be aware that there is that idea of one single entity having multiple names and all that. Then why should you search for this in a later time, Nirukta, or later, or any text or any other thing? You are already aware that by Rigveda mantra itself, that one single entity is already there. And that being given, making Rudra as center, or Vishnu as center, or Surya as center, or Ganapati as center, or Kumara as center, that probably the multiple possibilities are there. Why actually even Prana has been made center, Pranava has been made center. You, instead of calling Pranavaism, we can say Pranava Siddhanta, Pranava Kendraka Siddhanta, Prana Kendraka Siddhanta. Many such multiple possibilities are there, and you have, my feeling is that your eloquence is coming from your clarity. Your eloquence is coming from your commitment to clarity. You are not beating around the bush at all. You are very straight in your thought, all because you have a clarity of thinking. You have covered the entire gamut of Vedic material, and you have covered commentaries, bhashyas, went to etymologies of words also. It's such a great erudition, sir. Wow, we are so lucky to have you, not just on account of your position in the government of India or Ministry of External Affairs, sir, but just as a scholar. We need you, sir. We need your guidance. We need your guidance in many of our forums, just not this conference. Please be in touch with us. We will be in touch with us, rather, to take your help and guidance hereafter in many aspects. You really, all your final messages are very well noted, and all the audience here and beyond, people will definitely take your messages forward with gratefulness, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I must say, I have been inspired by your work, and also the passion, the sincere commitment that I see. I have been in touch with some of your scholars of INDICA, and it's so refreshing that people who have tremendous professional expertise, they are sparing time for this research, and you are role models. And in a very small manner, whatever I can do as a brother, as a supporter, your cause needs support. And also we need a multidisciplinary, because Veda is a combination of all different aspects of knowledge. Just knowing Sanskrit is not enough. Just knowing one subject is not enough. We need a selfless team of people like you from different disciplines.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
And I'm always at your disposal. Whatever I can do, you can think of, just let me know. And if it is possible, to treat it as done. Because
that is so gratifying.
Your cause is something that deeply inspires me. I'm older, but even young people like you inspire others, inspire me.
That is so gratifying. Shri Harikiran Vardhamani ji, Shri Manish Maheshwari ji, Meg ji, myself, and all the people of INDICA are very grateful to your offer, sir. It is heartening to hear your words. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very kind, very kind.
Now we'll move on to the next session. The session that is now to be after this is by Shri Deepa Kiranji and Christian ji. Christian ji is going to talk about the goddess Para. The goddess Para is the topic of Christian the Vetriji, and Deepa Kiranji is going to talk about Shiva and Apasmara trajectory of knowledge, knowledge acquisition. First, Christian the Vetriji is going to talk about the goddess Para.
Thank you. Namaste, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to talk today. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Yes,
Yep.
yes,
Okay.
you are audible. And please share your slideshow.
Okay, I'll just begin by speaking, and then I'll put up a slide. So today I'll present about the goddess Para Devi. The goddess Para is the tutelary deity of the non-dualistic Shaiva tradition, which is referred to as the Trika. Trika Shaivism flourished in Kashmir and in India in the 9th and the 13th century, and a significant contribution to its development were the works of the great philosopher and exegete Rajanaka Abhinavagupta. Though the tradition has been through a long process of attrition since the 13th century and it was almost lost, it was revealed again by one of the last Kashmiri teachers of the Trika, Swami Lakshmanju, who transmitted the tradition to a few Westerners as well as Indians in the decades before his death in 1991. The tradition is now in a process of revival, not only in Kashmir and in India, but worldwide. It's a phenomenon which has been recently explored in depth by Douglas Ostow in his book, An Indian Tantric Tradition and Its Global Revival. My conviction, and that of many others, is that this tradition is not only of historical and philosophical interest, but contains saving knowledge that is really vital to humanity today. As a contribution to the contemporary evolution of the Trika, in 2016, I was inspired to create a sculpture of the goddess Para. This presentation will briefly explore the significance of the goddess Para within the context of the Trika and the creation of this artwork. Trika Shaivism is a study of consciousness, both from a theoretical and an experiential perspective. It is practical in its outlooks and its methods, which are aimed at self-realization. The philosophy of this tradition is centered around an understanding of consciousness as the ground of being, unbounded and infinite. The teachings and the practices of Trika Shaivism recognize that by aligning our individuality with the autonomous and free nature of consciousness, we experience more creativity, higher functioning, and an ever-deepening connection to the truth, sacredness, and beauty of embodied existence. While this tradition holds that consciousness is one, it also explains how its characteristics and its functions are many, and an entire pantheon of deities exists that embody these various aspects. These deity forms are described in writing, in texts, in the tradition, but most of them have never been presented in sculptural form, making it all the more pertinent to bring them to light for those seeking to authentically engage with the tradition in the present era. The iconographic elements of the deity forms are both indicators and activators, indicating via visual codes the aspect of consciousness being expressed by the deity and activating that same experience within the individual. Though these deity forms may at first resemble the iconography of certain religious systems, an engagement with Trika Shaivism is not a matter of practicing religion in the conventional sense, but is rather akin to a universal philosophical theory with profound and pragmatic applications. In the words of Swami Lakshmanju, Trika philosophy is meant for any human being, without restriction of caste, creed, or color. Its purpose is to enable you to rise from individuality to universality. Abhinava Gupta, in his magnum opus, the Tantra Loka, speaks about the role of ritual and deity forms for a practitioner. Though the primary focus of the Trika, according to Abhinava Gupta, is in a meditative practice, he does not suggest abandoning deity forms altogether, but rather he explains how one must aspire to see these forms as nothing less than one's own essential nature, collapsing any conception of difference between oneself and the deity. Alexis Sanderson, in his 1990 essay, Visualization of the Deities of the Trika, translates Abhinava Gupta as follows. In this mirror-like consciousness, he should contemplate the images of the deities as reflections of himself, as the reflected. Now I'll show an image of the artwork and continue on. Is that visible? I trust it is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, great. So in creating this sculpture of the goddess Para, I have attempted to honor the point of view of Abhinava Gupta. Though Para is a deity that would have been traditionally used for an internal visualization practice, the fact of her external materialization as a sculpture is not intended to elicit a separation between the observer and the work of art, but rather a unification of the viewer with what is being viewed. There are several visualization descriptions of the goddess Para within the Trika textual corpus. The one followed as the basis for this representation is from the Siddha Yogeshwari Mata, translated by Mark Dishkowski as follows. One should visualize Para with her own form sitting on a lotus in the air, with the book of all knowledge in her left hand, O beautiful one, and holding a beautiful heavenly rosary of crystal in her right hand. One is to visualize a garland on her neck, a garland of heavenly beauty made up with beads which are round like the buds of the kadamba tree, and which shine forth like fire. This garland reaches down to her feet and is spotless as crystal all over. So this description is rendered anthropomorphically in my sculpture using the aesthetic and iconographic vocabulary of traditional Indo-Tibetan sacred art. And each element of the form expresses an aspect of the goddess Para as she is described in the texts of the Trika tradition. Furthermore, the material of the sculpture, the shape of the sculpture, and the process by which it is sculpted have also been considered as ways of indicating and activating qualities associated with this goddess. In the Trika tradition, the goddess Para is understood as the goddess of creation, the primordial will of consciousness in its unmanifest state to become manifest. In terms of the process of manifestation, she is the very first movement of the immanent that emerges in union with the transcendent. This subtle state she embodies is expressed in the description from the Siddha Yogeshwari Mata, where she is described as having a white body of crystal. Sculpting her in crystal was therefore a fitting medium for this goddess, who in her expressive capacity is the activating force that disperses the one light of consciousness into the variegated array of forms in the manifest world, just as a crystal disperses white light into the full spectrum of colors. The form of the goddess is embedded within the solid crystal sphere by a method of three-dimensional laser etching. This is done by sending millions of tiny beams of light into the interior of the crystal. At the focal point of each beam of light, a tiny occlusion is etched into the crystal, making up the appearance of the entire form, which then shines visibly when light from the outside passes through. This process is used because it approximates the manner in which she is described in the Trika texts, luminous white like sunshine on snow. The fine quality of the etching is a way of capturing the subtlety of her effulgent nature, demonstrating in material form that she is at the very edge of what can be seen, described, and depicted. This technique enables a vision of the goddess appearing to float weightless within the crystal, expressing immanence in union with transcendence, emerging subtly from infinite spaciousness as joyous creative impulse. It offers an experience of the goddess Para as the highest principle in reality, completely out of the mind's reach, yet at the same time experienced at every moment as one's own self-awareness, present in all things. The spherical shape of the sculpture is also significant in terms of tantric iconography because it is a pure geometric form without corners or edges. The sphere has no face to stand on, so it is filled with latent dynamism, with infinite possibility and potential for movement in any direction. This shape therefore represents and elicits the unbounded unity of universal consciousness that is the true nature of the individual. These elements of the sculpture are ways of expressing the qualities of the goddess Para, and as mentioned previously, there are also means of activating those qualities within the viewer. There are three qualities in particular which are associated with the goddess Para that are relevant to discuss within this context: Icha, Pratyabha, and Chamatkara. The word Icha is in common language meaning desire. However, in this context, it is not a desire for an object or an experience that we have knowledge about already, but rather it is the unconditional impulse of desire. In the Trika tradition, Icha is defined as a precognitive creative urge towards self-expression. It is the impulse behind the manifestation of the universe and behind also all artistic expression that is done for its own sake. It is the initial stirring of the unconditioned will of consciousness to manifest, the primordial motive force of consciousness, without which nothing else would arise and everything would remain just static and formless. So Icha is the desire of the goddess Para to experience herself for no other reason than to delight in the creative act itself. At the level of the individual, this subtlest of movements surges up from the core of one's being freely and autonomously. It's not the product of a logical argument or a rational thought or persuasion. When an artist is seized by the unconditional urge to create, by an impulse that does not require justification nor explanation, this is a direct experience of the cosmic will, Icha, of the goddess Para operating through an embodied being. If this impulse is allowed to flow unimpeded of its own accord, it will inevitably be accompanied by the guidance of intuitive insight, Pratyabha. Pratyabha is a technical term in the field of aesthetics and the philosophy of language. However, in the Tantra Loka, Abhinava Gupta uses this word not only to describe the qualities of the goddess Para, but as an actual name for her, Goddess Pratyabha, Pratyabha Devi, which qualifies and signifies the aspect of ultimate reality which she represents. A single word for Pratyabha does not exist in English, but it could be translated as creative inspiration, intuitive insight, or divine knowledge. We could consider Pratyabha as the sudden flash of insight that compels the poet to put pen to paper, or the vision like lightning from beyond that seizes the painter. It's also the underlying impulse that inspires a bird to sing, and the innate intelligence of the newly born kitten that moves it towards the mother's teat. It's not only an individual human skill, but rather the underlying intuitive intelligence force of consciousness. This macrocosmic characteristic of the goddess Para, moving through the microcosmic channel of the embodied being, is what moves all great artists, constituting the very essence of their creativity. It is an inherent quality of reality, which is beyond any individual's ability to produce or to own it. It can, however, be easily confused by the artist as something self-generated if the artist's mind attempts to take possession of it. On the other hand, the artist who honors the originating impulse of creativity, icha, and surrenders to the unfolding of intuitive insight, pratyabha, will inevitably create art that touches the core of being and expresses that which is eternal. The term chamatkara means wonder or aesthetic rapture. It is the ecstatic experience of a fully expanded state of awareness that sums up both the activity of consciousness and the contemplation which is the result of its action. According to André Padoux, Paravak is characterized by chamatkara, wonder, thrill of joy, wonderment, and ecstatic rapture, experienced by consciousness at its self-revelation and its self-awareness, or when contemplating the manifestation that it holds within itself. So one experiences goddess Para as chamatkara when consciousness becomes suffused with such beauty that the experience of time fades away. As one is swept up in aesthetic delight, the fundamental nature of consciousness, unafflicted by thought constructs, is revealed, and the sense of a separate self dissolves into an experience of one eternal being. This understanding is at the very core of Gupta's aesthetic theory, elucidated here by Raniero Gnoli, and I quote, "During the aesthetic experience, the consciousness of the spectator is free of all practical desires. The spectacle is no longer felt in connection with the empirical eye of the spectator, nor in connection with any other individual. It has the power of abolishing the limited personality of the spectator, who regains momentarily his immaculate being, not yet overshadowed by Maya." So according to Abhinavagupta, the purpose of art is to exercise our capacity to perceive the fundamental reality of all things. An artwork gives access to the reality of pure aesthetic continuity, which otherwise would remain unnoticed amidst the distractions of everyday life. Art can take us for a moment outside of space and time, because we are looking at something captured by the artist in a timeless moment of unity with the ever-present creative force of consciousness. In other words, the contemplation of art is participating in the act of creating a work of art, and the act of creating a work of art is participating in the goddess Para's act of creating the whole world. The teachings of Trika Shaivism articulate how through specific practices and identification with the qualities embodied by the goddess Para, chamatkara is realized as the fundamental nature of consciousness, no longer limited to the experience of a specific object or event, but in an inherent quality of being, making the whole of life a work of art. It is this goddess Para who in sculpted form becomes a mirror for the beauty and the power we have inherent within ourselves to be experienced and ultimately revealed. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Christianji. It was wonderful how you took us from aesthetic ideas of Pratibha, and if it is Vyakarana Darshana, Spota Darshana, From Pratibha, it goes to Vyavahara. If it is Alankara Shastra, from Pratibha, it goes to things like Rasa. And how it is, you said that it is different from, probably a historian would say that because Vakyapadiyam is older than Abhinav Gupta's works, a historian might say that Pratibha was taken from Vakyapadiyam and was given a philosophization of general universal experience of reality itself. And a historian might like to prefer saying that Pratibha as an aesthetic concept is as old as Kamaha. So within Alankara Shastra, Pratibha was traveling from the time of Dhamma through the later Alankarikas, and by the time Abhinav Gupta was using it for his Trika view of experience itself, experience of existence itself, experience of being itself, as you rightly said, it was already, technically it was traveling. The word was traveling and the concept was already traveling. And Chamatkara as a word, I remembered an English poet, Walt Whitman. There is a famous quote from him: "Every hour in light and dark is a miracle for me."
That's it.
Probably Walt Whitman was not aware of Chamatkara theory. It was just his simple poetic response to his life experience. But he would come to know that there is a well-structured theory of this idea that every hour in light, in dark is a miracle for him. He would definitely enjoy knowing this. So this experience of Chamatkara in every moment of life, and that as a message of Para, that as a bell ringing from Para to reach itself self-reflexively, is a wonderful presentation from you. And definitely from this presentation, all the audience also today, if they travel with you, would have got the experience of Chamatkara backwards to Pratibha and to their own Ichcha. But at least a seed idea would fall in the mind, and through the methods that are delineated by Abhinav Gupta in his multiple works, each one can practice as a sadhaka and travel backwards from the everyday, every moment experience of Chamatkara to the Ichcha and Para experience, Para in themselves. Thank you very much.
Namaste. Thank you. Beautifully summarized. Thank you.
So now we have, usually in any event, we wait for the most attractive, scintillating, stimulating part of the event as the end event. It is done because the audience keep waiting for it. And such a presentation now is going to be by Deepa Kiranji, for which we have been waiting. Most of our events have a very attractive, very engaging, very entertaining presentation by Deepa Kiranji. A very wonderful topic of Apasmara, one of my favorite topics, has been chosen by Deepa Kiranji. We have Apasmara in Nataraja, we have Apasmara in Dakshinamurti, and so let us just see how Deepa Kiranji, a wonderful storyteller, is going to make us travel through the story of our Smara. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Nagaraj-ji. Namaskaram to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. And is the screen visible? The screen is actually from another device that I've logged in, Srinivas-ji. The screen is visible?
Yes, yes. The screen is visible. Is it a PPT or a PDF file?
It's a PPT. I'm sharing it from my other screen. It's a PPT.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Right. Right. Yeah. So, namaskaram to everyone. Such a day of listening to so many erudite scholars. The last one being Nagarji himself, and then Christian and Akhilesh Mishraji and all the others. I'm honored to just be a part of this deep learning experience. Very quickly at the start, I am a storyteller, storytelling artist by profession, and I work with teachers on how they can tell stories and teach children through storytelling. So there is that interest because of which I have explored this topic of Shiva and Apasmara, trajectory of knowledge acquisition. So let's quickly go into this paper. That's one of the images of the dancing Lord Shiva. And below we can clearly see, usually this creature is smaller in size. In this particular picture, we can see the creature much larger in size, right? Which is Apasmara, the demon. What I'm trying to do here is very quickly look at the iconography, art history, archaeology, dance and music references, epistemology, references in Ayurveda, endocrinology, and even in astronomical sciences that Nataraja, as the entire image itself, has as a reference, and then move on to this interest area of mine that comes from this connection with Apasmara, which is the pedagogical relevance, the notions of ignorance, systems of knowledge transmission, knowledge acquisition, contextualizing ignorance, and significance in contemporary teaching. This is what I hope to quickly look at in this paper. Right. So when we think of the moment we speak of Nataraja, of course, it is the cosmic cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction. It is an art form of dance that symbolizes all of this, the cosmic dance outside and the cosmic dance within us. All of this we are familiar with. What Anand Tandavam represents, just like the Rasa Mandala of Krishna, what dance represents in this context. So I'm quickly going to other bits and pieces that place it for us together, which is the iconography. It's associated primarily with the Chola dynasty. We find a lot of art historians like Kumaraswamy and Gopinath. They speak about the Chola dynasty connection, which is the 10th century. And when we speak of Chola dynasty, there is Sembiyan Mahadevi, who was a grand queen. She was known to be pious, generous, and a strong patron of the arts, architecture, of the temples, and definitely of the Nataraja icon itself. The Chidambara Mahatmyam, talking about that, Takarada and Makai, I quote, Lord of the dance. The symbolism has been interpreted in classical Indian texts such as Unmai Vilakkam, Mummani Kovai, Tirukuttu Darshana, and Thiruvattavuvarar Puranam, dating from the 12th century. So these are the common references we have. However, there are art historians such as Padma Kaimal, who in her essay Shiva Nataraja, Shifting Meanings of an Icon, suggests that the Nataraja icon goes back few centuries further. I quote, by the 7th century, the hymnists Appar, Sambandar, Sundarar, and Manikavasagar had sung of Chidambaram's already existing sanctity. The reference to the hymnists is evident even in many texts that are available and manuscripts that are available. Also, this is supported by, by parallel work that archaeologist Sharada Srinivasan writes about in her research paper, where she also writes that Archaeometallurgical, iconographic, and literary evidence discussed shows that the Nataraja bronze depicting Shiva's Ananda Tandava, or the dance of bliss, was a Pallava innovation, 7th to mid-19th century, rather than the 10th century Chola. So we have art historians, archaeologists who are all taking it further back through evidence that it's not just associated with the Chola dynasty. Now coming to this Apasmara, who is actually a dwarf demon under the foot of Nataraja. We know that Nataraja is associated with Chidambaram, the temple in Tamil Nadu, and in Tamil, Apasmara is called Muyalagan. The Tamil word is Muyalagan. In fact, there is a very popular song, a Tamil song that goes, Kale Tuki Ninja Adum Devame Undan Kale Tuki Ninja Adum Devame Undan. And the popular Nataraja pose goes with the Bhagavatars who sing this. It is a popular song in praise of Nataraja rendered by many renowned Carnatic musicians, which was composed by Marimuthu Pillai in the 18th century. And this charanam, it comes in the third charanam, is often missed out, which specifically says, Muyalagan Unnai Tukki, referring to Muyalagan, the dwarf demon under the foot of Nataraja. We also find references in dance, of course, the Natya Shastra, and this arresting image of Nataraja in 108 different poses is part of the Indian classical dance form of Bharatanatyam. Even in yoga, we find Nataraja Asana, one of the advanced poses in yoga. I'm just giving the spectrum of references that we find of Nataraja across different disciplines. Coming to the story of this creature Apasmara. The story of Apasmara, as seen in the Skanda Purana, it is also found in the Tamil Kovil Puranams, the Sthala Puranams of Chidambara temple, and the endocrinologist Shashadri in his paper mentions that the ceiling of the Shivagama Sundari shrine in the Nataraja temple complex illustrates the legend in a series of frescoes. This is the story. In the Deodar forests, the rishis had become arrogant with power that was gained through arduous worship and rituals. They were wreaking havoc everywhere with their drunken pride. So Shiva had to go and resolve this issue. He went there as a handsome Bhikshatana, a mendicant, and took along with him Vishnu in the form of Mohini. First, the rishis were smitten by Mohini's beauty, and the wives of the rishis were enchanted by the Bhikshatana. On returning to their senses and realizing what had happened, the rishis were furious and angry. They sat down and they did this grand yajna from which rose creatures like a serpent, a tiger, a lion, and the dwarf demon Apasmara. Shiva fought all of the other creatures, but Apasmara is one demon he could not kill, because Apasmara is one of the rare demons, the very few demons that is blessed with unconditional immortality. A point to note that the demon of ignorance is a demon with unconditional immortality. Shiva, therefore, could not kill Apasmara, but what he did do was ensure that under steadily placed, he placed his right foot steadily, and under that remained Apasmara. At the same time, as he danced his furious cosmic dance, he raised the other leg up. And when we see Shiva's hand gestures, the mudras, very clearly, the left hand points only to the raised left foot, indicative of ignorance has to be kept in its place and the movement has to be upwards, not being pulled down by ignorance, which is right below. When we come to epistemology, looking at the word Apasmara, the references come in Ayurveda, because in Ayurveda, it is the disease of epilepsy associated with convulsive fits, breathlessness, and many other such indicators. Bala V. Mani writes, epilepsy is defined as Apasmara, Apa meaning negation or loss, and smara mean recollection or consciousness. So therefore, loss of memory, loss of self-control, loss of control over speech, these are various indicators. This paper basically reaffirms what various Ayurvedic texts talk about, considering apasmara as a dangerous disease, which is chronic and difficult to treat. One particular study by Savarkar, which is a case study, identifies the main features of apasmara as impairment in memory or awareness, and their focus is on the physical aspect. Even though most of the times apasmara is considered, the epilepsy is considered a manasa roga, psychic disorder, it is not a manasa roga, the paper goes on to write about. Apasmara is one of the diseases which affects both the sharira and manasa, the mental, both the physical and the mental. The paper, which is a case study, goes on to show how, therefore, even physical solutions such as Shirodhara can work for this Manasa Roga. I am touching on, as I mentioned, different disciplines and different lenses that have looked at Nataraja and apasmara. And here is one on endocrinology. There is a paper by an endocrinologist called Sheshadri, and I quote him, "Mysticism surrounds the dancing form of the Nataraja, but does Nataraja dance upon an endocrine mystery? Does the demon under his feet, apasmara, literally forgetfulness or epilepsy, have an endocrine disorder? Short limbs, stocky, eye-popping dwarf with possible mental retardation with a name that suggests epilepsy throws open a host of endocrine diagnoses." Referencing many big terms and words like pseudo-hypothyroidism, parathyroidism, pseudo-hypoparathyroidism, and cretinism, referencing all of these, Sheshadri goes on in his paper to arrive at a conclusion that perhaps there is a connection between this creature, which is maybe one with an endocrinal problem. He talks about how the word for epilepsy in Tamil is muyal bali, which can be translated as what is the breadth of a hare, a rabbit or a hare, when it senses a prey. The speed of its breath, the pace at which it goes, is how the convulsions or the fits are for a person who has the Muyalagan disease, the Muyal Bali disease, or apasmara disease. His concluding remark is that just like the endocrine glands, which are so small and which release hormones in such minute quantities, but which can cause extreme havoc in the body, such as we know what happens with the thyroid glands. He talks about how the demon of ignorance, avidya, of the ultimate ignorance, which is the ego itself, how this ego, which is so small, can play absolute havoc and cause convulsive fits and uncontrollable trouble for the larger system if it is not controlled and kept steady and crushed. References in recent times in the modern discipline of astronomy, exploration and understanding in collaboration with knowledge systems of ancient civilizations, including the Hindu, is prevalent. We have works of Dr. Raj Vedam, where he's talking about the moon and the 27 satellites and how this is indicative of not only the ancient knowledge of astronomy, but also understanding of mnemonics, how through stories, the knowledge is passed on orally in mnemonical processes. We also have documentaries such as Secret Life of Plants, where there's an isolated tribe called the Dogon tribe in Africa, which celebrates a festival of a satellite that moves around Sirius. They have absolute knowledge of its position, of its weight and everything, which typically is not possible with the naked eye at all. So this shows that in modern times, there is a lot of research that is connecting back with the knowledge systems. So here is one. The scope and understanding of the modern discipline of astronomy is expanding and accommodating various aspects that were at one time perhaps considered beyond it. Here is a picture, which is in Switzerland, in CERN. And what's written below that is physicist Fridtjof Capra's quote is on the plaque there of this 2-meter Nataraja, gifted by the Indian government to the European Center for Research in Particle Physics in Geneva. And it reads, hundreds of years ago, Indian artists created visual images of dancing Shiva in a beautiful series of bronzes. In our times, physicists have used the most advanced technology to portray the patterns of the cosmic dance. The metaphor of the cosmic dance thus unifies ancient mythology, religious art, and modern physics. Ian Crawford, a professor of planetary science at University of London, also talks about the cosmic dance of Shiva as Nataraja, representing particle physics, entropy, and the dissolution of the universe. From this very interesting interdisciplinary aspects of Nataraja, here is a quick mention of the one other form of Shiva in which Apasmara can be seen under the foot is Dakshinamurti, the Adi Guru, the Mauna Guru, the Guru of Gurus itself. Considering that Apasmara is a demon of ignorance, it's very interesting to see that we have Dakshinamurti also, who is knowledge, the knowledge giver himself. My area of interest in the philosophical interpretations available through the lens of various scholars and the relevance of these in the context of learning and knowledge acquisition comes from the fact that I'm a performing artist. I train teachers in how we can use stories and storytelling. And I imagine that Shiva, the Adi Guru, represented this approach to ignorance, to the dwarf demon Apasmara, to guide us in understanding the trajectory of knowledge acquisition. As a concept, this is also a reflection of the educational approach which must have existed in the Indian traditions. So this is my introspection for us as educators. First, the pedagogical relevance as it appears. In the traditional approach to pedagogy, there has been an acceptance and acknowledgement of continued existence of ignorance. Why else would we have a dwarf demon who had unconditional immortality? Of course, the destination, the goal is for each of us as individuals to move from ignorance to knowledge. But there was an acknowledgement that as a philosophical interpretation, knowledge as ignorance as a concept is always going to exist, and it has to exist because only in the existence of ignorance can there be a value for knowledge. The process of acquisition exists. This is what the Hindu philosophy believed in, and that is why they had a demon of ignorance who had unconditional immortality. Second, how can we address ignorance? While ignorance has to exist and will always exist, we have to accept and acknowledge the existence. However, it is equally important to keep the demon under check. Otherwise, there will be absolute reign, convulsive fits, nonsensical speech of this demon of ignorance. Third, the significance of silence in knowledge transmission. Adi Guru was also the Mauna Guru who transmitted knowledge through silence. I'll go on to explain what I interpret as silence for teachers and for educators. So if you look at the traditional practices going back of our Indian traditions, how would they have acknowledged and accepted this ignorance and this existence of ignorance? I see a few instances of it here. Like, let us consider how this might have integrated into the pedagogical practices of India. I find that the philosophical underpinnings of existence of a creature like Apasmara, who's of unconditional immortality, echoes through the educational system and through the literature. And even the associations in Ayurveda of Apasmara with loss of memory and unintelligent speech also holds metaphorical relevance. See, for example, they've always had stories, songs, rhymes, and poetry as ways of transmission of knowledge, right? This was to ensure that through clever mnemonics, complex knowledge could be orally transmitted, easily understood, and well recollected even by an ignorant listener. What else is this but giving due credence to the fact that there will be ignorance and one has to approach this ignorance in interesting solutions. Next, rote memorization. The practice of rote learning, kantastha, and the method of repetition until this was arrived at was extremely important, which itself acknowledges that loss of memory is bound to happen. So might as well work on repetition, repetition, repetition. Comprehension coming after the rote memorization. The idea that it is too complex a task to be able to memorize and at the same time understand. So let us split it up and offer a process for the learner. So the progression chart is easier and simpler. And then comes Shanka or doubt. We find in any of our literature and the processes of learning that Shanka or doubt is always given a space. For example, in the Upanishads and the Puranas, we always find an inside listener who's representing the ignorance and the confusions of the outside active listener. And this person is asking doubts, saying things. They're having conversation with a wise person who is responding and giving them the answers, or at least is engaging in dialoguing with them. This way, the doubts of the outside listener are acknowledged, and maybe the outside listener is also guided how to question, how to ask doubts, how to progress further in the direction of knowledge. A nice example would be that there are many, but just one to mention here would be of Garuda placing his doubts about Lord Vishnu before Kagbhushani in one of the sections of Tulsidas Ramayana. From doubt, we move to how, now that we know that there is ignorance, it is the responsibility to generate curiosity. It is the responsibility of the educator, of the teacher, of the knowledge giver, of the one who's transmitting this learning to generate curiosity. So let's take the example of the traditional storytellers. They often generated curiosity about the story that they are just going to narrate, which typically means that they are not assuming that the audience already has knowledge about the story or the storyteller. Neither are they assuming that the audience has the capacity to be interested. So they take it on as their task, which is also why we have one category of listeners, which is called the Adhamadikari, which is supposed to be the lowest level. They need to be given entertainment. They need to be guided in the direction of the story. And here also, they are not judged for being the lowest level. It is just information for the storyteller or the knowledge giver. An acknowledgement and acceptance of the ignorance, and taking it as our responsibility to offer the curiosity. Next, how can all this be of any significance for us as contemporary educationalists? One, I would see, is that acknowledging ignorance of the learner today as educators, one simple way would be creating safe environment for asking doubts. Evident as it appears, we will often find that students hesitate to ask doubts. Even we probably have memories of, shall I ask this, shall I not, shall I ask this, shall I not, right? But if we are creating a space where the student is not embarrassed for asking a doubt, not judged for asking a doubt, and we understand that there could be different reasons why they did not understand. Maybe their approach to learning is different from our approach to teaching. Then we are offering a safe space, generating curiosity for the subject so they know that they do not know. Just like the storytellers would approach the Adhamadikari listeners, I believe that it's equally important for us to offer metacognition, to make the student aware that they are not aware. If they don't know about a subject and they don't know it exists and they don't know the possibilities there, how are they going to be interested? So to acknowledge that ignorance and take it as our responsibility to generate the curiosity even before we engage in the learning of that subject would be our responsibility. Next, acknowledging one's own ignorance as a teacher. As a teacher, we ourselves are ignorant about many things. For example, the situation of a child. The child could come from a family of first-generation learners. The child could have had a personal tragedy at home. It is not possible for us to always be aware of all of these. So somewhere to be able to at least be aware that we are not aware, to be aware of our own ignorance of the child's situation would be very valuable for a teacher. Acknowledging one's ignorance of the physical situations in an intellectual pursuit. This could have happened to many of you or to your friends or relatives where, there is a child who cannot see the blackboard clearly and therefore has not been writing notes properly. And inevitably the teacher is angry, the teacher is scolding that you're being lazy, you're shirking work, you're being irresponsible, when actually there was a physical problem in an intellectual pursuit. Just like in the Ayurveda, they spoke about it. So just to acknowledge that there could be physical problems also in this intellectual pursuit, and we might be ignorant of it, is another important relevance for us. One's own lack of complete knowledge. Lastly, a significant reminder that we as teachers are surrounded by those who know much lesser than us. So it's very easy to get carried away that we know it all. To constantly remind that we have to be co-learners in the process and not assume that we know entirely the subject and we know it all in the right manner is what apasmara and the existence of apasmara could teach us, I believe. Next, continuing the relevance for us, keeping ignorance under check. Today, we are in a slightly dangerous space where it's very common to be extra careful and extra nice to the child, be extra polite. I agree, these are valuable, to an extent that we do not point out their flaws, to an extent where mechanical appreciation has become a practice, to an extent where sometimes zero criticism is practiced. I would say that that is a slightly dangerous space. One has to find a balance between pointing out squarely in the face what is the ignorance of the child and what has to be worked on, because that is why Shiva placed the foot steadily on Apasmara, so Apasmara would not be chaotically in control. We really need to do that as well. While we give space for the ignorance, at the same time, we have to balance out with calling out ignorance in the face where it needs to be done. Lastly, silence. How do I look at silence? I look at silence as it's only when we are silent that there isn't the noise in the head, that there is silence in the head, that the head becomes empty and receptive. As educators, if we are receptive, if that's when we can quietly observe what is happening around with all of our senses. That is when we can listen, we can watch, we can receive the child with an empty and open mind and perhaps become aware of many different things which we otherwise may not have been. Lastly, through this process, we would be able to better perceive what is it that the child needs, how are they receiving what we are trying to offer, or whatever the knowledge is available for them, how are they receiving it, how are they responding to it. Silence is very helpful for a teacher. We always see our role as a very productive role, but I do believe that being silent in terms of the noise in our head can be very valuable, which is a learning from Apasmara, who was all about nonsensical speech. Lastly, like Dakshinamurti, the Adi Guru, Mauna Guru, silence can be a powerful tool in more ways. Seen metaphorically, we can receive when we are silent, when we are not filled with our thoughts. We can receive as much with our heart. As this paper comes to its conclusion, it seems apt to end with a philosophical interpretation of Apasmara Purusha, the demon of spiritual ignorance, who resides within this city of 7 gates, this body. I'm reminded of one of the parables on Vedanta narrated by Swami Sarvapriyananda of Ramakrishna Mission, and I end with this one. A dhobi once went down to the riverside with his donkey and his entire bundle of clothes on its back. He took off the clothes and he was about to go to the river to wash when he remembered, oh, I forgot to bring the rope and home is far away. What to do? He saw a wise man nearby and asked him for advice, and the wise man said, just go through the entire motions. Pretend to tie the rope around the donkey. And the dhobi did that. He went away, washed the clothes, came back, and the donkey was standing there as if it had been tied by a real rope. Happily, he put all the clothes, the bundle, tied it, and then pushed his donkey onwards, but it would not move. Once again, the confused dhobi went back to the wise man and said, what do I do? Now my donkey is not coming home. And the wise man said, do the same thing. Go through the motions, pretend to untie the rope. And so the dhobi did that. He pretended to untie the rope from around the donkey's neck, around the tree. And as he said, the donkey happily came along with him. This, they say, is the true role of a guru. We stay bound in the ideas of bandha and moksha while the guru plays around with our own knowledge. While some of us are fortunate to receive the guidance of a guru in this journey of spiritual seeking, for the rest of us, an oft-suggested antidote to play back with this demon of ignorance, with Apasmara, who makes us forget the true nature of the self, who makes us imagine that we are bound, who takes us away from remembering, from smarana. The antidote often given is smarana and namasmarana. I'm remembering my tata, my grandfather, who we called Ram Ram Tata, because he always said Ram 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 Ram. And I end with a few lines from a song composed by Surdas, in which the Bhakti poet talks about how easily we get drawn into the transient world and lose the memory of our true selves. And then we realize it is too late, when we should have spent a lifetime remembering, taking the name. Namasmarana. हे मन मूरख जन्म गवायो, यह संसार फूल से मरका, सुंदर देखि लुभायो, चाखन लागी रूई उड़ गई, हाथ कछु नहीं आयो, रे मन मूरख जन्म गवायो। कहाँ भयो अब के मन सोचे, पहिले नाही कमायो, सूरदास हरि नाम भजन बिनु, सिर धुनि धुनि पछतायो, रे मन मूरख जन्म गवायो। रे मन मूरख जन्म गवायो. The Murakha of the demon of ignorance, Apasmara, and the possibility for us to learn about the trajectory of knowledge and acquisition. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepaji. There was one comment, question, and everything from Sri Arvind Kaushik ji. He was trying to know about whether ignorance is a precondition for knowledge. And finally, he thanked, saying, I wish my teachers in the school had seen this presentation. Great presentation. He was appreciating. I want to share with Sri Arvind Kaushik ji that Ishopanishad has these lines. Vidyancha avidyancha yastad vedo bhayam saha avidyaya mrutyantirtva vidyaya amrutamasmute. Avidyaya mrutyantirtva vidyaya amrutamasmute is there in the other line also. Ya vidyancha avidyancha tadu bhayam saha veda avidyaya mrutyantirtva vidyaya amrutamasmute. So this is actually the whole point is avidyaya mrutyantirtva. What is avidya? With the dhatu vidya is to know. Vidya is knowable. Avidyaya is not knowable. It's not ignorance. What is not knowable from the unknowable, you're using unknowable as a bridge to cross mrityu, the death. And vidyaya, from the knowable, amritam ashmate, the deathlessness is achieved. So this, and there is another paradigm of para and apara vidya. It also talks about paravidya is the knowable one, and aparavidya is the not knowable one. So what we consider mundane knowledge is a binding knowledge, and what we realize as spiritual knowledge is unbinding knowledge. And apasmara is loss of consciousness. Crushing apasmara is loss of consciousness, which is gain of consciousness. And that gain of consciousness is what is being given through Chinmudra, a common motif in Nataraja and Dakshinamurti both. Chit Mudra, the mudra for knowledge, the message of knowledge is being given in both. So the loss of knowledge is being shown in both Dakshinamurti iconography and Nataraja iconography. And Deepa Kiranji takes everything into her topic pedagogy and was able to do it well today by giving a new interesting interpretation. Conclusion of this conference. Conference on Shaivism had two phases. One, the physical one at Shiva's own place, Varanasi, and there we went to Varanasi. Today, Varanasi came here. And today, through the papers, we could bring Varanasi to everyone's device, whether it is a phone or a laptop. So Varanasi is continuing. Varanasi has continued. We are in Varanasi now through this conference in the experience of Shiva, the all-pervading one. So with a remembering tool of Shiva, let us end this conference. Angikam bhuvanam yasya vachikam sarvavangmayam aharyam chandrataraaditam vande satvikam shivam tandavam sahajam yasya paramanu swarupinaha divyarupam shivam shantam vande shambhu mahapate. Namaskar.